Oce is lifting off here in Playday 3. That's right, we are starting to get into it. It is a super week, so although this is our second night this week, we will be returning once again tomorrow on Wednesday, or potentially Thursday or Tuesday, wherever you live. We will be live. That you can be sure of. But look, the best part about the OCE League is we never know what to expect. But I was given a directive. This was direct from Ubisoft. You can trust me, I know them really well. They said, get charismatic, handsome men on the desk. And unfortunately, they were not able to make it. So we've got Vinny and Xenox instead.
Yeah.
It's good to see you again, Vinny.
Is that the whole intro? Yeah, thank
That's
you.
The intro.
No, it's awesome. Yeah, the Super Week's going to be exciting.
It is.
3 days in a week. Perfect.
Yeah, look, I think, actually, you know what? We've got the handsome on one side and we've got the... Do I say charismatic on the other? I don't even think we can.
Marsmart is not very charismatic.
He's not happy either.
No, he's not a happy chappy. Not after yesterday.
No.
It's good to be back though, Rob, as always. Super week.
It is.
Super time.
Yeah.
And obviously we got some big games as well for the Super
do.
Week. It's not like they're all just kind of, run-of-the-mill, boring matches. We've got some big games today, huge games tomorrow as well. So it's a big week for OCE League.
It's a big game tomorrow. That's a damn sure. Everyone's waiting for that one. Let's go ahead and talk about how the league is shaping up. Of course, with yesterday's performances, things have kind of solidified a little bit more so in the category of which we would have thought coming in to the OCE League. Playday 1 left a lot to the imagination, Vinny, but things are starting to kind of relax again. Org jitters are out of the way, the first play day's out of the way, and now we're starting to see where the dust settles.
Yeah, Playday 2 really put everything back in place, sort of how we expected things to shape up. We saw basically 3 of the quickest matches we've ever seen in a Playday, 2 7-0s and a 7-1. And yeah, we saw those top teams, Gleaming Gladiators and Chiefs, really make their way back up that leaderboard after having quite a disappointing first week. And obviously Outlast, outright on first now after 2 really strong performances.
Yeah, they have seriously outperformed a lot of the rosters that we had above them, Xenox. I mean, their opening 2 matches have been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, they have. I think that yesterday, really kind of solidified the fact that they are a team that can fight for third. I think I said that on the broadcast, and I think that's a really good position for a team like Outlast to be finding themselves in for this stage, coming in as a relatively new team, new organization, all of it. So if they can finish up around that third place by the end of the stage, I think that's a really big tick for them and a really good job done. And honestly, if they can be also then pushing and fighting, the Chiefs for second, I think that would even go above and beyond and really solidify what an amazing stage. Of course, only 2 play days, Rob. It's very easy for teams like Outlast. We've seen maybe across the span of the last 4 or 5 years, some teams might start really well and then kind of taper off. I mean, Vinny, you would know, of course, you guys started a stage knocking off Blizz, top of the table, and then by the end of it, down the bottom.
That ended up being the story of my career, I think, by the end of it. Yeah, like really strong starts, book our tickets in for Invitational. It's all good, guys. Get the flights ready, and then, no wins after that. So
it's just the way the cookie crumbles. And now you're stuck with the elbozo. That's all I can say. Let's move on to the matches for tonight. Of course, we were kind of alluding to how Outlast have performed throughout the first 2 play days. Well, they get to reattempt. They basically get a freebie here. If we were looking at their performance so far, they go up against Odium. Now, for those of you who are unsure, Odium are currently at the very bottom of the league. And it's not just that they're at the bottom of the league. I believe they've only won 1 round. So, Vinny, that one should be a bit of a freebie. But, I mean, really, probably match 2 and match 4. Like, which one would you be leaning into for match of the day?
I think, Chiefs versus Antic is going to be really interesting. I think Antic showed yesterday that they definitely have the ability to compete in that top 3, top 4 kind of level. And, Chiefs obviously also had a great game, but did look a little bit shakier against Prodigy, who I think are still sort of sitting around the bottom 3.
Yep.
And then, the Circular Spheres Supernova game, obviously also going to be pretty interesting. Circular Spheres haven't had the greatest start to the stage, and Supernova have shown a few good performances, so still interesting to see who takes out that one as well.
Yeah, the mixed match between Antic and Circular Spheres, just like the roster changes that have been made, it doesn't feel like, we said it on Playday 1, we didn't feel like it fit, and now I feel like I'm actually doubling down on that fact. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can pick themselves up by the bootstrap, if you will. Let's go ahead and have a look at predictions, because this is where Xenox makes his money, or at least he pretends to. Jake, Xenox and Diddy, once again, back at the top, the rightful place. That's Asia and Ose.
Yeah, I must have had a shocking opening playday, though, if I've only got 6, because I'm pretty certain I got everything right yesterday.
Wow.
So
shocker.
I mean, it's honestly a bit of a shocker all around, I think, for all of us included. Look, honestly, I think when it comes to predicting the Oceania League for this stage, always going to be quite difficult. It usually is.
It is.
You can get some results that you don't expect. Apparently, Chiefs are playing twice today.
Hey. You never know. It's the Chiefs Academy.
That would change the outlook for Outlast. But I think when you kind of look at the predictions for today, obviously everyone going for Gaming Gladiators. And then down the bottom and also match 2, those are the games you kind of looked at, Rob, as being the games that a lot of people would be looking at. I'm surprised. Yourself coin flipping Antics, so you didn't even really choose them. Right?
No.
As we know with you, the coin flip, everyone else going Chiefs.
Yep.
And then everyone going Supernova, except Guz, which is really surprising because yesterday he went for Circular Spheres and he was disappointed that he went for Circular Spheres, and he's doubled down apparently again today.
Yeah.
I do like the Supernova pick as evident by my own selection, but I'm not going to lie, I did struggle a little bit with Antic and Chiefs. I thought that was the one that I feel like Antic could be the kind of team that if someone's going to knock off Chiefs, who maybe don't look at their best, still a relatively new roster, I think Antic certainly have the capabilities. So that's the match for me to look out for today.
I think Guz's face is quite apt there for if Circular Spheres actually win. I think that will be my honest to God reaction. Unfortunately, I've been done really dirty today with the coin flip. Look, Antic out of the way. I've gone GG the first game. And we all know that game's in the bin. There's no chance. I mean, they're going up against Prodigy, which, funnily enough, we can start to segue into our first matchup, Vinny. This is something we were literally just talking about. Prodigy, for all intents and purposes, are actually looking quite good in the server. Their results may not reflect it to the extent that we were hoping.
Yeah, they definitely come into today's matchup as the definitely the underdogs, of course. And I think any team coming up against Gaming Gladiators will be the underdogs. But yesterday, I was really impressed with the way they started out that match on Chalet. I said before the game, if they allowed the attacking team to get the space they need and really take their time in building these attacks, they're going to get run over.
Yep.
In the end, the scoreline sort of looked like that, but I think they did a really good job of finding opening picks. I think it was Faulty had 3 or 4.
Yep.
And that was really strong for them, unable to convert on those, unfortunately. But I don't know. I think they definitely have a shot of definitely taking it to some of those sort of mid to lower tier teams and even challenging the higher ones if they can start to get those conversions good.
Well, that's the thing, right? On any given day, you always have to be careful. But Xenox, just kind of doubling down on the point here of entries, if you actually look, it's 11-5. So 11 opening kills, only 5 deaths. I mean, they are the top of the top in terms of entry stats. Where does that conversation start to turn? Obviously, you know, Vinny's talking about conversions. Is it conversion? Is it conviction? What is it with this roster?
Well, I mean, it comes down to, I think, the late round execution, which a lot of teams struggle with that don't have the, you know, same capabilities of like a GG, for example, even to some degree, I guess, Chiefs, right? So, you know, especially for newer teams coming in, playing at this level, it can always be a little bit debilitating when you get towards the end of a round, even if you're up, say, 3-2 in the round in terms of players' advantage, you know, attacking in, trying to unlock these sites. If you don't have key positions, then everyone just starts rushing in, 20-30 seconds left. It's hard to then take the site. So you might be able to get those entries, and it's just all about sort of doubling down on that. Also, sometimes these teams, they get these entries, and then they kind of get a little bit like, oh, let's go for more.
Keep
and
going.
They keep going. Sometimes you've got to take the foot off the pedal a little bit. A lot of the top teams, they'll kind of reset mid-round where it's like, okay, we're up 5 versus 3, but let's cool it. Let's go back to the checklist. Let's go back, open things up, and then use that advantage for the late round.
I actually would be horrified. If we ever were able to get the stats, I would be horrified to see how many 3 versus 5s have been lost in this league alone, because I can count 2 or 3 yesterday, and that's play day 2. Like, it's pretty outrageous some of these times. So it's a fantastic point. But let's get to the point of this game. It's Gaming Gladiators. This roster looked clinical yesterday. There's no two ways about it, Vinny. This roster looked like the exact performance that we would make synonymous with this brand.
Yeah, they just did everything they needed to do yesterday. Obviously, Odium are struggling at the start of this stage, but like we keep saying, you do have to execute, you do have to do the right things to get these round wins. Obviously, Bank, we said before the match, if Odium are going to be too passive and not really contest on the roam, then Fisher Guy and the boys are going to just roll all over them. And that's exactly what happened. And I think it's something that Prodigy actually did a lot better yesterday in comparison to Odium. So I think that'll be the difference today. But yeah, GG showing the GG of old.
Xenox, how have you actually felt around this roster? Because there's been so many different conversations. Obviously, play day 1, we were all shocked. Yesterday was what we needed to see, but it was against the bottom-rated team. So
it was.
Where do you sit with the roster now?
I mean, we're going to learn a little bit more as we get closer to playoffs, and certainly by the end of this week. But I think they got the job done yesterday. We spoke about ruthlessness and that cutting edge that maybe other teams in Asia, Bleed, for example, have.
Yeah.
Tuhana slotted in very nicely. He went, 12-1 yesterday?
He went mental,
Something ridiculous. Yeah. Very efficient as well.
Yeah.
And I think this is a roster as well that they can still continue to improve and play better. They're not playing their best Siege right now.
No.
I think Wettaballs throws his life away a little bit too much this stage. You can see that he's got the most deaths. Same with Brendo. I think they're 2 players that usually like to lead from the front, be the entries, try and get these kills, try and open things up in the round.
Yep.
We know that Fisho, Sage, they're going to be a bit more efficient, right? They're not going to just throw their lives away. Tuhan, I think, also has struck a really good balance where he's not just running around aiming and gunning. He's actually really smart with his positioning. He has been a really good pickup. I think it needs to be said. There's all this controversy around, Oda getting dropped, Tuhan coming in, the decisions. Why were all these changes made? Well, this change made. But Tuhan himself individually has just come in, done his job, and he's done it really, really well. That needs to be highlighted for him and for this team. That also for this roster that, are being somewhat labeled as the bad guys or being labeled as the villains of the scene. We all love Oda, and obviously everyone was shocked. But at the end of the day, they felt like they needed to make a decision.
Yep.
That they wanted to take a step forward, and right now Tuhan is repaying the faith.
Yeah, he has to, right? That's the conversation coming into this stage was we had to see this work better, if not at the very least the same level, and he's done exactly what he's needed to do in the first 2 opening games. But it is time for us to turn our attention to the vetoes, and we can start to dissect this one a little bit deeper. Again, Vinny, maybe you can add some insight as a player, but it feels like it doesn't matter where you go against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they're just so good wherever they go, aren't they? They are so well drilled across the whole map pool. We obviously haven't seen them play something like Lair yet, but I'm sure Fisher has been in the trenches building up some strats.
Yeah.
But yeah, we go straight to border, and it looks like Prodigy are going to be on the attack first, which I think this map can be slightly attacker-sided. But I think at the same time, like we said, GG are so good on every map. I think they'll have strats that are very aggressive on entries and won't allow Prodigy to really make their way into the map early.
Map control. Map control on a map like border, so important. Denying entry positions, so getting around the map, being in a lot of different positions. GG are going to do that better than anyone else in this region, and that's going to make it difficult for Prodigy. I think Vinny's right when you look at border, attacker-sided to a degree, but I also think when you have such a strong defense on the other side, it can be so demoralizing, even just trying to get inside of the building, try and get into these key positions. You think about like areas like security, for example, top floor, you want to try and take that, go in through break, all these kind of areas, top east stairs. If you've got GG that are fighting for these positions, playing down below, being a nuisance, moving around, you never feel safe.
No. So it kind of just goes back to the point, doesn't matter what map you play on, whether
Probably
it's something
doesn't.
open like Bank or something closed
But
like Border, you're going to be in trouble.
I would look at it from like, what do we want to learn from this game? Because it's a learning experience if you're Prodigy, right? So you're taking them to this map because you want to learn something about the way you play, the way that they play on this map.
Jeez, you heard it here first from Coach Senox Venditti. It is time for us to get underway with our first matchup. Guz and Dev to run you through the action.
Thank you, Rob. Always lovely to get some insight from the one and only Jake Venditti. He really knows his stuff, doesn't he, Guz?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Sorry.
I don't know why you don't want to be on that desk. The only one of us that's actually a color commentator, and you're the one that wants to be here on the cast instead of analysis on the desk. At least we have Vinny, I guess.
Yeah, true. X-Pro knows more than all of us anyway. So, yeah, eager to jump into this game, though. I think as Jake framed it, probably more so a learning experience for Prodigy, but for GG, an opportunity for them to have clinical back-to-back play days, who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. 7-0 yesterday for Gaming Gladiators, the best team in the region, looking to keep that crown and go to the Montreal Major. It would be their 4th major consecutively, and of course, 6th Invitational. What do you guys reckon at home? 8% in favor of Prodigy. Look, guys, as much as that does look a little bit atrocious for them, we can't really blame the community for lending their favor to GG. Like, these guys have been the best in the region for a long time, and Prodigy were the last place team coming in through that qualifier to come into this league.
No, absolutely. 8% is probably a little bit generous, which just goes to show how lopsided this affair will likely be. GG as well, kicking off on defense, and Border can be brutal for map entry against really strong teams that are great in denying a lot of those key entry points, and I am very much assuming that Gaming Gladiators will go in with the playstyle of denying as much map control as humanly possible across this first 6 rounds. The ban phase is going to be quite intriguing. I'm probably anticipating a double shield ban, and if not, the Monty to follow, probably Dockerby, I would assume, again, for the whole map entry discussion.
Oh, wow.
Actually, it's Deimos. Probably not a bad shout either, right? Border has so much soft destruction that the Deimos could have impact from literally any position on the map, whether it be horizontal or vertically, so I don't mind that. And it also may mean that the likes of Faulty, for instance, won't be targeted as heavily, especially if he's having a good day, or one of the other players on the team, of course, as well. Mirror to follow up, pretty traditional here on Border, bit of a mainstay ban. And the Valkyrie, so information will be a little bit more limited, of course, now with Solace being literally hit with a nuclear bomb. That does actually free up Gaming Gladiators to have a lot more variety in terms of defensive bans, because for the longest time, almost every single map, they would insta-ban the Solace, but not to be anymore.
Yeah, especially on Border. Like, this was the map where, at the time, Bliss really pioneered in OS the way that they would use their pre-placed drones to take that quick map control and play vertically from below. I expect we will see a little bit of vertical game, likely from the Buck in the absence of the Deimos. I really like that Deimos ban here for Prodigy. I think it's so cheeky. The way that Deimos has come into the meta in the last 6 months has really impressed me. One of the funnest operators, one of the most creative operators. And if you have a good Deimos player and you can work him with the rest of the team to find those kills and target those roamers, it can be really powerful. However, we talked about how the Blitz got banned out. Not a double shield ban, though. The Monty slipped through. This is the first game that GG have played where the Monty has been allowed through the ban phase.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion around shields recently, and I think the general consensus, at least that I agree with, is shields tend to... How do I frame it? They make the good teams look better and the bad teams look worse. And the depth behind that being that good teams with the Monty, create space. If the team works there, you can find picks, isolate players. really helps facilitate map entry. However, a team that doesn't properly play around the shield often can look stalled out. They won't get very good value from the shield play. And equally, defensively and countering it, good teams that are able to establish crossfires and dump utility in the correct positions with the right timing can more often than not counter the shields. But if you're having a rough day defensively, shields can wreak havoc. So I'm excited to see what GG can bring to the table. I don't think it really changes the discussion too much in terms of their likelihood of winning the match. In fact, I'm expecting to see a really, good, strong defense here that deals with the shield effectively.
Now, of course, at the end of the day, GG on their worst map and Prodigy on their best map would still be a GG favored match. Yeah. That's just a skill differential between these two rosters. However, if we want to start building up some hype for Prodigy, they did play Border in their opening game against Odium. They slapped them silly 7-1. They used that blitz really effectively, which is why GG have banned it here. And now instead, they're going to be utilizing this Monty. And it's Dave, of course, the captain of the team who's on that Montaigne at the moment. Looking at this crossfire, the Warden, though, will look through the smoke and try and find a shot onto this Ashe that's hiding behind this Monty. It looks like Dave is literally just holding on to this position. A C4 over the top, big from Tuhan, and immediately Bait goes down.
Yeah, I mean, this really isn't a cross that you can break without break room control, funnily enough, to actually force Wettables out of this position. So really well played there by GG. Maybe a lurk, though, could disrupt. Mackenzie looking to push his way up main stairs. Logic Plum goes through. Tuhan under pressure.
He's outside. He doesn't have a way back in safely. Faulty will take him down. And here comes the Monty, big from Dave. And maybe Prodigy have their in. 4 versus 2 now, and Brendo's looking desperate. As you can hear, that plant starts to go down. Wettables is caught in such an awkward position. Dave knows he doesn't have to overcommit to the plant here. He instead has to scare off this player. What's going on there? Mackenzie almost whiffs his opportunity, but now it's a 1v4 for poor Wet Tables. And this is not the start that GG were expecting. Prodigy, for a team that was bottom of the qualifiers, now they're looking like a real contest in this match. Already so strong on the opening round, and let's be real, there's very little chance that Wettables wins this.
I might be throwing production under the bus here a little bit, but I'd love to see, if we have it, a replay of the free cam from Wettables. Like, what position was he playing where he got forced out and didn't have the cross for Tuhan anymore? Because the Monty was allowed to go deep, made this really awkward play. Now, I'm talking as if the round is over. It now officially is, Mackenzie on the rappel. But I'm really intrigued because that cross, to me, looked so difficult to break down without like a break control or maybe a lurk up main to unlock that position in through security. Yet, we flick back, Dave's in sight, and then Tuhan gets sideswiped out of nowhere.
I want to know how Tuhan and Dave switched places like that. Because, Tuhan was literally caught between a Monty on the inside of the site that he couldn't go back into, or players outside the site while he's detected. So, not a great position from Tui. GG a little bit confused in that round, despite finding the opening pick, which we mentioned was actually Prodigy's advantage in their previous games. And once Dave had killed Tuhan, I mean, this was GG.
You could see in the outline, Wet was still playing over towards Shelf. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how he's been allowed to cross there. Maybe it was just some awkward timing, bad timing on Wet's part. Again, there may have been distraction elsewhere that he was being aware of, or whatever the case may be. But still, that was a really powerful position from GG. Credit to Prodigy in being able to break that down.
Standings if Prodigy win outright. Gaming Gladiators down to 4th. Okay, bro. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine that would happen. GG just need to get 1 point here to stay at the top of the standings. But really, any points dropped in this match would be a real confusing result for GG. We expect them to be dominant here. We expect them to top this league. And anything less than that is a disappointment for Gaming Gladiators.
Absolutely. We were talking a little bit, I was talking with the OBS team, before this game in terms of like a score prediction. And I gave Prodigy some respect. I expected, I believe I said a 7-3 in favor of GG.
I love how that's respect, giving them 3 rounds.
Again, full-time overseas team.
Yeah.
They seem to be of the inclination that Prodigy might struggle to even get a round.
Damn.
So they've already at least gotten 1, and it was, again, in the face of a difficult-to-break-down defense. So maybe there's some legs in this match, but it's very hard to get too excited too early in a day that could be Goliath. We've been disappointed many times before, Nos.
Yeah, but I still think that Prodigy should be proud of what they've done, even just getting such a convincing first round, and they've already shown that they're dangerous with the shields. I believe it was in an interview after the first Playday, one of the Prodigy players said, I think it might have been Mackenzie, he said that Dave is one of the best Shield players in the region. And I think a lot of people might have scoffed at that, but he's starting to prove it so far. He knows when not to over-aggress, and he knows how to apply the pressure and wait for his teammate to deliver the killing blow. As we're starting to see these players on this roam pinched on out, Tuhan doesn't want to overpeak. He knows a Monty's pushing him from Armory, and there's someone on the other side. He's desperate to try and get a little bit more value out of this roam before falling back.
Yeah, good performance yesterday from Tui. Goes into this play day as the equal highest rated player in the league alongside Brendo, 141 EPS. Has a really good survival rate as well, 55%. And we saw yesterday, I think at one point he was 10-0 on Bank. They had a good outing, able to find some form. Brendo, though, does fall first, and it may well be the other highest rated player to fall as well. Tuhan under a lot of pressure and gets caught. That is, again, another really clean clear from Prodigy.
That is beautiful hammer and anvil strategy from Prodigy. They just push these players down that hatch, and Faulty is ready to receive on the other side. A 2-player advantage with 1 minute left to play. Prodigy look to be in the driving seat of this round.
This so often tends to be where sometimes against the likes of a GG with a 1 or a 2-man advantage in towards the late round, weaker, less experienced teams will often fall short. You look at the ability for this team to anchor the likes of Fisho still up, Wet, even Sage, who perhaps has been a little bit out of form but can still be very dangerous at times. Teams can sometimes find it challenging to still break this down. So we'll see how they go. 30 seconds and the shield's still up.
Yeah, and another pick for Mackenzie. Prodigy are inching closer.
I'm getting excited though.
I don't know when to get excited, but I got to admit, I'm starting to feel that tingle. Here comes Sage, and he gets the backstab on the Monty, finishes him off too, but it might not be enough as he has been traded on back, leaving it all up to Fisho Guy. They know exactly where he is. They do need to pick up that diffuser. 10 seconds in it to play, and Mackenzie has the round on lock. Look at these guys. The amateurs, the tier 2 kings are back and looking fiery against the best of the region.
Wow, okay. We're 2 rounds in, and both rounds so far, they haven't... this is very Australianism level analysis. They haven't like bullshitted their way through these rounds. They have broken down and played really calculated siege. Best example, I think, was there onto Tuhan. They had enough pressure from the shield, force him down the hatch, and there's a player waiting in front door. They catch him, good timing, great communication. It was low risk. Here was maybe where it got a little bit dicey. Davey not expecting the push through main door, but they had garnered such a huge advantage in the round and had a read as to where Sage was. They immediately flush him out, get a free pick. Fisher left last alive, and they make it look really clinical. This is a really, really good showing. And GG, it's going to take a lot to see them crack. Again, it's only Playday 3. They're not going to be getting too stressed out, certainly not at this point in time. But, I don't know, if Prodigy can keep chipping away and force an early tactical timeout and then maybe get the round after that, the prospect of, at minimum, pushing OT in this match, if they continue to play at this level of Siege, gets quite enticing.
And the biggest surprise, the biggest impressive thing about this game is, like you said, Prodigy, they're not cheesing this. They're not doing anything we've never seen before. They're not doing anything crazy. They're just playing really good fundamental Siege.
Right, they're playing the meta.
They are playing the meta, yes, with the Monty. But even if you take the Monty out of the equation, all of the rest of these Prodigy players, they're playing together. They're communicating. They're holding their shots. They're doing the fundamentals, getting vert, finding vert kills. They're not overcommitting. They're not getting ego about it. They're just playing this thoroughly.
So the Monty will reappear here round 3. Glaz also in the composition here for the attack. That may help on some of these exterior fights. Mackenzie can be self-proficient if he has brought smoke grenades. Nomad as well for flank watch potentially as well. So Trippin may look to... He could also solo lurk as well if that's his inclination. So the Glaz in play on Repel, and Davey again to scout ahead on the shield. Similar cross again. It's Tuhan and Wettables. Last time, this broke down. Some poor timing, maybe a bad call, allowed Davey to push forward. We'll see if it happens again.
What are you doing, Fish? Peeking into the Glaz.
You've got the Warden there.
Early pick for Prodigy. And now Tuhan has to make good on this Warden, as you said. He's found Davey.
That's big.
Yeah, that is a big pick. It's the Monty. It's been the cornerstone of every Prodigy attack so far, but they still have this Glaz. However, they are out of smokes. It was only the Monty running the smokes, and Bake just peeks. The new kid on the block Big opening kill for him.
And they know Wettables is there. Wettables is in a terrible position now.
They can peek him at the same time. Faulty goes in and finds that pick. Perfect use of the gadget from Zafia. GG, you're falling apart. All up to Brendo, the best player in the region, against 4, and he's found his first. Low HP and finished off with the backstab from Glaz. Prodigy are dominating every single one of these rounds, and Gaming Gladiators have been forced to take a tactical timeout.
I don't think Titan's going to be joining the voice call with too many nice things to say. Not too many pleasantries to be exchanged over the next 60 seconds, I don't think.
Just have a look at the faces of this squad as Titan absolutely rips into them in the voice call.
I think I still stand by my analysis of those positions in the cross and the Warden positioning as being good, but the way they're playing it is just so uncharacteristic of GG. Like, where the hell was Fisher going? Why was he running out in the open? Then Tuhan gets Ferrari picked. That was a little bit more forgivable. But during that entire time, just like last time, Wettables is just having 0 impact in that position. I can understand he can't swing because the window repel, etc., but just had 0 impact in that position. And his position had a really good read, and it was a free kill for Prodigy. He doesn't even get a 1 in that round. So something is just fundamentally wrong, either maybe in the setup, maybe that just needs to be scrapped in the strap book, or the way that they've implemented it this evening just isn't standing up to these attacks.
The only thing I can imagine is maybe a bit of forgiveness for Fisher Guy for swinging into that smoke is that we did see Prodigy smoke that angle in the first round, and there was no glass. It was just a way of trying to break that crossfire you were talking about. So perhaps Fish just didn't respect that there might be a glass on the other side. And I think now GG have to realize, okay, Prodigy actually have some good ideas up their sleeve. Yeah. We can't disrespect them like that. We can't make any assumptions. If we see a smoke, we have to think maybe there's a glass on the other side of it. We need our Warden to be the one peeking that. We can't have Fisher Guy sprinting and giving up the numbers advantage. Maybe GG need to go back to the drawing board. They can't rely on their setups as they currently exist. They need to start thinking about the way Prodigy are playing and looking to counter that. And at least for the first time, guys, we are seeing them change away from Armory, away from Vents. They're going down to Teller's Archives, and they might be able to utilize a bit more of a roam, a bit more of that fluid playstyle that we know GG can be so good at, because this border has looked so bloody claustrophobic so far.
So, hot off the tack timeout. Important to note that before the introduction of Titan, Gaming Gladiators, known as Bliss at the time, actually had one of the worst conversion rates post-tactical timeout. Some teams at the international level have huge boosts in performances straight out of a tactical timeout. Wasn't the case for Gaming Gladiators, especially overseas. So we'll see if that's been something they've been able to amend now with Titan in the fold. What they'll be able to bring to the table here for the 4th round. For Prodigy Esports though, it's going to be more so just keeping this momentum up, keeping up this pressure. The fundamentals have looked really good. Just continue to minimize mistakes. Unfortunately, a mistake rather, does creep in there over towards detention wall, which will remain closed. That does just limit a bit of lurk potential. Horizontally on the other side of the map, not the absolute end of the world though. It's too hard to play initial contact here.
Oh! Bit of damage early onto that Monty's feet, but not very much, and immediately a reply. Low HP now on Tuhan as he starts to fall away. Trippin finds the opening kill, but it is not without a reply from GG as Dave is getting in. A little bit of chip damage here and there again. Prodigy are using these smokes really nicely to try and enable these entries. Another impact takes Dave even lower, but he's still got enough HP to stand a fighting chance in a lot of engagements as the Monty.
Yeah, interesting, right? GG not leaning into the Warden this time around. We've seen a lot of smoke play from Prodigy, which is not particularly characteristic in OS. We don't see a ton of play around smokes, generally speaking. So maybe just something they just throwing this defense off guard. Davey again will march forward. He's looked really good tonight. Trippin, meanwhile, over towards that waiting room position on the 2nd floor. And with that, Prodigy will have control up above. 4 versus 4. And GG will look to consolidate, interestingly, playing a double position over towards Workshop. We'll see if that's something Prodigy look to clear. Could perhaps may go more direct towards site, try to force that defense back into them for the retake.
Oh, they're so close here. Bake doesn't realize it, but there's a player just peeking around his corner, and if Fish gets this kill, he could flip the switch. Got a shotgun as well to make lines of sight.
Don't think they can clear that BPC either, so it might make things tough.
Yeah, the thing is, there's still no explosives on GG to try and take out this Monty. Realistically, very little chance of killing Dave in a 1 versus 1 fight. But Tuhan's gone for a big flank, and there he is! Coming up from the other side, he's found his double. And this has unlocked the round for GG. He needs to try and get away with his life. Trippin will catch him on the retreat. But the damage may be done by GG. Prodigy just need to rely on these entries, but it's only a 2 versus 2, and that makes it so winnable. A good flash now for Trippin as he drops down into sight. The bulletproof camera spotting him out as Sage has gone down. It's a 1v2, and Trippin will not let Fisho pass! How are Prodigy manhandling Game & Gladiators?
And that BPC still standing. GG had a perfect read on that entire push, which got stalled out for so long. Too hard able to hit the flank, then a fantastic wallbang to get that response. But then the util layering again for that last portion of the round from Prodigy was absolutely spot on. Those flashbangs were a huge difference maker in facilitating that drop. They then got the advantage, had a read on the last player, 2 versus 1, favorable position despite that info on the board. They're playing really well. And again, the util layering across the entire portion of these rounds has been rather strong. Now again, like detention obviously wasn't the case, but the smokes have been really impressive.
This was the flank that could have been the determining factor, but Prodigy was so ready for it. Trippin had a huge end to this round. This was a big moment as well, dropping down the site. Have a listen to the comms as Prodigy won this.
Nice! Fucking go!
That's utter disbelief. That's
yeah, I know.
That's all you can describe that. They cannot believe they are 4-0 against the 5-time international event attendees, 6-time international event attendees, the best team in the region. Prodigy is 4-0 on them.
And their tactical conversion still off. And I'm almost certain that, I think it might have been Play-Doh 1, again, their timeout that they took earlier, I'm pretty sure in that match was also a failure. Don't quote me on that. That was just a vibe. I think that was the case. But it does continue that storyline. That tactical timeouts for this team continue to be rather ineffective.
Oh, man. Where do we point the finger for GG? And that's a serious question.
The whole team.
Everyone says, oh, what's going on with Tide? What's going on with this Oda drop? What's going on with the Tuhan pickup? No one questions that Tuhan is an incredibly talented player. I think that even when we saw Oda dropped for him, everyone still said, okay, well, if there's anyone going to drop it for, Tuhan's talented. It's just more like, why? Why are we changing things when they're not broken? You have to keep up with the meta. You have to keep changing the way that you play the game in order to stay at the top. And GG have done that for the last nearly 2 years. And finally, they make the most drastic changes we've ever seen from them. And it's backfiring massively.
I mean, from the words of Oda himself, right? He said that the team wanted to make big changes. Sensed that maybe they weren't keeping up with the meta. That's why they got rid of him. Potentially, allegedly.
Oh, well,
it's not really showing in this game, though.
No. I mean, GG used to be such a good border team as well back when they were Bliss. Of course, the game has changed a little bit since the last times that they played it. They did get 4 rounds off of Space Station on this map at EWC. But I don't know what to say about this game other than Prodigy. They have earned the respect of everybody in this region with the first 4 rounds of border so far.
Tuhan does get the entry. The half wall and armory stack here from the defense. Kenzie doesn't want his position known, playing patient. The clash though from Fish now pushes forward, so some shield on shield action here.
And some strong language as well from that clash might be what GG need. I do like this clash pick. GG have struggled to deal with this Montaigne, and finally they do have something to show for it. Overswing from Tuhan. Don't keep peeking this, Brendo. You have to respect Mackenzie. You have to respect Prodigy. They will take these fights and they will win them. An aggressive angle now. Trippin is daring to be fighting that deployable shield. Doesn't have any util to clear it as well, but he might be able to sneak in through Fountain. Gets desperate, gets around the shield. Is Wettables aware of it? I don't think he is. And this is going to be the easiest backstab. He doesn't realize. What is that potato from Wettables? He's so lucky to have won that fight. And GG with their best shot yet at winning a round, but still Prodigy have a 3-3.
Even Trippin can't believe that. He had a freebie on a platter. 30 seconds though, and it's still the Monty on the clash. A rotation likely to be forced here by Prodigy.
That's 55 HP that the clash has taken off that Monty so far. 60. Oh, he's going in for the kill. Yeah. Big from Fisho Guy. Finally, we're seeing a bit of confidence. And Wetables, again, his life saved when perhaps he would have died. It's all up to Faulty now in this 1 versus 2, and he doesn't have that diffuser. He doesn't have information. It was the Monty outside who had the kit, and here we go from Fisho and Wet. They will finally find their first round, but as you look at the faces of the GG players, you know that perhaps that's more of a sigh of relief than a victory.
Yeah, messy round. The massive whiff there from Wet. Trippin, I think, just got a little bit confused and maybe thought that he got like a bad timing and Wet was able to escape, or maybe towards Armory. I'm not entirely sure, but certainly didn't expect Wet to still be close. That was an awkward engagement up above. Probably the worst play around the Monty that we've seen from Prodigy so far by quite some margin. He just wasn't really getting much support over towards that Armory position once other places like that Trippin fight, etc. did break down, and all he could really do was kind of just stare at the clash for 2 minutes. So, a bit unfortunate, but for GG and their fans, a much needed round, and something they can at least build off now.
Yeah, and we know that GG are capable of making a comeback from here, but that doesn't shake the fact that Prodigy have played very well in these first 4 rounds. And even in that one, I mean, yeah, there were some cracks. I think that they just couldn't deal with that clash. And it makes me wonder, is clash just something Prodigy are not comfortable dealing with when they've got that Monty? Because funnily enough, GG are not going to re-pick into it again. They're going to ditch the clash completely, and this lineup actually looks a lot more similar to what we saw in the first 4 rounds, and I can say something similar for Prodigy. We still have that Monty, and I don't exactly know how GG is going to deal with it.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
And it looks like we're going to see the same setup for the 3rd time with the Tuhan and Wet cross the Warden and the Legion respectively. A bit more aggressive though, initially from Wet. And it hasn't quite clicked so far. We'll see if it works out this time around. It looks like maybe they'll bolster things a little bit more over towards Break as well. Brendo on the Azami. Although I think that was a mainstay previously anyway. Yeah. So there's going to be, again, a big onus on Davey playing his role correctly here in trying to unlock that cross, get pressure in towards either Armory or Security, and that will likely be where they spearhead the attack. They could go for something alternative over towards an Archives, maybe try and catch GG off guard, but they found so much success on this particular attacking pattern. I see no reason why they would want to divert too much.
I'm reloading.
I do really like this setup from GG, even though we've seen it before from them. I wonder if Prodigy going to overthink things and start to switch it up, because they've had such success going for these Armory takes with that Monty, and now I'm seeing the Montaigne and East Stairs.
Yeah. They could look to spearhead down the hallway in towards Office or clear Security from this direction as well. It does give them a couple of different options, and it does mean they may avoid Tuhan for the majority of the round, and they can lean again into the heavy smoke play that we've seen from the roster so far. Tuhan's still over towards main wall, so maybe Prodigy can use this as a difference maker. Sage jump out. Traded. But he does get 2. Trippin is on the ground. Probably Resible though.
Yeah, that's definitely worth it there. Oh, big C4 misses. Trippin should be revivable here. Look at this aggression from Fisho, guy. This is GG flicking the switch, and I'm already seeing that from Fisho last round with how aggressively he was playing that clash. Now he's doing so with the cap can. The revive comes off. GG may have put enough of a stop in this push. Dave taken very low. Brendo almost loses his life on that aggressive peak. These keeper barriers might keep him safe for a little bit longer. Tuhan finally takes down Mackenzie, and here we go. This is the aggression we needed to see from GG. They've risen back to life, and Prodigy have looked a little bit silly this round. A 1v4 for Trippin. Already low HP, already been on the ground once. He didn't realize that was a head he saw. Yes, it was. And now he's low HP and taken down by Wetables. The resurrection that they needed, they're back into it, but still 2 rounds behind as we go into the second half.
Yeah, I wonder if Prodigy made that call before the prep phase or during the prep phase. Maybe they saw something they didn't like towards the more default push they were doing previously, but it was a big switch up there over towards top east, and it certainly didn't look convincing. The initial jump out from Sage certainly didn't help them, and a good solo play from him to open up the round from GG. Rest of the team then adjusted accordingly. Everyone pivoted into different positions and locked down that other side of the map over towards East Stairs. So good work from GG to salvage the half. They don't let it unravel too much. But Prodigy will certainly be looking to keep them honest here in the second half. They go in with the lead, and a really good opportunity here to snatch some points.
Yeah, all they need is 2 rounds. 2 rounds gets them points on the board and steals points away from GG as well.
Who have already had 1 OT. W so far this particular stage.
And it was against Supernova, who, by the way, are currently in 6th place on the standings, like barely scraping into playoffs with just 1 point of their own from that game. Prodigy yesterday was 7-1 by Chiefs, and here they are, already up 4-2 against GG. Similar case of what we said about Supernova, right? Like yesterday, they got 4 rounds but lost to Outlaws, didn't get any points away, and yet in Play Day 1, they stole points from GG.
Does a close result here change the complexion of tomorrow in the grudge match against the Chiefs?
Honestly.
Because they've had a very generous fixturing to start off this particular stage, GG. They have had arguably the 3 weakest teams, or at least 3 teams expected to be in the bottom half of the standings.
Well, yeah, they 7-0'd Odium, which is the worst team in the league. And
that was good.
We thought Prodigy was meant to be the 2nd worst team in the league, and yet maybe not. So, yeah, I think this does start to change that conversation around the GG versus Chiefs game, the Oda against his old squad. Oda's team is looking arguably better so far. Of course, they'll be tested today when they play Antic, and if GG drop points here, and then Chiefs beat Antic handily, I think that game tomorrow is looking even juicier.
So we do see the Montang employed here from GG for their first attack. It's Wettables to play the shield this time around. And they'll be heading the attack from this top east stairs position. Workshop defense off the rip here, so a little bit more of a tertiary site typically for teams of this level. And again, I don't mind that from Prodigy. Trying to throw off GG here in the first round of the second half. GG have done a decent job in getting a lot of map control uncontested, but still pressure inside of Armory that needs to be dealt with. Tuhan gathers some good information, and Fisher can look to secondary hard breach this position. And you can just feel, you can sense that pressure encroaching on this defense up above.
There's still no incision made yet. The drones have come in time and time again. More than half of the round has gone by, more than half the drones have gone. Finally, we see GG step their feet into this building, but they fall first.
Below.
Big from Dave from below. Great crossfires, great setups. Prodigy know how to play this. Fisher guy finally finds something, and a second one. He's fired up today. Not usually known for his entries. It's Tuhan who needs to help him out now. Fighting from behind, a player down. GG get close to this site. Tuhan's got to win his fight here, and he does. Big headshot. But meanwhile, he's lost his last teammate, and he doesn't have that diffuser. Exposing his position, Mackenzie needs to be careful, but Bait comes big for the flank. 5 rounds on the board for Prodigy, and they cannot believe their luck. You wouldn't even call it luck. This is pure talent. These guys are here to disrupt the conversation around Gaming Gladiators.
Well, it's been a key part of this meta at the moment. How does the defense deal with either the Monty or the Blitz or both on the board? And the Monty that time around had such a minimal impact. A lot of trades coming through, and in that, Wet did fall. Rest of the team held pretty strong. Fisher was maybe in a potential position to line up 2 for a collab, but it didn't quite land. Meant that they were then at the disadvantage. And despite Tuhan lurking around and finding one on site, Diffuser stranded up above, and then a good flank for the final kill in that particular round. Again, really solid siege from Prodigy, and that's the tertiary ticked off.
Yeah.
So they can now go to arguably the 2 strongest sites typically. And yeah, again, it's just the support play around the shield just wasn't quite there. Fisher was potentially a little bit unlucky again not to get 2, but I think Prodigy being rewarded again for dealing with these threats.
I mean, the Monty is used to winning 1v1s in this current meta, right? Back before the shield rework, Monty didn't always win his knife 1v1s. It was very much a 50-50, depending on how good the opponent was and how good the Monty was. These days, Monty should be winning every melee 1v1. It's just the way that the buffs panned out, he's so much safer. Wettables lost it, and his teammate only came back for a trade. He wasn't able to get that kill before his teammate, the Monty, died. And that's just another red flag for GG. Look at this aggressive spawn peek here for Trippin. This is a very unorthodox one. You don't usually see this angle. Faulty also went for a spawn peek, but he lost his life for it. Is Trippin going to commit now? He does, and he takes down Fish. If there's anybody you want to kill, it's Fisher guy right now. He's the one that breathed some fire back into this game for GG, and now he's off the board.
Yeah, that does weaken GG in the late round. That belt of utility with the Hive launcher very strong, and Fisher's ability to command his team in the late round as well is certainly not something to underestimate. Again, some shot call from the grave, but he will be missed by GG. Shield though still standing. We'll see if Wettables can have a little bit more success this time around on the Monty. Brendo as well, lurking down below. Hasn't been a massive game by Brendo, but That's because his expectations are so high. Could be a threat though here with the Skeleton Key, vert out some key positions and maybe catch somebody off guard. Looks like GG, as is typical here on Border, have some really good drone positionings as well. So a lot of information available to try and activate that play from below.
But need I remind you, it needs to be 5 rounds in a row for GG to secure 3 points. 5 rounds in a row, not a single mistake can be made. They don't have that numbers advantage anymore, thanks to Fish getting spawn peaked, so they've got to make do with what they do have. And that's Tuhan finding Trippin. Big pick for them to find. Still pressure here with the Azami holding on to CCTV. Wettables is getting around it, getting up in his face. There's no one from the defense on that bulletproof camera that would have assisted in spotting the position of Tuhan, who is making his way forward. And now Tuhan is taken all the way deep into break, but Sage has been C4'd. Big one from Davey over the window. He's still been allowed to stay alive here in Archives, and he's allowed to fall back as well. But thankfully, we finally see Brendo come to life from below and put that vertical pressure on. Tui's also got the cross. It's up to just Bake now in a 1v3, and Tui's got him locked on down. GG. Start this trek back towards redemption. There's a hell of a long way to go.
Yeah, Mackenzie found himself in a really rough position there. I think he makes the right call by exiting security and holding his life for the late round, but then did fall to Brendo. And so with that being the case and with security then being free, Tuhan was able to take that ground, had a really nice long cross. The 417, as has been the case for quite some time now, very strong. The DMRs can certainly pack a punch. And by holding that cross, it really did limit the options available to the defense. And Gaming Gladiators find success. Still though, as you were alluding to, needs to be quite the streak of rounds.
Yeah.
Certainly to get a regulation win, never mind push the game to OT.
I think we can all agree that any result other than GG winning this outright is probably a loss in their books. This is Prodigy. They're going up against one of the bottom teams in the league. I think everyone from our talent power rankings had Prodigy in the bottom 2.
And look, I mean, you can be on the cope as much as you want and say it's only best of ones, yada, 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 but I still think...
It's just a red flag. That's such a red flag.
I totally agree. I think a team of this caliber should be going in and be looking better than they have been. It's not even a case of this being a match where, regardless of where it ends now, we, say, we give concessions to GG and say, like, oh, Prodigy got lucky, they cheesed rounds, etc., etc. They got outplayed. Up to this point, they've been outplayed for the majority of this match, which is crazy.
The only yarn I can spin if you really want to get on the GG code is that this is not a map that GG like anymore. Like the last time they played it, they lost it to Space Station at EWC. The time before that, they almost lost it to Antic 8-7 in the EWC quals. That was the old Antic roster, I believe. And so they don't have the most phenomenal recent history. The time before that, it was at Manchester. They lost it to Secret. Once upon a time, this was one of their best maps, but for quite some time now, even in Stage 1, they almost lost it to Odium. They lost points in that game.
I mean, wasn't there stick in Stage 1 that they have a 9-map pool there?
Yeah, exactly right.
So.
And we haven't seen them play Lair yet, so... and their border's not looking great. On the flip side, Prodigy look like this might be one of their best maps, and here comes Faulty, big kill onto Brendo. Another opening kill for Prodigy. They continue to dominate in this early round.
Well, I'm actually having a look across at Brendo's stats. Obviously, the HUD's a little bit buggy at the moment, so I haven't been tracking it. But at least heading into this particular round, I believe, 2-6 for Brendo. 2-6.
Wow.
Insane. He was the equal top-rated player in the league heading into tonight. And unfortunately, he hasn't found much success.
I'm reloading.
We know they can come back from losing opening picks, but they need to find trades. And like I've said, Fisho is the one that has really put the team on his back in these last few rounds. He's found a lot of really impactful kills, and that's a big one onto Faulty. Tuhan as well.
Tuhan's
so dangerous with this DMR.
He's been really good tonight. He's definitely stepped up when the team have asked him to. Mackenzie to fall off, so game plays his life like the last round.
Oh man.
Bake still above.
They really should have had that kill there. GG should know there's another player above, but Tuhan goes down. Where is the communication? Where are the drones? Where are the refrags? Because Baker's allowed to fall back.
That's what I love. This team is not afraid to fall off positions once they sense that they're not in favorable fights. It's something we don't typically see from inexperienced rosters, especially against strong teams. So it's a really nice change up. 3 versus 3, and Fisher's one shot. So just like that, Prodigy have been able to flip this round arguably in their favor. I'm assuming they still have pretty good denial available in the hands of Davey, and Goo Mines are going to be a threat as well.
And yet for Prodigy, it's not fear, it's respect.
Oh, flank option as well.
And now Mackenzie is back up. He's been spotted. Oh, almost catches the timing on that Monty. There's two of them up here. Ooh. Is GG just going to focus up and try and push the site? Fisher guy goes down to the gas, already low HP. And now, desperate from Wettables, Sage has come with him. Made this look perhaps possible, but Prodigy still have fiery positions. They've got crossfires and they've got information on site to try and go for floor banks, to try and go for these retakes. 20 seconds to play. And Sagen is the gun up. He's the one that has to make good on this promise from GG. Mackenzie coming around for it. A lot of damage done, but Sage does not want to overpeak. Here comes Bake to try and deny that plant, but Wettables has secured it. And now he can look for a post as the Monty. Stand up on site, stand tall, and continue this path for GG. Bring it back for them again. Here comes Sagen with another pick. It's just up to Bake now, and he's in a doomed position. Wettables isn't even going to one-shield and try and take this fight. He knows that he doesn't need to take any risks at the moment. This is the level that GG have been pushed to. They are not going to give up an inch because they know it's not worth the risk. And Prodigy, well, they've been good so far, but GG, oh my god. He even finds another kill. That's how good these guys are. GG are going to win the round regardless. But again, it was by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, just GG diff there in the late round. I was having a look across at the information available to both teams. The entire roster that was in the grave for Prodigy was watching teammates, so they had absolutely no additional layer of information available there. And with Sage lurking in towards that workshop position, it made it so difficult to commit to the retake, and we saw that. It was very difficult to try and gang up on that Monty by obviously trying to kill Sage first. On the flip side, the attack with plenty of drones up as well. You can see like one main lobby, there's another one east stairs, etc. So they may have even had a read on Mackenzie that entire time. I'm not entirely sure. Good attempt by Bake, but as you put pretty aptly, GG aren't going to let that round go astray. Wettables literally just stands there. It's all you have to do. Just wriggle a little bit left and right so you don't get shot on the side. And it's a pretty easy round to secure.
I think it is funny though, because I think GG on another day against another team at a different scoreline probably would have had Sage swing and the Monty try and take the fight. Like that's probably the default way most people would play that. But they were so, I don't know if scared is the right word, but they were like, okay, do not screw this up.
Yeah.
No second chances here. Monty is going to sit there and not give him anything. You're not going to peek Sage. You're just going to hold back. I'll tell you if you need to come and help.
Yep.
A little bit of insight into maybe where the GG mental is at right now.
Well, can Prodigy get one more round on the board here and secure overtime? They probably still can't believe that they themselves find themselves in this particular position, but it is a reality. And I'm liking this composition that they're bringing here for round 10. Trap heavy with both the Frost and the Legion on the board. Bandit, an intriguing addition as well. Playing over towards customs at the moment and maybe Trippin using that utility over towards detention if I had to guess. Pulse also available, so Vert play on offer here for the defense. And they do have triple nitro. Wall has been dealt with. So again, not entirely sure where the batteries were actually utilized.
He's been spotted, but I don't think they're going to be able to try and confirm that kill, and he falls back and goes upstairs to look for that re-roam. Yeah, I'm a bit confused as to where those Bandit batteries are as well. At the end of the day, though, Bandit's got a C4 and a good gun, so if you just put those down static somewhere, it maybe slows down a little bit of time. And there you go. So we've got actually only one battery here on the armory wall. Perhaps the other three are on the triple wall of office. Oh, one here on archives. Thank you to the obs team for catching that.
They're playing GeoGuess R6 edition. Guess the wall.
Where are the other two then? Maybe they were on detention and they got cleared.
Yeah, maybe. Not too difficult to nade over the top, and Tuhan did use a frag grenade, so I will make that assumption. Mackenzie on the first was spotted out by that Lion scam, but inside of archives, not immediately pressured. Aggressive peek here for Faulty.
Not a good one. Don't need to overpeak there, man. Half the round's done and we haven't seen an engagement yet. Here comes the Dokkaebi call. I can only assume this means GG are ready to make their move.
Maybe looking to pinch with Wettables through office at the same time.
Oh! There's a big pick for Brendo. The player in archives almost found that aggressive shot. It was Mackenzie here. Trippin's still holding on to his half-wall position. Mackenzie's really feeling that pressure now.
And he got pinged not too long ago either.
I don't think he's going to be able to get out alive, but the question is, can he find a kill before he dies? The flash comes out. GG are not taking any chances. They make sure that they have the util to back it up. Big from Sage. Huge double kill entry. 1 versus 5 now for poor Davey. And he's not going to make it happen. He's spotted by Tuhan. Flawless round for GG. The first one of its kind in this match so far, as they finally bring it back to a tied scoreline. 5-5, we're at breakpoint. Can Prodigy guarantee themselves OT?
Yeah, much better there on the tertiary site from GG. Prodigy succumbed to a lot of pressure. They found themselves in a couple of particular positions defensively where they could not escape. And we have been praising them so far in this match in their ability to pressure and play fall off. They didn't have that available to them that time around. The nitro cells down below were mistimed. They had 3 nitros and none of them, to the best of my knowledge, had impact. That may have been the only way Mackenzie could have survived there, or at least maybe found one of his own, was with a good nitro from down below. It just never landed at the right time. And the rest of the flood there from GG much better. Now again, the asterisk of that being the tertiary site. The primary sites should, and I say that in italics because they lost them both last times, but should be better defensively here for Prodigy. They've also now seen what GG are bringing in terms of those attacks. So they're using this tactical timeout to discuss what they are going to do to counter it. Equally though, GG with an opportunity to quickly have a chat and work out how they themselves are going to approach this breakpoint.
Yeah. I think in terms of mental, in terms of the stress, like GG probably peaked at their worst mental after that 4th round when they took their tactical timeout and still lost it anyway. And now I think maybe they've found a little bit more comfort. They've just built up that momentum, 3 attack rounds in a row. Each one looking more convincing than the last for the most part. Of course, ending on a flawless round just then. Prodigy really need to make good on their own tactical timeout, especially because, as you said, this is back to the primary site, which ironically has been one of the worst bomb sites for both teams, funnily enough. GG also struggled here. They only won it once. But Prodigy, I don't know, man. This is your moment. I think regardless of the outcome, Prodigy will be quite happy with this game, but it will feel like such a missed opportunity if they don't walk away with some points.
Yeah, another overtime win. It's certainly not disastrous again. It's only play day number 3. But it's just not quite the kind of level that certainly we expect from them. And I would hope that they themselves go into every play day expecting regulation wins. I'm sure they do. So we'll see how they go about converting this. Again, asking for 5 rounds in a row, 3 round streak at the moment for GG. These attacks continue to look better and better.
Well, if they come back from a 6-2 down, it would really tell you a lot about what 5-2 down. Would really tell you a lot about what GG are capable of. And a bit of a testament to their mental fortitude. They look pretty collected now, pretty calm. Where is the intended push, though? I haven't quite figured it out yet. Every time Prodigy attacked, it seemed to be quite clear where their spear was going to go for. It looked like they were going to go for Armory pretty much all of these times. For now, I'm actually unsure what GG's intention is. Yeah,
GG have looked far more spread out on attack. Again, probably trying to implement more of a, quote-unquote, international meta. I don't want to say split theory, but that's what it is.
Bad words, split theory.
That's what it is. So we'll see if it's effective.
What? He's just snuck into Archives. He's planting. Minute and a half into the round. A kill as well for GG. Out of nowhere, they somehow have found an extremely favorable post-plant position, but still 4 players up. Big from Tuhan on the cross. And Davey now in an awkward spot. He knows where that Monty is, but he's not going to be able to take that 1 versus 1. And Prodigy are looking quite lost. They really should have had some form of plant denial. Bake is taken out as he tries to go for that counter defuse. Huge round from Sage. He's on that Archives window and he's got the round on lockdown. All up to Davey. And finally, GG march their way forward. We see a little bit of energy from them, a little bit of something from Wetables. It took a long time for them to wake up, but they're here to play and they found match point.
I think I saw Fisho pointing to his head there in the post-round cam, if I'm not mistaken. Probably saying, Well, we've just outbrained them in that one. We have the privilege of all the outlines, and it was difficult for us to construct exactly what they were going for. And Prodigy certainly, Prodigy had absolutely no clue.
You know what's funny is on some of the previous defenses, Prodigy had like players down below, ready to deny plant, ready to crossfire, ready to deny entry. I think Prodigy are maybe starting to get in their own heads a little bit, because how do you let a Monty walk in and plant archives without even knowing about it?
Yeah. A far cry from the kind of siege we saw in the first half from them, which was them accounting for a lot of variables in those particular rounds on the attack, but defensively maybe just not having the best of reads. So now the pressure is on. It's crunch time now for Prodigy. Gaming Gladiators at least now securing overtime, looking to walk away with all 3 points after a very intriguing start to this match.
Guaranteed after this game that GG will be at the top of the standings, at least for now. Of course, we've got 3 more games to play tonight, and they could be overtaken again. But a 3-point win, that's exactly what they're gunning for. And man, if GG can come back from losing the first 4 rounds in a row against Prodigy, and then their first attack as well, that would be a really good sign. We talked about red flags. A green flag is, what was that wise saying? It's not about never failing, it's about how you bounce back or something like that. I don't know. There's something poetic in there, something Ted Lasso-esque that GG could probably say after this game if they can win this in regulation.
Entry conversion has been critical in this match. Only 2 rounds so far. Has the entry not been converted into a round win. So that bodes really well for Gaming Gladiators. Round number 1, round number 9. The only 2 where winning the entry duel did not equate to a round win. So we'll see how GG now look to compound off that.
And a second one. Fisher guy is springing into it. He's into break room looking like he's pushing deep. Another big pick as Bake was pinched out from the Monty, pushing him at East Stairs, and the player down below of Brendo. GG have gone back to basics, and they're looking so good doing it. All up to Dave and Trippin to try and prevent this from being a peter out. A 1v5 for Prodigy's captain, and he's caught in the crossfire. The game is done and dusted. To close the match with a flawless round is exactly what the GG fans have been looking for. That cheeky smile on Fisho's face. He knew that they were in hot water, but he learned how to swim.
Well, that was a game of siege, I'll tell you that much. Prodigy, phenomenal first half, but then just couldn't quite wrangle control back of the match in that second half. And for me, the big difference maker who really stepped up after a really slow start was Brendo. He played really, really well in that second half after, just struggling to get into the match. So good work from him. The rest of the squad stood up. Tuhan had a phenomenal performance as well. And GG with 3 points on the standings will be, quite pleased.
Very pleased, but still not quite the tale that we expected out of this game. We thought it was going to be a stomp in favor of GG. They ended up running it back in the second half, but it was much closer than we expected, and I'm sure that the guys on the desk will have more to say about it.
Believe me, there is a fair bit that we can talk about this matchup. It was a very, very close one, and Dev, to double down on your quote there, Sylvester Stallone, a great of the world. It's not about how many times you get knocked down. What is it, Jake?
It's about how you get back up.
It's about how many times you get back up and keep fighting. This is Motivational Tuesday here on the Oast League. But Vinny, it does just go to show that, realistically right now, there is no team that is untouchable.
No. And we saw Prodigy on their first game day, 7-1. I think it was Odium on that map.
Yep.
And it came down very much to the blitz in that time. GG came into that with an obvious game plan of banning out the blitz, but then Monty's still on the board.
Yep.
And Davey put it to great use. I mean, they had so much pressure on their attacks, and I think Gaming Gladiators didn't adapt quick enough to the Monty. Obviously, they brought it every single round. It looked like, I think when it really flipped was when they brought the Clash, and it was like almost a direct counter to the Monty. They tried Legion, they tried a few different things, but once the Clash came out, then it looked like they could sort of control the pace of those attacks.
Xenox, 2 games out of 3 for Gaming Gladiators where they go down 3-0 in the first, 3 rounds, I should just say. Concerning signs?
Nah, not really. I mean, if you want to be pessimistic, sure, you can find elements of concern. But I think when you kind of look at even historically for this team, going all the way back, and a great reference is always when you guys on Kelton's Knights took them down to open up one of the stages. Of course, they were in their boot camp and all of those issues. But it really does go to show they're human. Even if we go back to stage 1 this year, they started to drop some maps.
Yeah.
And teams started to get a lot closer to them. I think it's just better for the region in general that these guys are not infallible.
Yep.
But I think what stands out for me is you're 5-2 down. It's not looking great. You had an early attack timeout, didn't really work out. You still bring it back and you win the next 5 rounds in a row. I mean, I know that we have high expectations for this roster, and so sometimes that does kind of limit like the excitement when they bring it back. Yep. We would have been absolutely off our chairs if it was the opposite and GG were up 5-2 and then Prodigy win at 7-5, right? So you've got to give them the respects. I thought Tuhan was sensational. Absolutely has been their best player so far this stage. I don't think anyone can debate that.
Yep.
I thought... I'm sorry, but like Brendo has got to pull a finger out. He's having a rough stage. Started to bring it back a little towards the end of that game, but he's got so much potential. Call him the young goat for a reason. Go back to last stage, was regarded as best player in the region. Need to find that level again.
Sure.
I thought Fisher had some okay moments first half, a little over peaking at times, peaking things he doesn't need to, but overall he's always calm, composed, really good anchor in that game. So look, there's levels that these guys can go to, and that's scary to me, that they can play so much better and they're still finding ways to get wins.
Yeah, look, rock solid. I think, as a team performance, look, again, you can go down, but it's about how you bounce back. That is the conversation of Gaming Gladiators this stage. But it is time for us to welcome in a very special guest. We've got Titan joining us for the very first time on the OS League and in the OS region as a whole. Titan, my friend. Now, look, we've obviously spoken prior to this, so we've prepped some stuff, right? We're not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but before we actually get to the most pressing question that we've asked throughout the entire opening 2 play days. A very close game against Prodigy. Now, this is the second time we've seen Gaming Gladiators go down 3-0 and a tactical timeout be called straight away. So I want to get your thoughts as a coach. We're not used to seeing Gaming Gladiators in these positions, but we're also not used to seeing them have to fight back, which they've done successfully in both of their games. So how can you give me some, insight into the communication and how the team dynamics coming together?
Yeah, of course. I mean, to start off with, let's say about the slow starts, right? I think it's natural to happen when you have, obviously, new player in the team. I think a lot of people will sort of take it as, this is kind of like a continuation of the old roster and stuff like that. It isn't, if we're perfectly honest. I mean, I think you can see it with the rolling a little bit with the team. There are things that are different. You can almost take this as like a separate case of this is a brand new team in a sense. Yes, the guys have their legacy, but realistically, there should be less sort of like, they're going to carry on where they are because we're having to rebuild where we are. My philosophy of playing is very different to how the guys had before. And in terms of like the timeouts and things like that, it's obviously just as I see things in terms of adjustments. For play day 1, I think I called it 0-2. We then ended up winning only one of the 3 rounds afterwards, but we had 2 4v2s after that. So it should have been the better scenario here. Here today, again, I think it was 0-3 down. I call it, we get to a last 10-second execute with the 2v2. We lose it there, we fumble it, and then we win the next 2 rounds. So even though there's sort of like that critique of is it working, is it not? The answer is there is a knock-on effect a little bit for how the game then progresses from there.
So obviously one of the biggest discussion points coming into this stage and the question that we continue to pose is around the move with Oda. Now, there's been 2 major roster moves. There's been 2 major changes to this organization, which we'll talk about in greater detail. But obviously, Oda stepping back onto the bench and having Tuhan replace him is a very substantial move. Can you give us any insight into kind of what led to that?
Look, I know that people want an answer and that people would love for me to sit here and give a detailed breakdown. I've got my boys currently to give a political line, which is that of, there will be nothing said. I'm going to be a bit boring. There will be nothing said. But I promise that at the end of the stage, once we're cleared with everything will come clear and that everybody will understand why decisions were made and why in the end, Gaming Gladiators, we chose to pick up Tuhan and we made this roster change.
Yep, wonderful. Well, then we'll wait for that time. I'll wait eagerly, I can tell you that much. I'll be sitting here like a dog wagging its tail. Look, obviously the other big change that's happened over the break from stage 1 to stage 2 is your inclusion with the roster, which has been, I would say, the biggest move in terms of management, coaching staff that we've ever had in Oceania. And you've obviously brought in a wealth of experience. I kind of want to know how you found the transition, because this is obviously a completely different region to what you've worked in previously.
Yeah, no, it is very different, that's for sure. I'll be honest, I think I actually had my eyes set on this team, to be honest, from the very first major they qualified for, when back in Copenhagen. I remember sitting down, having a beer with Mitch in the bar in Copenhagen one late night. He sort of I remember giving him some pointers on how like Bliss could grow a little bit as a team, and I remember the very next stage and sort of seeing their progression from that and how they took the small pieces of advice I gave them, and it kind of instantly made something clicked in me. And it's just like, if the guys are willing to sort of sit over, like one drink kind of like in for an hour, take on what I've given them, and then try to implement that, it's something that really sort of resonated with me, and it's something some team that I've been sort of studying very carefully. There's specific teams in the world when I was the analyst for G2 I'd sort of focus on, I'd see how they would grow, and I think this is one of the ones that definitely showed that their potential where they could be is higher than what they currently are, and sort of the idea is to push the ceiling further and further and further, and hopefully one day do what OSA's never done before, which is win a title. That's why I'm here, and also to bring the region up in itself as well. Hopefully be one of the only, like the other APAC region that gets the 2 spots in a sense. That would be the ideal scenario. I'm not just here for us and sort of my own titles or the guys' titles. I'm here for everybody, right? I want Australia and I want OS in general to succeed. So I think that's one of sort of the big differences a little bit. I think Fabian has been quoted to say like building a nation kind of save a little bit in Football Manager terms with Korea. I'm kind of the same here. It's sort of the way that I look at it. I think thankfully Australia is kind of getting to a stage where it's similar to Korea. We have 3-4 really strong teams now who can definitely compete. And I generally think you look at the teams like the Antics, like your Chiefs, you take them to a major, they will take maps off of the international teams, which is a sign that OS in itself is going in a great direction in terms of like how everything works and every day works. It's a little bit different. I think the concept of philosophies and play styles that teams have here is very different to what I'm used to. A lot of teams usually back in sort of like Europe when I was playing there would kind of like operate on a case of, they have their identity, their philosophy, that's how they want to play. Here in Australia, obviously teams play a little bit more kind of loose, a bit more hybrid. The idea, I think it is sort of obviously for the smaller teams to punch against the big boys and you fight for against the big boys. Whereas I think that's like a slight change that you constantly have to therefore be reactive and adaptive as a team. And, to be polite, sometimes bad teams get rounds. When you play Monty and you've used good operators like that, obviously you can go 0-3, 0-4, like or 4-0 up, and you're then left on the back foot and you'll go, oh Jesus wept, But realistically, I think that's where again the development for this team is going to have to be pushing. I mean, I think one of the points was obviously like this team needs to keep pushing and breaking its ceiling right now in terms of where it is, in terms of both domestically and internationally. I know domestically people basically want to see us win 7-0 every single play day, every single week, and the expectation is to, and it's natural, right? I mean, coming from G2, the expectation was that you win every single game, and if you don't, then it's a massive sort of inquiry, and I'm not sort of alien to that. So for me, it's kind of like a water off a duck's back in a sense, but the truth is you kind of take it one game at a time. And the reality is in OS, there is no free win. I think people will sort of expect that, why do you not 7-0 Prodigy when Chiefs win 7-1 like yesterday? Different map, different conditions, simple. Odium 7-0 on Monday, why can you not replicate that kind of performance? Again, different map, different opposition, different style of play the team is playing. And I think every play day, what's nice is the fact that you do see teams constantly playing their own way, and overall OS just wants to keep growing, which is brilliant.
Well, it's nice that we're going to have you a part of that growth as well, and that you've got your eyes set on bigger things for the entire region. And the comments, I guess, of any team is competitive. That is important because obviously at this rate, we are now on the back of probably 5-6 years of really trying to build a proper ecosystem. So things are starting to look up. But one thing that you've mentioned a little bit is kind of like the changes that have been made. Obviously, 2Hunt, that's a big change. But you've mentioned about the roles changing, and obviously some of the dynamics are shaping a little bit differently to what we've seen in the past 4 gaming gladiators. X-Bliss. So my question to you is, what are the focuses that you've really identified coming into Stage 2? Because it is a completely different roster to what we've seen and the dynamic in which it plays out.
I think it's one that has to be more adaptable and more dynamic when playing. I think that's something that was very noticeable to me and evident. I think even the guys, like the old 5 and current 5, right? Something that everybody knows. I think it's a kind of a open secret in a sense that the guys were a little bit sort of rigid in the way that they would work things. Yes, they had their answers and solutions, but it did leave them vulnerable to certain teams at times. So that's one of the biggest points. Along with sort of growing, I think one of the biggest things for me was just the concept of understanding fundamentals. It might sound weird, and you kind of sit there and go, well, your best team in the region, surely their fundamentals are great. The fundamentals are good. They're solid, right? And they establish themselves as a basis of being a top 8 team in the world, because of that.
Yep.
The difference is when you grow in a region like in APAC, I remember it being the same when I worked in APAC South with the old GG roster from Indonesia.
Yep.
You kind of understood how the guys built their fundamentals, how they built that everyday vision of the game. And you could then see that difference, for example, when you play an NA team, an EU team, or a Brazilian team, where I think it's just the player base, the dynamics of what it is, and even just sort of the years of experience that the industry has, obviously. I mean, if I take an example, is like for us here in OS, your practice quality every day is a coin flip, if I'm being perfectly honest, because if you to play an OS team is rare and it's difficult because obviously everybody plays everybody in the league and there's only a small number of teams. You don't have an established tier 2 scene.
Yep.
So you then have to go play abroad with the other APAC teams from South Korea, from Japan, eat seas occasionally here and there, and you're scrimming on 100, 130 ping. No other region in the world has this problem, not even the other APAC teams themselves.
Yep.
And you therefore put yourself in such a deficit in terms of how you can prepare for games, not just internationally, but also domestically. You have to choose, do I want to scrim PSG Talon, Fear X, Elevate, Bleed, the very best in the region, but play it on bad conditions? Or do I accept that, okay, we have to play our rivals, who we then need to play, in the group stages, in playoffs, and give information that, and you have to do a trade-off, and it's something that no other region has to deal with. In Europe, for example, you have a fully established tier 2 system and a few tier 3 teams that you can be happy with. And if you don't want to touch a European team, no problem, you've got MENA right on the doorstep. North America has the same thing. Tier 2, tier 3, Mexico, Brazil has the same. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and they even have South America in itself. It sounds horrible, and it's something that's almost like, it's not here to sit here and go, oh, woe, OS, but you guys do have it the hardest, and it's something that I've had to learn to sort of adjust with my practice schedules, right? And it's something that needs to build. In terms of then going back to the very first question, so I don't go off a tangent too far, how the changes with the guys.
Yeah.
The guys, I think, played a system where it was like one guy called everything, right? Or the idea was everything was on paper and everything was sorted. Without going into too much detail, you basically have 5 IGLs now in the team. So everybody shot calls and everybody's calling, which I think, I heard Xenox say a little bit on the desk just now about Brendan needing to step up a little bit. Brendan is actually one of our biggest callers for our attacking half. So when you see things going superbly, he's actually really helping contribute in the mid-round in terms of going, guys, here's a guy here, we can do this, we can find a gap here, we can be able to exploit this, we should flip into this take. And I think it's something that people will never have seen for Brendan, and it's massive improvement for him, and it's a huge piece of growth, and it's something hard to adjust to. I mean, look at play day 1. He was still doing it, and he dropped nearly 20 kills, I think it was, or something like that. Whereas, obviously, today's play day, he was a bit slower, but he was still calling amazingly, and that's what people don't see behind the scenes. It's the same thing with Tuhan coming into the team. He can help call a lot more, and he can do things like that. And then if we look at somebody like Fisher guy, for example, the stage has put up much more consistent numbers, I think, than what OS is used to seeing from him. Fish has a bit more leeway now and a bit more freedom to be able to play himself. And the benefit of that, obviously, is Fish gets to then actually look for opportunities more and actually use his experience and the wealth of knowledge that he has in the server and in the rounds to be able to benefit. And he can then help along with people like Wedables, who, to be fair, never shuts up, to be honest, is the politically polite way to put it. He's a waffler and a half, is that kid. But, everybody else then can also help. And it's the same thing with Mitch, who I think hasn't done too much calling in the last couple of years, but now he's, again, being one of the more vocal players and a guy that takes a big macro vision on the game. So, again, as I say, big 5 IGLs kind of idea.
Yeah, it's obviously changed quite dramatically from what we're used to. But, look, that's all we have time for. Titan, would you like to say anything else before we let you go?
Thank you very much to everybody that supports us and the entirety of the OS region that does want us to win. I know some of you don't, but and also thank you to all the GG fans as well that are out there. And hopefully we'll put on a good game later on tomorrow and also enjoy the rest of the game today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Titan. We'll speak to you very soon, mate.
Cheers, guys.
All right, so we've got a very in-depth. I didn't expect to get that much information, I'll be honest. That was a very in-depth conversation, Vinny. I don't know how much of that you caught, but it sounds like things are shaping up quite nicely. I would love to get your opinion on the interview. I don't want Jake's opinion on the interview, so we're going to go to a break. On the other side, Game 2.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back.
Welcome back from the break. If you are just joining us, you have missed out on the interview of a lifetime, so go back and rewatch that one. Titan's given us a lot to ponder, a lot to think about heading into the rest of the play days. It's context that is well needed, there's no doubt about it. We wanted so much out of, kind of the conversation. For those that, don't want to go back and watch it, really the biggest TLDR is that they're not going to talk about the move at all. The roster move is not going to be talked about until the end of the stage, which is really, that's what we were pressing for this whole time, Dev. We wanted a statement on why they won't say it, and then what's going on in the background. So we kind of got
we still don't have.
We don't have it, but at least it's closure. I get closure now. I can hug like a big woolly blanket and feel comfortable.
I'd love to see that.
I don't think you would.
No,
I don't think you would.
I would, and mostly I'm just going to hold Titan to that. Like when it comes to the end of the stage, we are going to ask the question again because we all want to know what's the go with this roster change. Of course, we did see GG kind of redeem themselves after that 0-4 down. I also noticed that Titan in that interview did say, occasionally the bad teams will get round. Some of them will go 4 up. And I'm like, mate, you can't call Prodigy a bad team after they almost beat you.
Yeah, 5-2 is where they were at. That was the advantage.
I digress. Of course, the conversation centers around Oda, and he's up next.
He is. Fortunately enough, it's a great segue. Let's start talking about this next matchup because this also has the potential to be incredibly close. Now, unfortunately for us, Antic have not started out in the greatest fashion. They are currently 1-1, win and loss. So I'm not sure what to expect, but I feel like we're starting to get a good grounded Chiefs roster at the moment, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so as well. Obviously yesterday, I don't know if that Chalet match against Prodigy was the greatest reflection of the match as a whole. Obviously we saw Prodigy doing very well on their defenses to get opening picks and unable to convert it, but I think that just shows the experience of this Chiefs roster. Even when they're at a disadvantage, they have the level heads to really bring those rounds back into contest for themselves.
They have some of the most experienced Wildcard, Fnatic, Chiefs, Bliss, you literally at Knights. They've got so much experience on this roster, but a team that currently doesn't have a lot of experience but made a lot of waves in the last 2 stages. It's Antic Esports. They have not hit the mark, and there's just like, we're not going to sugarcoat this, Dev. They have not been the roster that we thought they were going to be coming into this stage, but with the caveat of yesterday was a 7-0.
Yeah, in their favour, of course, as well. They took out Circular Spheres, but yeah, we do have that disappointing first result where they lost to Outlast in their opening play day. But I think that we just had really high expectations for this roster after Stage 1. We never expected them to be the runners-up in Stage 1, yet they were. They proved everybody wrong. They overtook the old Antic roster when these guys were known as Man LFO. They overtook the other competition. Yeah, it's confusing. And now they've got themselves an org again. It's been a long time since these guys had an org, and I think that Antic, is probably going to be supporting them, just as well or better than Mammoth did back in the day. So this is a big chance for them to prove that they are capable of fighting with the big names in the region. And of course, back in Stage 1, they did actually give Bliss at the time, the now GG roster, a decent fight as well. The only thing that does concern me a little bit, as you said, bit out of form with that game against Outlast, but also we actually saw Antic and Chiefs play each other back when they were Man Esports and Ludovica in the Oceanic Rivals that you casted, Vinny, and it was at 2-0 for Chiefs.
Yeah, it's not. That's a very damning stat. That's a very scary stat as we go to the vetoes and start to break this one down a little bit more in depth. Vinny, how much emphasis are you putting on the map pick?
Yeah, I think a lot, actually. I think that both these teams are very sort of evenly matched. I think Chiefs definitely have like a little bit of the upper hand. We're going back to border again.
Wow.
2 borders in a row. And we definitely see Chiefs there on the defense first. Obviously, we saw in that GG game that actually spelled disaster for them. I think they were 5-1 down at the end of the half. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to see a bit of a different approach from Chiefs. And I actually think they're probably more well-equipped than GG to...
Well, that was... I'm not even going to read that.
It was, for those of you who don't get the meme, I don't know. Scroll back the Twitch chat, and if you know, I guess.
You know.
So for me, Border, this is one of Antic's favorite maps, and Chiefs are not the biggest fan, but they have played it a couple of times, and funnily enough, the last time both of these teams played it was actually against each other, and it was in that 2-0 in the Rivals that we talked about. It was a close one. It was a 7-5 in favor of Chiefs at the time. So I think that Chiefs will probably be lightly favored in this matchup, but at the end of the day, Antic had the choice between this and Chalet. Both maps that Chiefs would have been happy to play. Of course, 7-1 over Prodigy yesterday for Chiefs on Chalet. But I think at the end of the day, it's Antic who got to make the decision. That tells us that they've prepped for this map. And often there's a trend that we see, right? You lose on a map against a team. You're like, hey, we know what we did wrong. We can prep that. And that's exactly what Antic will be going for here. We lost this to Chiefs a couple of weeks ago. Time to fix those mistakes and go back and beat them on it.
Yeah. Big changes have been made since then. That is for damn sure. Who will it favour? That's really the big question. I don't know how to intro these two. I think I'm sick of it. Let's just go to the game.
One time, Rob, all you've got to do is just be like, it's Jake and Guz, and that's it. And maybe you could mention from Jake and Guz's show on YouTube if you want. I didn't plug it yesterday, so I had to get it in straight away in the first
Honestly,
sentence.
With those hosting skills, I just don't ever see Rob J. Monday working another international event.
Not happening. No. Not anytime soon. Maybe next year. Yeah. To border we go, though, back to back, as we didn't get enough of it in the opening match of the day. Well, it turned out to be a pretty exciting one. Guys, I was watching it on the couch with Vinny, and he couldn't believe a lot of the stuff he was seeing, and neither could I. In the end, shield play was, again, just so prevalent, we aren't surprised anymore. And I imagine coming into this game as well, Chiefs and Antic, surely we see some like Montang bans and further Blitz bans, for example. The social media vote, by the way, 85% of 15, I don't think that's quite fair for Antic. I give them a pretty decent chance in this matchup if they play to their best ability.
What kind of number are you putting on it, Jake? Put your money where your mouth is.
No, I'd say like a 60-30.
60-30.
With 10%
Well, that equals 90. So where's the other 10?
10% being the server just blows up and we have to cancel the game.
You never know.
Oh, right, let's go. 15 minutes late is crazy, says Chef Jeff.
Yeah, that was a very long interview. I had an opportunity. I didn't mind it. I had an opportunity to get my chicken parma down and I didn't have to rush, so that was all right. What were your thoughts on the tight-end interview, to put a bow on it?
Said a lot without really saying much is probably the best way.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I would go with it. Yeah.
No bullshit here on the OS broadcast.
No. Oh, Ying ban actually from Antic. I was half expecting the Blitz ban, as I kind of mentioned. Montang does get taken out by Chiefs, not wanting to mess around with that. I do wonder if we see the Clash ban. Was quite big in the last match where we did see the Clash get brought out by Game and Gladiators towards that second half to try and change things up, battle with that Montang. But I guess with the Montang being banned out, that might not be the case. Taking a while here, actually, Antic, to talk this one over, and it will be the mirror.
Yeah, we saw Valkyrie as the secondary defensive ban in that prior match. We'll see if it's Valkyrie again. No, Vigil. Okay. So target ban there on to Antic, who have been leaning in, I believe, into the Vigil a little bit. I will say Border is probably not the greatest map for the Vigil.
Really?
Because it's quite, it's easier than most maps to kind of corner defensive roamers, but maybe they don't want to take any second chances with info gathering. You got
the
yeah.
Armory and Archives to begin. So you're going Chiefs. 60-40, 65-35.
Definitely not 60-30.
10% chance this server's just...
The server's not going to blow up.
I hope not.
Attackers locate and defuse bomb.
It could. It is Siege after all. These things happen sometimes. Antic continued the attack. Previous border that we just had, of course, quite attacker-sided map. Are we expecting it to follow suit here?
Maybe. I think the Monty did facilitate a lot of the attacking success that we did see in that prior game. No Monty here, but the Blitz is available and could be exchanged out. I think in terms of raw info gathering ability and safety, the Monty excels in that more so than the Blitz, who's very much more in the face, aggress, front line, fragging to some extent as well in this sort of meta. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. No Blitz here for the first round though. And so we'll see if that perhaps evens things out a little bit.
Well, Chiefs yesterday were able to take down Prodigy 7-1. They did lose the opening round, then subsequently won 7 in a row. I will say, I mean, I agree with different map, different kind of teams, and completely different day. I don't really... I've never been one that's like, oh, well, Chiefs won 7-1. Why couldn't you guys either better that or match that or have a similar result? Oh, that was almost a straight headshot to open things up. Lunchbox getting so aggressive towards E, straight through the Sawyer gate. Does lose his life to player. Had our wonderful observer, Alex McCullum, Mr. Sky himself, ask who my favorite player in the lobby was for this matchup, and I said Lunchbox. And he's done me dirty to begin on the Ash. Might have to take that license away from him with the way he just ran straight into E stairs. The Sawyer gate or not, he made his entry, but Chiefs get the opening kill.
Yeah, player took a big hit of damage, but critically survives, and those goos can continue to regen. Wow, he still gets that kill.
Yeah, wow.
So player gets away with 2 freebies to an extent.
Take that.
Probably shouldn't have won either fight.
Chef Jeff going to fall as well. Not the start that Antic would have liked here on the attack. Really struggling to even just get inside of the map.
Yeah, a bit sloppy to kick things off.
I can slow it down a little bit. I mean, I think the pacing in that round there from Antic was maybe a little bit overzealous. Set early on by Lunchbox. Scars. Had a good day yesterday, Scars. Hunter as well. It's a formidable roster that you would hope really kind of rounds out a proverbial sort of top 4 when you look at Gaming Gladiators, Chiefs, Antic, and of course Outlast now, who have really risen to the occasion this stage early on. And Scars going through the motion here in the opening round of this match, but Chiefs really should not be throwing a 4v1 from this kind of position when Scars still outside on the balcony, has no map control, no knowledge, no information. If anything, now information for Chiefs that he has made his entry, making his way towards East Stairs. Does have a little bit of yellow ping information towards security. That is all, though.
If you had to guess, who do you think the highest rated player for Antic is heading into the night?
Oh, that's a good question, because I feel like you could say Scars or Hunter.
That's a bit nasty.
And I feel like you could also say it's neither of them, but I'll take it and say Hunter.
You are correct. 120 EPS. 7th highest in OS.
Only 7th highest, wow. How many, let me have a look actually.
Wait. I don't want to spoil my next question. Who do you think highest rated is for Chiefs heading into the night?
As we get the technical pause, probably the best time to answer this going into the second round. For Chiefs coming into
highest
tonight.
rated player.
Is it Quiz?
Indeed it is.
Oh!
And where do you think he's ranked in the league?
4th.
3rd.
Oh, close.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yesterday he popped off. Yeah, Quiz was great yesterday.
Well, I guess technically he's 2nd because Brendo and Tuhan were equal 1st, but
okay, right. Yeah.
For the sake of
usually
ranking,
you would technically rank that 2nd, but yeah. Let's watch this back again. Lovely little headshot from Scars, who was watching that bullet hole for quite a while. Tech pause into the second round. James left his water bottle, by the way. It's a Frank Green.
It's a what?
It's a Frank Green. You don't know Frank Green water bottle? Yeah, very good. Very good.
Are you actually being serious?
I'm being serious.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Oh, okay. Now you have.
Fair enough.
Not much to talk about in that opening round, though, when Lunchbox just kind of sent himself into some lasers. Laser gate stairs. I would assume EUL's on later tonight, morning, hours from now.
Probably.
Yep. As always, the pre-drinks with the Oceania League.
Pretty sure it finished at about 8 a.m.
Yeah,
time.
they had some delays yesterday, I saw.
I blame James. Oh, the Clash of Clans is back.
Okay.
That is a nice cock.
I don't understand. You say that now, but yesterday you cringed when I misspoke ACOG's name and said ACOG. And now you can just be like, that's a nice...
Because that actually was a COC.
Like a COC,
yeah.
right.
Come on, you got to know these things.
I've never played Clash of Clans. Never.
Really?
Never.
I don't think I've touched it in years.
I wonder
what Town Hall he is. I didn't see.
Also, I thought that was a bulletproof vest that was hanging behind him as well.
Who?
Lunchbox.
No.
It's just a vest. I'm actually not too privy as to what this tech pause is about, but I think it is on the side of Antic from what we saw in chat, Chef Jeff. I think it is an FPS bug.
It's remarkable, right? When you get an FPS bug, you can actually leave once the round ends. I didn't know that after yesterday. It's a revelation.
Oh, well, I guess
it's just a puffer.
Yeah, no, it's just a puffer.
Just a North Face. Typical Melbourne kit. I don't know if Lunchbox is from Melbourne, but would be very on brand.
It looks like his school shirt next to it, like in the white shirt next to it. He looks very young. Can we get an age check on Lunchbox? Is he over 18?
Well, we do have a couple of 06 players in the league now, which is remarkable.
I had production confirm it to me. I am joking for what it's worth. These guys, of course, are all over age.
Attackers need to locate and
It's just more so referencing his youthful looks. James has already spoken at length about the 2006s.
Crazy.
Into the game we go, though.
Wait, what year were you born again, Jake?
1993.
1973. Wow. You are old.
It feels like it.
when you go for your 2K jogs, you feel like a 50-year-old?
What's the meme? It's like when you say 19-something and then the other person's like, 19? What? Ancient fossil.
Oh boy.
Into the second round.
I think it's going to be one of those games.
I don't know.
We're early on, but...
To be fair, the first round is a 1v4 after Lunchbox sent it into a Sawyer gate. Nothing else to really go on about there. And then we have a tech pause. I think this game has got potential. I genuinely believe that. I think that Anti can play well enough here to compete against Chiefs. I really hope that ends up being the case. I'd be quite disappointed if this ends up being rather one-sided. I'm not expecting it to be. Fortunately, FPS bug has been solved and we can get back underway. A couple of early frag grenades thrown out by Jay Kenner. Maybe just wanting to test whether or not Chiefs will play off of that pressure early on by Antic. This time around, Lunchbox a little bit more sensible in his approach with wanting to make entry on the Ash.
I wonder what the approach is going to be here from Antic. Double stack outside detention. Bit of pressure up above as well. Who's going to be the player or players to spearhead this push with the lack of shield on the board? Leaning heavily into the lurk, it would appear, with Box also in vent as well. Maybe they will prioritize a horizontal push here through the likes of Workshop and Customs.
I feel like you want to get some pressure vert eventually, get top floor, clear it out, and get a really good pinch on border coming in from Armory Archives. And then maybe with an east side push as well. Scars, well, he does actually come in through that hallway. Oda pops up, though, from Office and gets the headshot. Easy kill. Wants to maybe swing out for more, expecting one to be on the balcony, maybe wanting to rotate into this position. Lunchbox does get one on Takara, though. Evens things up, and he's in Workshop. Good position here. Again, there's that horizontal pressure. Chef Jeff, though, down over towards Passport. Tex out in the middle of waiting. This is a dangerous position. Very aggressive from Tex. Certainly could have just got that downfall and off, played off the intel, but I think he just really wanted that kill, and in the end, it does cost the Chiefs.
Yeah, this match feeling far more gunplay heavy in the early stages compared to our previous matchup. A lot of isolated fights around the map, and that can sometimes be the case. On border, Oda left all alone, a 1 versus 3, and Antic able to clear horizontally for the round.
Yeah, good round from Antic. A little bit slower in the approach, right? Talk about the different dynamics from the opening round to that second round. Opening round, it's like just go straight in, bang, literally head through a wall, in that case lasers. But now second round, slowed down. little bit more of the drone work, try and find some information. We'll go horizontal. We'll take a couple of these gunfights. It was, of course, an intriguing battle hallway up above and towards office. Oda gets one, maybe expecting more to follow suit, but all the pressure was down below. And in the end, we saw when Tex was in waiting, there's like 3 players in his vicinity. He's by himself. So how has that happened on the defense when you find yourself on an island like that early into the round? I think that's where it comes down to the positioning. Just got a little bit aggressive there, wanted to confirm that kill onto Chef Jeff. That led to his downfall. Suddenly it opens things up. You've got waiting control, you've got workshop control, you've got all this control. First floor, where are the Chiefs? Where are they? They're on site and they're up above. So they just can't really answer this aggression from Antic. Really good second round from Antic. All tied up, 1-1. See the Tubarão being chosen by Cairo this time, and on the Oryx is player.
10 seconds left.
I didn't see the original comment actually as to the big ups there.
5 seconds remaining.
Antic do love a good chat.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I think Antic quickly becoming one of my favorite teams.
Why so?
They don't shy away from the banter. They do it respectfully a lot of the times. And they're actually not a bad team either. So they're kind of like the whole package. Like Gaming Gladiators are boring. When was the last time you saw shit talk from someone in chat from Gaming Gladiators? Never.
Professional.
Not professional. Boring.
Sometimes boring gets the job done.
I mean, Chiefs, to be fair, you know, overstepped the mark somewhat yesterday. So
yeah, trending on Reddit, I saw.
Yeah,
Oastcaster blasts player for leaving the lobby early or something to that effect.
You're lucky it wasn't the other one.
You didn't even get called out by name.
It was Guz and Xenox.
Yeah, that one got deleted.
That one got deleted.
Yeah. I got bundled into that. I was an innocent bystander. So round 3 we go then. Quiz off to another good start already, I believe 3-1. Capcan in play for this defense. And so Antic will need to progress carefully. Now pinging out that utility, so it shouldn't catch them off guard. Entry for Lunchbox and Double Salma on the bathroom hatch. Not being particularly heavily contested by Chiefs, despite the Tubarão being up and available. Don't know exactly where they intended on using those Zoto canisters, but Quiz does find the first pick. The Nitro does not land. However, damage already done here by the defense.
Man, Quiz is having such a good stage. He's been great to watch. Kind of just feels like he's doing his thing, and you know, maybe a player that I thought would maybe be lost to this region a couple of months ago and wouldn't quite, you know, when he joined that Knights roster all the while back, it felt like maybe a step too soon, too quick to that kind of roster, and he couldn't quite maybe live up to expectations as Chiefs take a commanding advantage here in this third round with only 60 seconds remaining. A double on the exterior as well still for Antics, and they've lost a lot of that map control. And Quiz getting that kill really has ignited the round 4 Chiefs, looking to bounce back from that round 2 loss. Chef Jeff still above over towards Armory. Will be quite difficult from here. I do wonder, player on the Oryx still in towers. Does he get on the move late here on the Oryx? Surely this plant isn't going to be allowed. Well, it is.
Okay.
Here is everyone. Hello, guys. No time to sleep on the job. They've allowed the plant. Suddenly the round is a little bit more winnable, especially as Tax is making his way back to site. He loses his life straight away. Good shot, Quiz. Do they find Chef Jeff up above though? Skeleton key in hand. They drop. Still play from above here. Scars outside on the exterior. Chef Jeff does catch Oda, and he's got a decent sightline in towards that particular diffuser. There's not a lot of time remaining. Player, big kill onto Scars, and suddenly down to Chef Jeff. Is this line of sight great? Indeed it is.
Player above.
10 seconds. Great flank from Player. That wins them the round. Well, a bit of a nerve-wracking end to it for Chiefs after a commanding lead in the round. It does come down to a very close finish, but the flank from Player, Swift, he understood the assignment straight away. Need to go above, need to clear Chef Jeff. As soon as Oda dies, they pull the trigger. He goes for the flank. And we know Quiz, he does a lot down below as well.
Oh, Oda. He did get caught. Yeah, Chef in the perfect position, but really good temperament from Quiz. He didn't panic.
No.
He knew how long was on the fuse. You saw him initially go in for the tap, but then just pulled back, waited for Player, who had Oryx, could move a little bit faster up that main staircase.
Because if he goes too early on that and dies, and then Player gets the kill on Chef Jeff, it's too far away.
Yep. There was only, I think, a couple of seconds space there. He got on it with about 9.5, I think, to go.
Yeah. 9 kills between them. Quiz and Player starting very well here on Border for our second game of the day. 2-1 in favor of Chiefs off the back of that win. As we evidently saw in the first match of the day on Border, attacking rounds. Good defensive rounds, hard to come by. So for Chiefs, this is a really, really good start against an Antic roster that certainly has got the firepower. 1-3 start for Lunchbox. Can he find a way to activate on that Ash?
10 seconds remaining.
I think the best thing that you can get out of this Chiefs roster, though, is winning without, playing amazing, and certainly from their more veteran players. Yesterday, the conversation actually was about, Oda, Tex, Kyra. They weren't playing that amazingly. Who stood up? It was Quiz, Player, also contributing now in this matchup. So if you can get a lot out of your Quizzes, your Kyros, your players, and you're not overly reliant on the older heads in Oda and Tex, it's just going to benefit this Chiefs roster in the long run for what is essentially a 6-man roster as well. Jigsaw, of course, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that's something that I've been battling with internally, is the question of, do you bring him in? At what point? And who do you replace?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a fly on that wall. Actually, I would want to be a fly on the wall. I wouldn't want to be the one making the decisions, that's for sure. Scars with the opening kill onto Tex. Struggle street so far for the veteran in this match. Opening kill for Antic. Entry in towards top east stairs for Lunchbox. Despite the Aruni, no Sawyer Gate to displace him this time around. Drone shot out. Couple already gone now for Antic. Looking like they're going to just run it back with another similar lineup. This is an intriguing repel from Chef Jeff. And a headshot angle almost found onto Quiz.
That is a crazy repel to commit to. Very high risk. Almost netted a kill, though. You don't see that every day of the week.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Double drone through. Observation blockers, though, up for Chiefs. You look at that Vigil ban, though, and I still feel like, yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if that was the right ban for this map by Chiefs, but clearly information that they have, we aren't too privy about. Lunchbox again just goes down without really able to fire a shot back. 1-4 now for Box. It does make it a 4 versus 4 now in this 4th round. Almost a headshot potential for Chef Jeff. It feels like an almost kind of round for Chef and for Antic.
Yeah, that's 2 opportunities gone begging. Would have given his team the advantage. Chef almost gets timed again, but able to win out that final to Cairo. Good lurk down below. 45 seconds now for the attack to convert.
Can they find a way to finish it off from here? Up 4 versus 3 now for Antic. Cairo dying towards bot metal. Up towards the top on 90 now is Hunter. Kumine stepped on by Jay Kenner. 30 seconds. This is Oda time, Tex. Not in this one. He's just watching on. Player and Quiz, they're being great. Good swing from Oda. Expecting another one to follow through, but no, it was from behind. And suddenly Quiz in a 1v3. Winnable with a Nitrocell. Not a lot of time remaining in the round, but no, Chef Jeff. No, almost that time. He makes that round his. Certainly had multiple opportunities early on in the round to capitalize. And in the end, Antic will bite back 2-2. It's shaping up to be a good one.
Yeah, structurally it feels a lot more chaotic than the previous match we had, certainly in comparison to the Prodigy attacks in the first half, which were, the team far more grouped around the Monty, for instance. With that banned out, though, we're seeing a much more dynamic approach here. A lot of isolated fights from Antic, looking to try and
he was watching it
play make. And Chiefs losing these isolated ones are finding it difficult to get themselves into some of these particular rounds, but the scoreline's still close to 2.
Is that just Border, though, in a nutshell sometimes, though, in terms of the isolated nature of these fights, the way that you take it? You've got to have certain presence in these all different positions. It's hard to play the cross, which then actually for the attacking team becomes a little bit more evident when they push in together as a group, and it's like, we're going to double stack this or triple stack this and push in, overwhelm one player.
Yeah, to me it reads like these Antic pushes, they're trying to minimize how much they're sort of telegraphing exactly what they're trying to go for and masking it with things like these lurks, etc., and these isolated positions. And that should theoretically make it more difficult for Chiefs to read into and counter and rotate accordingly and play positions that are actually going to be more effective. We'll see if that continues. ranged hard breach available for Hunter in this round.
It's also where someone just needs to kind of talk to Lunchbox and say, yeah, you're having a bad half, but you can make that second half an amazing game by the end of it. You can.
Oh, we saw that from Brendo in the last game, right? Very slow start, and then he really
got back into it. You've got to just kind of say, it's fine, keep working, keep trying to make things happen. You're the entry. We're expecting you to, you know, probably not win every single entry battle. It's just the nature of the role. Have the confidence and the self-confidence to just keep going, keep plugging away. And when your moment arrives, just take it with 2 hands. Behind the shield. Oh, that's a wonderful shot from Lunchbox. Player had absolutely no idea that he was already playing in behind that deployable shield. Huge opening kill for Lunchbox and Antic.
It's like he never left. Well, the next in the line of fire is Quiz. Another good game from him so far. Hatch to rotate and fall off. In the meantime, though, Scars does find one. And so pressure mounting again here for Chiefs, who are struggling in some of these isolated ones.
They don't have the numbers now either. If you want to look to re-aggress up, say Metal, Quiz just keeps finding a way. He has been so consistent from yesterday into now even today, but Hunter finds a double, and in quick succession, Scars to follow suit, and a lead now established for Antic. Lunchbox is happy with that round, and I think the antics are starting to begin as well from Antic Esports. They feel confident with 1 round to go in the half. They're up 3-2.
Can't park there, mate.
Well, this is also a Chiefs roster that, I mean, how often have they really been tested so far to start this stage? Maybe not so much. There's question marks around the way they're all kind of fitting together. And while they're getting results slowly in the opening 2 play days, now into play day 3, this feels like their first real test. And certainly so in terms of where they're at in the server now. Down around, okay, that's not too bad. And they'll get to go on the attack themselves here going into the second half. But Antic certainly feel like they're not far away in terms of overall skill level between these 2 teams. Doesn't feel like a lot separating them.
And we need to see more from Cairo, though.
And Tex.
Tex to an extent. Cairo struggling to find a pick. A player who, when he's on, can definitely be the most dominant inside of the server. We have seen that in the past. Maybe defense here, Border, it's just not really a role that he slips into nicely, keeping in mind that this team is still very much finding their identity.
Well, keeping in mind as well, first match of the day, what was the big issue was actually shield play. We haven't seen it at all in this game. So it's completely inverse from what we saw in the opening match where, okay, teams on the defense were struggling with the Montang, aggressing them, pushing into them, had to kind of work a way in which to deal with that. Not something Chiefs have had to deal with. The Montang banned out, not seeing the Blitz play, not even seeing the Fuse play from Antic. So they're going a bit more run and gun, more stock standard. Chiefs, though, just unable to win a lot of these gunfights and certainly just struggling to play off of each other.
Valkyrie did sneak through the ban phase off the back of the Vigil ban, and so Ode are playing that particular operator here for round 6. That will help feed information to the rest of that defensive lineup. Clutch drones, I think, have been well countered here by Chiefs, and it means that said cameras now will be much more difficult to deal with. And can't be hacked. IQ, they're still available, and so Scars has that playmaking opportunity, but Cairo finally gets a kill, and it's Box again to lose an open duel.
Yeah, it feels like at times, sometimes Lunchbox is just a little bit off in terms of where he feels safe on the entry. Like the last round he played it great because he had the deployable shield to play behind. That's great from Cairo, the aggression from someone who had 0 kills coming into this round. And certainly Chiefs flipped the script after 2 kind of lackluster rounds. They just find a way to get aggressive on the defense. It's flawless. Play off the mist drone, play off default, play off it, basically confidence.
I don't think anyone stepped foot in the building.
No. Lovely opening Nitrocell from Cairo to kickstart that round. Yeah, I think Lunchbox is honestly the kind of player. He's got the mechanical skill. Doesn't have the awareness skill just yet. As
That's
someone
experience.
It comes with experience, comes with time, and the situations you find yourself in from playing a lot at this level. So 3-3. I think a very apt scoreline. And honestly difficult to sort of foreshadow where this match will be heading. Chiefs, though, go onto the attack, and who knows, it could end up being rather attack-decided.
Yeah, waiting to see if the Blitz makes an appearance here in the second half. Not played at all by Antic in the the first. We do see the reappearance of the Brava though, and that made the anticipation for the Valk, although not picked here off the rip from Antic.
Tell you what though, you brought up the numbers actually coming into this game, and in terms of the relevancy of that, look at the side of Antic, it's Scars and Hunter. Yep. Look at the side of Chiefs, it's Quiz.
10 seconds to go.
Start to notice that, you know, we're getting now into Playday 3. Those that start well typically play well throughout the stage. Those that start poorly need to find a way to get a bit of a re-up and find their way back in. You don't want to be playing bad getting into playoffs, so now's the time. And then it's a quick stage. Suddenly we're about halfway through. By tomorrow, we're past halfway through for regular season. If you're playing poorly going into playoffs, it's a tricky time to then sort of reignite yourself and find a way to improve. Now is the time to start doing that if you have started slowly.
Interesting to note, Cairo, the second highest rated player for Chiefs heading into the night, 8th overall.
Okay.
One of his most played operators, though, alongside the Brava, has been Monty, so something to note with that banned out for this particular half of Siege.
By his own team. Odo with an opening kill, and it's Lunchbox again. I hope you can find the opening stat engagements for me this game, guys, because it's not going to be kind for Lunchbox, I feel, this round. Somewhat similar to the final round of the opening half. It's all Chiefs and Onslaught. Wonderful Nitrocell from Hunter. Long arm of the law gets the kill onto Tex, who just can't find a way to get anything in this match, but his team is starting to find a way. 4 versus 1 for the Chiefs, looking to find their 4th round.
Yeah, with plant secured back to the point of Lunchbox entry. Now stands at 1-3.
Is that including this round?
Okay.
Okay.
So he lost the opening duel round 1, round 6, and now round number 7. He did win it in round 5, and also important to note that every single round, bar 1, the entry has led to a round win. So very much like the last match, where the entry continues to have huge importance. And that's despite the dynamic of these two games being so different. Think about how many late rounds we had in the last match. Think about how much slower the pacing was and much more methodical the attacks largely were in breaking down key points around the map. This one has been far faster, a lot more gun heavy, a lot more of the defense getting caught off guard like that, and openings that are being really quickly snowballed. We're not even a minute into the round and it's already a 1 versus 5.
Yeah.
And that has happened a couple of times now to a similar extent.
It's also the kind of game, this actually shows the versatility of a team like Chiefs, who I think actually have the capability, and a very strong capability, to play that more methodical, structured kind of Siege, Oda, Tex, you know, accustomed to that style. But they also have the capabilities to just say, yeah, let's go toe-to-toe. We've got guys like Quiz, Cairo, Player, that are somewhat used to that style of Siege. I think it actually really kind of speaks to the balance that this Chiefs roster has, that they can kind of play both styles. I think Antic can as well, but I do think they need more time to gel together as a team. The Bathroom and Tellers.
One question I posed to James, and I am intrigued to get your thoughts, Jake, was in relation to the game tomorrow, the grudge match, Gaming Gladiators versus Chiefs. Questioning maybe did GG's performance today change the discussion around that at all, and I guess equally, as this match progresses, Chiefs in this particular match, does it change your outlook on that game tomorrow by any measure?
Well, as a waffling Titan once said, different day, different map, different game. So I don't think so. No, I actually do agree with Titan in that. I think that you can have a particular match play out using Chiefs as an example, as he did yesterday when they beat them 7-1 and them being Prodigy. And then you kind of pose the question, oh, well, how come Gaming Gladiators couldn't beat them in a similar fashion? It's a whole different map, whole different day, whole different game. So I do agree with that.
Do we see the border, though? That could be pretty spicy.
Well, you know, the intriguing actually part of that is the fact that both played border today. So
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point.
I would be, I think, surprised.
Yeah.
Both teams are playing it very differently, and I don't think either would want to adjust that much to meet the other at an appropriate play style. It would be
I think
a lot for one day.
I think Chiefs will want to be more comfortable in the map Veto than GG. I think GG can play anywhere. In this region, they can play on any map, including Lair.
Yeah, including Lair.
Chiefs will want to be a little bit more comfortable. This boost, by the way, I think is just so irrelevant.
The drone boost?
The drone boost. When I first got it and we were playing the other night, I was just like, oh, yeah, the drone boost. And then I used it, I was like, it doesn't really do much.
Probably more effective on console, right? more difficult to
yeah,
track drones.
maybe. Oda. Playing the Ram here. They've also brought the Blitz guards, so shield play for the first time in this map of Border. Oda can go quick here with the Boogie Oda bridge. Why do we keep saying Tex when we're watching Oda?
Well, it looks like a full horizontal stack. Oda will bust through the barricade. In through waiting. Smoke to cover the cross. And the Blitz to activate.
Jeff does get the kill though onto Oda as they try to make their entry in. He finds a stack, and in fact they're all just going to stack in behind each other and go for a solid push. Well, honestly, not a good push here from Chiefs.
It was a bit lazy.
A little bit lazy, one-dimensional, one option. Makes it easy for Antic. They don't have to cover multiple entry routes, and instead it's just kind of watch this, and a couple are going to flow through into towards your scope. Yeah, this should be 4-4. And neither team able to gain separation in this match. Good kill for Lunchbox. Quiz, well, in some ways now, stat padding a little bit. Oh, he doesn't know he's in waiting. Any moment now for Scars. If he wants to pop up and get the free kill, he will get it. He will claim it, and he will teabag. 4-4.
Yeah, we didn't really see much value from the Blitz in that round. Chiefs wandering into that particular crossfire. Antic able to play positions that you otherwise would not be able to off the back of the castle and that deployment through waiting. You can see it right here. Tex wandering straight into that cross. Player bot east and one over towards bathroom. So some oversights there from the attack. Maybe indicative of a lack of information.
Who do you put that down to, though, in that round? Like, the Blitz is usually, you know, it's a team coordination as to what you want to hit, how you want to hit it, where the Blitz needs to go. And it's kind of like Tex, I mean, I would assume.
I don't think Tex has played that bad. They didn't have the information, though, for him to play it correctly.
Yeah.
You can see the way that he knew that he didn't know there was a player bathroom close. He's walked straight into that crossfire and is never going to survive that. And nobody was nearby with that information readily available to trade it. So that round is not on Tex. It's on whoever's making the shot call and whoever fed that information.
Somewhat what I was alluding to, but you've steered the ship beautifully there. Done well. I couldn't tell you right now who's going to win this game. I've got no idea. It's just been far too back and forth in nature, and
very volatile game.
Both teams, I think, are capable of making mistakes, being prone to error, and also being prone to some really good play. It was certainly a lazy round from Chiefs, and yeah, by no means are they playing at their best right now, but Antic is certainly capable of getting all 3 points here. This, to me, is the kind of game that's going to come down to one of these two teams is going to get to 6-5, and then it's a matter of can you get all 3 points, or is this going to be more so a share of the points? Whiz towards East Stairs on the Ash. So Capcan, Legion, Fenrir, certainly some trap utility here if you are Antic on the defense to maybe navigate the more aggressive entries from Chiefs.
Jokena also doing his best through the prep phase, I believe, to remain hidden and unspotted, undetected by the attack, and so those traps may catch Chiefs off guard if their droning is poor in this round.
Good control early, though. Down the hallway, top east stairs, putting pressure in towards office. You got the zero cams, too, actually.
Up above.
This is quick as well from Chiefs. So they're not messing around in terms of this top floor take and pushing Antic back.
Looks like Antic are looking to hold and not fall off, though, and that proves costly.
Nicely done from Tex. The trade does come through from Lunchbox. This is where you needed someone else from Chiefs, though, to push with him. Why is Tex solo pushing that? Oda eventually does get the kill into Lunchbox because he does loiter within the area. Probably didn't have a really good fallback option. In the end, the net result is what I would have anticipated from that initial swing of Tex, and Quiz will get Hunter.
A bomb has been located.
This round, this map, this game just keeps going back and forth, though, and now certainly Antic on the back foot. They had a 3-2 lead, guys, and had to find themselves down 4-5. So it's tiny, very small, minute patches of momentum that these two teams have had throughout this game. We haven't seen like a big comeback, though, like a 2v4, for instance, you know, on the defense here of Antic. Nitrocell out from Chef Jeff, and that, while so close, misses the mark. Takes a big chunk of damage, and in the end, just overwhelmed. 3 bearing down in his location, and Jokena, who well stayed hidden for a large period of this game down below first floor, and he will have no real impact with 35 seconds remaining and an easy plan option for Oda coming through. This round should go the way of the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs attack able to squeeze that defense up above. Antic tried to retaliate, weren't very eager to rotate back down, and ultimately it did prove costly. Chef Jeff with a last ditched effort to try and have some presence on that top floor, but also unable to win his one. So good round from Chiefs. And this match literally just keeps on seesawing. I don't think I've really seen a match seesaw this much, where almost every single round is clear-cut.
Yeah.
Literally every round of the 9 so far has been relatively clear-cut, but it continues to go back and forth.
Yeah, really nicely done, though, I think, from Chiefs in the early portion of that round. Their ability to just clear out offers, get east stairs control, hallway control as well, down through 90, in through security. Like, that top floor was theirs for the taking. And Antic just eventually just get kind of shrunk down top. Lunchbox gets a nice swing, kills Tex, and actually had enough breathing room to maybe do a little bit more. Almost had the chance to get the 1v1 against Oda. I feel like in that moment, Chiefs could have actually contributed a little bit more with Tex in that fight, but in the end, they get the round win, and you can never, ever criticize a win. 10-4 now for Quiz. Oda up to 8-5. He was a little bit quiet yesterday, Oda. I guess for his standards. And maybe quite somewhat really with this new roster overall to begin the stage, but I think he was MVP day 1 for the team, but only by bare margins. But I think also when it comes to Oda, you know, joining this roster and playing with this roster, it shouldn't be a case of the Oda show. It needs to be this team effort, collective team effort, and that's so far the way that it's been.
And the thing with Chiefs, and I guess it's applicable to a lot of teams I notice with all the roster changes, is they are going to be continually finding what roles work best for who on what map, and so that dynamic will shift throughout. And I don't think we're really expecting there to be one standout player for Chiefs. Unless, of course, there's a particular map that gets a lot of play time and there's a player that is proficient at it. Good pick from player, though, to kick things off. Chef. Corp maybe attempting a spawn pick, I would assume. Maybe sandwich window.
Yeah, I wonder, though, you're playing the Warden. Is that the right time, the right play? That's a big operator to lose on the defense.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's that feeling as well when you're kind of down around, you've lost a little bit of momentum. Is the game getting away from you? Do I have to go make a big play? Chef Jeff goes for it. If he gets a spawn peek, we're sitting there, you know, lauding him, but now it out down a player and down a big operator. So who rises to the occasion now for Antic? Chiefs on the verge of collecting at least a minimum of 1 point by securing OT. So if Antic want to collect all 3, they will need to win the next 3. Cairo with a big kill onto Lunchbox. Definitely feels like Chiefs have had Lunchbox's number so far in this match. Hunter outdone, outclassed. The edge have too strong. Tex set that one up, and suddenly Chiefs have set themselves up to have multiple match points.
When you lose the entry, you lose the round. It's been the story for 8 of the last 9 rounds. We have to go as far back as round number 2.
Wow.
Antic on their attack at Bathroom Tellers to find a round where Scars lost that opening duel, and then they were able to flip it. And that's why this match is seesawing so much, because the entry has been incredibly decisive.
Still a minute remaining. Chiefs would have to, though, balls this one up, and they will not. Yeah, Jay Cannon will get 1, but he's not going to get more than that, though. Too many numbers there for Chiefs to overwhelm him. So 2 match points to collect all 3 points and really set us up nicely for tomorrow for Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators. They would both go in 3-0. They would both go in with 9 points. At the end of the day, it's regular season, but boy, is it not really just a bit of a curtain raiser for the playoffs to come in a few weeks' time. When was the last time this region had 2 perennial contenders?
2021.
It's a long time.
3 years ago now.
Vinny was still a pro player.
He was. He's still at Apex South.
So if we had Apex South, we didn't have Bliss in Apex South.
No, that was the Knights wildcard Chiefs era.
Ooh, what an error.
We didn't know how good we had it at the time.
We didn't. Well, the Chiefs are back. Maybe an omen. A sign of things to come.
Pretty sure Omen's a different game, but...
10 seconds left before insertion.
They should close it out from here.
Yeah, the round history doesn't bode particularly well for Antic. Chiefs now. That's the second time in this match they've had back-to-back rounds. Antic have only managed that feat once, back on their attacking half, rounds 4 and 5. But all eyes for me again on this entry battle. It has been so critical in closing out rounds here, or snowballing rounds. Very classic for Border.
Who does this game say more about if Chiefs close this out 7-4, 7-5? Does it say more about Chiefs, or does it say more about Antic?
Such a close game that I wouldn't be taking too much away from it. And I also think the way in which it has played out has not been the highest quality of Border play. Certainly not contending the earlier match we had tonight, so I think both teams going through a bit of a learning phase still, and it is probably being highlighted in this game. Still positives though, for Chiefs, certainly. Got to close it out though still.
Well, my big takeaway is again the continued domination from Quiz, and he's sort of rise this stage as one of the top players in the region. He's obviously been around for a long time. Maybe feels like the first time he's really realizing his potential. Definitely the MVP of the roster, 3 play days in. Chef Jeff needed that kill. UMP too strong for Tex, who probably has had a game to forget. Overall, Oda, though, has not. He's been great, and he gets a big kill onto Scars. Suddenly, time will dwindle for Antic. Running out of it. Running out of hope.
Oh, Jay Kenner, what are you doing? Well, he's going to make or break the round. Either he gets droned and he's dead, or he brings it back for Antic. There is no other option.
So far, so good. So far, so good. That's a misdrone.
Yeah, I think it was.
That is a misdrone from Cairo. Doesn't check the desk, and Jay Kenner, oh so sneaky, as you so labeled it, could change the round. 2 players at the hatch. Cairo jumps out. Player, though, finds a kill onto Chef Jeff. Time to move, though, if you're Jay Kenner. Oh, the timing of it, though, is just awful. Siege timing is so cruel. And with that, Chiefs will be undefeated heading into the grudge match tomorrow against Gaming Gladiators. Both teams sitting atop the table. Hunter, one last-ditch effort, but nothing to stop this Chiefs roster from getting to their goal, which is a shot against Gaming Gladiators tomorrow.
Yeah, seesaw matchup, but Chiefs just able to find that extra 1% to get them across the line. And decent performance across the board, and the stage certainly set for Playday 4 to be very, very intriguing. We already expected it to be a banger, but Chiefs delivering tonight, certainly raising expectation for that to be a good game.
We said it was going to be a super week. I thought today would be a little bit more super. So far, it's fizzled a little bit, but tomorrow, of course, with Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators both undefeated going into that matchup, it's sure to be a banger. We've still got, of course, 2 more games to go for today. What a great performance from Chiefs. Quiz, once again, a clear standout. Don't you think, Rob?
Choo-choo! All aboard, that's all I'm saying. I genuinely, coming into this stage, I was hesitant to fully go in with Chiefs, which were Ludovica, as they were going through the qualifiers. Obviously, I have a lot of bias because of Oda, and I'm just going to outwardly say there's no 2 ways about it. I got a lot of bias. I know.
No way.
But for me, this is the conversation, Vinny, that we looked at and saw, Quiz coming back after such a long time off, Oda integrating into a roster that already had Tex and Cairo, 2 quite prominent players that have their opinions. But it's actually worked out quite seamlessly. You've got players stepping up like Quiz, who hasn't been around, and it's looking well gelled.
Yeah, we've mentioned it a few times that it's going to be those players that we don't really talk about that often, like Quiz, like Player, who haven't had as much experience as the teammates around them, for them to step up, because to be a great team and contest teams like GG, you need a 5-man effort. Obviously, we've seen that from GG for almost 3 years now, I think, where you couldn't really pinpoint any one person that was sort of struggling. So yeah, for them, it's really important that they have a well-rounded team.
And I actually thought coming into this stage, looking at this Chiefs roster, that Quiz was the weak link, right? Because yeah, him and Player kind of have similar levels of experience, but Player's hotter. He's been in the league more recently. He's been on upcoming teams like Manalfo, the now Antic roster. But Quiz has been by far and away the best player on this team. Not just today getting 13 kills and 4 deaths, but he's the third best player in the league behind guys like Brendo who have not slowed down all season long, all year long, if you want to call it that. So yeah, Chiefs have a surprisingly well-rounded roster because while you do have a lot of big leadership figures like Cairo and Oda on that squad, the gunners are still gunning.
They certainly are. And, you kind of mentioned him, Oda. Let's welcome him in for the interview because it is time to get our thoughts. I was going to just try and lengthen that one out as much as possible. Oda, I'm kind of getting sick of seeing you now, mate. I thought once you left game, I thought we weren't going to see you for a while when you left Game and Gladiators, but here you are, mate. We can't get rid of you. Look, I don't know how much you caught of that conversation on the desk there. Obviously, we've already talked about Quiz and the he is him kind of thing, and he's now. I mean, this is just 3 days in a row that he's been like this. But for me, I want to get an idea as to, obviously, you're taking over the leadership. How is this gelling together? Because, in all honesty, there are very big voices and very big names on this roster. And so far, we're yet to see many faults. For 2 weeks, it's been pretty outrageous.
Yeah, look, I think everyone in this team just has a lot of trust in each other. So, when people are calling these plays, no one's stumbling or stuttering. Everyone is just full committing to it. And I think that's what's just making us play these trades and win rounds, really.
Dev?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask if you saw the GG game against Prodigy earlier tonight. Did you watch that?
Oh, a little bit. I seen it was a bit of a close one, eh?
Yeah. We hadn't expected that. Coming into today, did you think that GG would just wipe the floor with Prodigy? Because it was actually 4-0 up in Prodigy's favour at one point.
Yeah, look, we wiped the floor with Prodigy, so I did expect GG to, wipe the floor by, I don't know. Look, no comment, guys. No comment.
No comment. We've heard no comment before. We had 12 minutes of no comment earlier today.
Longest host interviewer.
I feel like we've already asked you so many questions. You've won so much about your team. You just beat Antic. We had them pretty high up on our power rankings before the season started. Where do you see them now after playing against them?
Look, I still think they're a top 3 team. I think, they've brought in a young gunner, Lunchbox.
Yep.
I feel like he's just got a bit of game day nerves because he is a shooter. I know he can perform against these top players. I feel like, give him a few seasons and he'll be up there shooting. But yeah, bringing a new player is hard. So I feel like they're just trying to gel together and, get through the process of catching him up. And then, they'll show they're a top 3 team.
Now, I'm actually going to ask something even broader than that topic. Obviously, we've seen this roster Antic before, and it seems like I feel like at the moment they're treading water. They're not doing anything unbelievable, but they're also not underperforming ridiculously, at least after play day 1. My question to you, Oda, things have become very competitive this stage. You've now got Outlast, you've got Game and Gladiators, you've got yourselves. This is now starting to become less of a top-heavy region and a bit more well-dispersed. What's the insight from you? Obviously, you've been around for 3-4 years in at this level. Where would you put this in terms of previous years right now in this stage?
Well, look, you definitely had the 2022, 2021 season, era, the golden era of OS. That was definitely prime OS.
Yeah.
Honestly, this feels pretty competitive so far. I feel like before, obviously, when I was with the GG boys, we were pretty dominant. There was Triple R, maybe that would contest us.
Yeah.
But, this season, everyone's taking dubs. Everyone's having close matches. I'm pretty sure when I was on GG, we were winning 7-1, 7-3 every week. So, it shows how close the region's actually caught up. I don't know why it's caught up, because, to be honest, these 3 new teams that have come in have not much experience. So, it looks good.
It's actually crazy. Generally, I try not to touch too much on this when we're in interviews, but it's absolutely absurd how competitive these teams have been coming into this new stage, considering 14 out of 15 players are brand new to the Tier 1. So I think you've made an excellent point there where it's just absolutely outrageous where this is going right now. And where we're going, Oda, is pretty much to wrap this baby up. I'll give you the final thoughts here. Anything you'd like to say as per usual?
I'd like to shout out Unk, which is Magnet. He's just behind the scenes with us, and he wanted a shout out.
Love that.
But, shout out Cheese for picking me up.
Yeah.
in this nice house. Shout out Kirby.
There you go. That's what I'm talking
Just
about.
snoozing. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for the cast, and yeah, you're doing a good job, Vin.
Thanks, buddy.
They got to stop sucking up to you. I tell you what.
I'm just a fan favourite.
No, you're real.
He's just handsome.
You're not a fan favourite. You just gave them so many points when you were playing that they just feel like they're going to return the favour. Oda, thank you very much, mate. We'll speak to you soon.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, boys.
You will, mate.
And you can't say that this guy actually got points off of Oda last stage, eh?
I think I probably took more off Oda than he took from me.
Yeah, well, what was the last stage? 1 and 6, I think it was, in your last stage.
Yeah, I think that's why every player is sort of shutting me out at the moment. I gave everybody points.
They're really out here trying to return the favour. One thing we did not ask, I cannot believe we didn't ask him, tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
The grudge match of, honestly, is this the biggest grudge match we've ever had, Dev? I can't think.
It's certainly
of a
up
bigger
there.
moment.
Look, we did have that 2022 Grand Final Chiefs versus Bliss.
Very
that was
true.
a bit of a grudge match, but
that was with Fisho. Was that when Fisho jumped across
I think it was just around that time, yeah. And of course, it was the big reverse sweep. That was Chiefs winning 3 maps in a row to take down Bliss. But of course, Chiefs now versus GG, the old Bliss, and the new Chiefs is going to be, probably the biggest grudge match. We've never had a storyline quite like this where a player gets dropped, immediately joins another team. And by the way, Chiefs are actually undefeated since forming as Ludovica. They've only dropped 1 map to Circular Spheres during the off-season tournament.
Yep.
Aside from that, they've been nigh perfect all stage long and the whole time since forming. So yeah, really good signs so far, and I can't wait for that grudge match tomorrow.
Well, we look to even better signs as Outlast take on Odium. It's up after this short break.
Me. You want me to rank the teams?
I'll start with Odium. I'll put us in A tier. I think we're a good young side with a lot of time together. I think we'll be a very good team.
I'm going to put them in C.
D tier, probably.
So we're going to put them at like a C for now, because I think with some experience and maybe like a coach, they could actually be competitive because they do have the gun skill. They just need the theory behind it.
Odium, they're gone straight to D tier. I don't even know how that team qualified, to be honest, but I don't expect anything from them except plus 3 points.
Circular Spheres, put them in A tier.
I'm going to put them at a B. They have a lot of shooters, but it also comes down to game day mentality and how they take that. You know, they could freeze up, they could choke, a bit of nerves.
The next team I'll go with, I'll say CS. CS I'll put in S tier, mainly because it's got a lot of love for those boys that play for them, and they're a very fun team and a fun group of guys to be around.
Place them in A tier, I reckon.
I mean, a lot of good players on the team, but I'm just going to have to put them on D.
Gaming Gladiators, the old boys. Yeah, look, I can't sit here and be like, oh, they're an A, they're a D or some shit. I'm going to have to put them at an S, but without me, we'll see how they go. They could drop down to an A, to a B.
Obviously, I got to back ourselves this stage, so I'll chuck us in S tier.
We'll do A tier for the Gaming Gladiators.
Gladiator Gaming, I'll obviously have to put them S tier, as they're the only OCE team to make it to the major in this pool.
Gaming Gladiators, I think that's an obvious S tier.
Ludovica, which is us under the Chiefs now. I'm going to put us at an A.
I'll put them in A tier.
B tier.
We're going to have to chuck them in S tier as well. Recently versed them in the Oceanic Rivals and didn't win a single round, so I'd say that earns them their S tier position.
I'll go S tier as well. I think they're a really, really good roster.
Man LFO, B tier, just for the serious factor.
I'll put them in A as well. I don't know, they seem a little bit inconsistent at times.
Man LFO, Don't know who that is, but I'd say S tier. I think they're really talented, you know.
Man, I'll put A tier as well. I think with a little bit more time together, those boys will definitely go towards S tier.
Man, LFO. That'll be the last team to go into S tier.
Outlast, I'll put it A tier as well. I think they're a great roster. I think they're a good group of guys.
Honestly, I'm going to put these guys at D because I feel like they're going to come into this and be a bit too cocky.
I'll chuck them in C.
I mean, I think we've played them like twice, and both times we've beaten them. Put them in D tier.
Outlast, my own team. The chuck us in A tier, I think. Sit nicely there.
In C, but they're like almost to a B because they do have the experience.
Prodigy, okay. I'll put them in C just because this is their first stage, I think, in the Pro League.
Prodigy, we'll put them in C tier. I enjoy watching Faulty 1v9 for that team, so it's more of just an entertainment thing.
Prodigy, I'll put B tier. They only managed to just scrape in the playoffs.
Put them in D tier.
So I'm actually going to put these guys at the top of C because I did watch the qualifiers and they did look like they've taken a lot of steps back.
I'll chuck them in B. I mean, I think the org's from North America, so might be getting more support than previously, but...
Supernova will also put in C tier.
And Supernova, I'll put them at A tier as well, because a lot of those boys have got T1 experience, and a few of them with LAN experience as well.
Supernova last. I'm good friends with all those players there. I think they're pretty capable, but I'd say they aren't better than us, so we'll put them in B tier.
These are last minute change. I'm going to move GG down to an A and Ludovic up to an S because we're going to the major. I don't care. I'm going to put in this hard work. The Oda Revenge arc is on.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor. Holding up for the plunder.
All eyes are pretty much moving to the game tomorrow between Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators. There is no doubt about it, especially after the interviews that we've had today, collectively going up to 50 minutes, in which Oda spoke for 4 of them. But we do move on for the night. We've got 2 games left, and we've got the biggest analyst, one of the biggest brains on the desk. Vinny, it's great to have you back.
It's good to be here. Yeah, biggest analyst on the desk.
Well, it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it, and that's my motto on the desk.
And I'm
with guys, that might be one of the better comments I've heard from you, mate. You got it brings tear to my eye. That's how good your analyst.
I didn't realize the bar was that low, but sure.
No, it's great to have you back, mate. Look, these 2 teams that we've got going against each other, Outlast and Odium. This was touted at the start of the stage to be one of the bottom 2-3 teams, and it's now really flipping on its head. We'll talk about Odium first, because their stage has been a little bit rougher. First 2 play days, only 1 point, Vinny, so it's really been tough going. I don't know how to be nice in this conversation.
Yeah, only 1 round across 2 play days is very tough. I mean, it just seems like they don't really have an answer to getting any of these rounds. We saw yesterday that they were just unable to really make an impact on their defenses. We said that if they were too passive, they wouldn't be able to get much done against GG, and that obviously led to a 7-0. And yeah, from there, I think realistically for this team, they need to take this stage as a learning experience. They're all very young, and I'm sure they'll do just that. But I think for the rest of the stage, just kind of throw caution to the wind. Just try some different stuff. Try be more aggressive. Do a bit of limit testing against some better opposition. Speaking of better opposition, Outlast Gaming, guys, unbelievable first 2 play days. Like you cannot write off and you cannot understate what this roster's done so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into this particular play day, the only team to have not dropped a point towards the standings.
Crazy, bro.
Which is pretty wild. Again, as you mentioned, pre-stage, this was probably touted to be maybe a last v second last, or 2 teams in the bottom 4, something to that extent.
Yep.
Quite literally first versus 8th, which is pretty crazy. Outlast with an outstanding performance play day, 1 to take down Antic, and then backing that up against Supernova. This should be a victory for them tonight.
Yep.
And a much more well-rounded roster in comparison, which again wasn't really the expectation. They have a bit of experience on this team, but certainly not as much as we probably expected to see them. Definitely not at the top of the standings, that's for sure.
Nowhere near it. Why am I getting the Bailey Smolder right now? why am I all of a sudden thinking about taking him out to a candlelit dinner with me? I don't understand. But to be honest, the 6 points is fantastic from them, but it's who they've played. They've played second and third, the second and third best team from stage 1. No slouches whatsoever. Antic and Supernova, they took them down, and convincingly. It wasn't like we were even going, oh, geez, that was a close game. They actually did it convincingly. Yeah, and especially considering sort of the way the results were going over the first 2 play days, where there were a lot of close matches, they were really able to just, do what needed to be done against those pretty good opposition. And I think, yeah, we definitely underestimated how good they were coming into this stage. We only really had the off-season tournament to go by, and obviously they got pretty embarrassed in that grand final against Ludovica, which was 14-0. But since then, they've obviously worked on a lot of things. I guess we need to talk about ACOG, who came into today as the best player in the region, which is insane considering it's his first stage. And yeah, we spoke to Bailey last night, and he did say that a lot of their the pace of the rounds is dictated by when they get the opening pick. And I think you said earlier today it was 11 out of 16. No, that was Prodigy. Prodigy going into tonight. Sorry to bait you there. You did bait me, but in saying that, I will say Bailey was 100% correct in the fact that the pace of the round is definitely set by their ability to win opening picks. And I mean, 90% defense win rate. It's ridiculous. It's especially against the teams they're versing, right? It's again, the context is not they're at the top of the league. It's 6 points. It's how they've done it. And again, just to go back on the comments of 5 Sharp back in the preseason tournament, we were like, oh no, they're just playing like, teams that are trying to get their shit together. No, those teams now have transitioned, and we are just seeing an unbelievably competitive Outlast. Is this going to be a competitive clubhouse though?
Probably not. From my eyes, the only way in which Odium have any chance of being competitive in this particular series was taking it to a lesser played map, or one that's more unconventional.
Yep.
And the reason for that being, you look at the player rankings for this stage so far, of the bottom 6 players, 5 of them are from Odium. They don't even have a star player, perhaps, that they can be reliant on. A map like Clubhouse, every single player has to be performing, because if there's an opening, whether that be on attack or defense, they can be exposed pretty quickly and break down the rest of the map against competent teams. And Outlast have certainly proven so far that they are competent. So Clubhouse is concerning. But again, maybe Odium have been able to cook. It's going to be a rough week for them, though, I think.
Yeah, look, the fact is Odium obviously get first stab here, Vinny. They're on defense, so they get that kind of safety net to fall back onto, and hopefully maybe get a couple of rounds here, which they have failed to do so thus far. Again, the graphic that we had just before that did them absolutely dirty. I didn't want to talk about it too much, but 9% on defense, 0% on attack really sums up what they've... I was going to say what they've achieved. What they've been unable to achieve is a much better way of putting it. This is a tough game to kind of smooth out in terms of the conversation on the analyst desk. I asked you right before we came onto the show what you thought the score was going to be. Are you still thinking it's going to be a bit of a slap? Yeah, honestly, historically, getting defense first on Clubhouse was great. You did have that safety net. You could play, bottom floor site with a mirror or something like that, and you could probably get a free round here or there. Unfortunately, with the meta as it is right now, shields are banned every map.
Clubhouse is basically dictated by attacker bans. So we're going to be able to see Mav, Thatcher, Habana, A's probably all still up. So I think this map definitely evens out to be basically 50-50, and I think Outlast are just too good at the moment.
Jeez, I tell you what, you are him. You are actually him. This is what he flipping does. This is what he does. This is what we've been missing.
It's first versus last, mate. It's not that much of a hot take. What do you mean?
No, it's the substance. It's the beauty of it. But
it's the depth.
It is the depth. Speaking of depth, you will not find any more depth than where we go next. It is Xenox, and it's the big Dev Martyr.
I don't know. I feel like we can be pretty deep. Do you have any deep thoughts you'd like to share with the broadcast?
I don't really want to be talking about depth right now at this point.
No.
No.
No?
I want to keep it quite shallow, above surface level.
I guess that makes sense. We are very shallow people, right?
Are we? Well, hang on.
We're just the play-by-play casters. We're not here to give you insight. We're just here to yell about something that's not worth yelling about. But is there a chance this game is worth yelling about, Jake? I mean, it is first versus last.
No, I think so. I think I was speaking to the boys just before we went live, and I said, look, I think for Outlast coming into this stage, very little expectation, still relatively kind of new roster. And while they have started quite well, and that has now set an expectation, inverse as well for Odium starting quite poor, which has set expectation. I think this is the kind of game where I want to see Outlast almost kind of be like one of those big dogs, kind of be like a Gaming Gladiators, kind of be like a Chiefs, and just go and look at Odium as just fodder. Run through these guys, win this 7-0, 7-1. Have they got that within them as a roster for Outlast? Because they have been incredible. Relays is turning into one of my favorite players. We saw the stats for ACOG. We know how good Bailey can be. I think Yentire, Ned have been good so far. I've been talking about them being like, you know, can they fight for that third spot? Can they even maybe fight for like second against Chiefs? So there's certainly huge potential. This, though, could be a trap game. What happens if Odium just click together here? Clubhouse defense, get off to a good start. They haven't won an attacking round, and they've only won 2 rounds of defense. So Odium has had a shocking start to the stage. What happens here if they start well first half? Can Outlast then deal with that?
Well, I'm actually having a look back, and from what I can see, these guys actually did play each other way back in the day when Odium were known as Sigma and Outlast were known as 5 Sharp. Way back in April, apparently, they played.
Can you say way back if it's in the same year?
I feel like you can, because these teams, and especially this year in OS, I feel like we've had so many roster shuffles and so many name changes. Like, come on, guys, stick with a name for a little bit, please. And
well, they got picked up by Orgs, James.
I know, it's frustrating. Especially because Outlast used to have a Latin American team and Odium used to have a team in the same bloody league.
Okay. You got to get your head around these new
Orgs I'm struggling, changes. Man. I am struggling.
I think that for Odium, though, this has to be a big opportunity starting Clubhouse defense. As good as Outlast have been, surely the gap can't be that massive.
Yeah.
What was their actual previous result, since you kind of did bring it up back in April?
Yeah. Just gonna...
Did you lose it?
I did. What? One sec. There we go. So yeah, Sigma, so now Odium, actually won, but it was a really close one. It was 8-6, 7-5. But I think that the teams have changed a lot since then. Of course, 5 Sharp, since that point, have now become runners-up of the Rivals tournament, the off-season. And yeah, Odium really had quite a shocking performance throughout that tournament. And you could say the same about how their campaign through Stage 2 has gone so far as well. Yet to find a single game. In fact, Odium have only found 1 round so far in the 2 matches they've played. On the flip side, Outlast had beat both Antic and Supernova, 2 very solid teams from Stage 1. I mean, you talk about what Antic managed to achieve in Stage 1 as the runners-up team. You can talk about what Supernova were when they were old Odium. They were looking very solid too. Outlast has already taken 2 pretty big scalps. If, in theory, this is their easiest game that they've had yet.
I think also for Odium, when you kind of look at the names in the server, you'd be like, oh, we know these guys. You know, we played against these guys. We've been at this level of these guys. And while they've started well, and we've obviously had a rough transition into Pro League, this could be a bit more of a comfort sort of matchup where they can maybe feel more comfortable inside of the server. You're playing defense Clubhouse. Is there anything more comfortable in Siege? So I'm really hopeful, because, I mean, you never really want to see a team just get completely beaten down to the point where we're now into play day 3. They haven't won an attacking round. They've only won 2 defensive rounds for an 8% defensive win rate. So, you know, an opportunity for Odium potentially, but also for Outlast, I really want to see, have they got that dog in them to just kind of say, no, we're different now, we're much better, and we're going to absolutely breeze by you.
I have been a little bit disappointed, though, so far. I mean, Outlast knew about that roamer on the top floor of the Azami, and there were 2 points where Razor ran past the line of sight just as they stopped looking at it. But they are clearly just setting up for a rush, and that's exactly what they go for. No Blitz and no Monty, so the Fuse is the shield in play, and straight ahead, they go into sight. It's vacated! Nobody's home!
Yeah, I was speaking to Vincier on the desk, actually, and he was kind of talking about the fact that Gaming Gladiators were playing a very conventional style of Siege, and the fact that their opponents were basically just playing behind a shield. This is the epitome of that. Why play the game the way that it's intended to be played when right now in the current meta, you just 4-stack behind a shield?
Yeah. Well, what's funny is we've got the 2 good shields banned out. You literally only have Fuse. But I tell you what, they could have had no shield there. And have a look at this on the replay. Like, Outlast literally had nobody in the entire of Armory. No one playing AKs, no one playing dummies, no one playing deep Armory. There was 1 or 2 players in Church and Moto, and that was it. The site was free for the taking. They didn't even need a shield to get in there and put that diffuser down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think for Odium as well, maybe it just got lulled in by the bans and, okay, there's no Blitz, there's no Montang. I know yesterday I actually got confused. You weren't here, but we had both Montang and Blitz banned down. We were playing Consular and there was a Fuse rush.
And you're like, where's the shield come from?
No, I was like, oh, it's Blitz. And then after the round goes like, by the way, it was Fuse. And I'm like, oh my God, it was. Yeah. And it's like, the similarity though, it's literally like Blitz that just can't flash you. Like, it's not that different. Like, you can just run in and it's the same kind of mentality, the way you would play the Blitz, the way you would kind of play the Fuse. And in that round, if you were to like hide the bans, you'd be like, oh, it's a Blitz rush.
100%. And you know what? I think Fuse is probably the biggest benefactor of that shield rework that came through, because in the old days, right, Blitz has his flash and Monty has his extend. Both make your shield stronger, right? Fuse doesn't have any utility that actually helps make his shield better. And what's more, Blitz could sprint with his shield in front of his face and Monty and Fuse couldn't. So Fuse was essentially the worst of both worlds. He was the weakest shield by far. Now, all of the shields can sprint with their shield in front of their face, and it doesn't really matter that Fuse doesn't have the ability to to flash his opponents or to extend his shield, because...
I mean, to be quite broken.
I mean, yeah, he certainly doesn't need it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just so valid as an operator, and also that PMM is probably the best pistol in the game, so having that certainly helps out. I don't think... Outlast will be too upset about seeing those 2 shields banned if they're happy to flex onto a 3rd. But of course, no shield in this lineup as we go to CCTV. And as Vinny alluded to, seeing 2 shields banned does leave a lot more hard breach available. But this juggle game is going to be pretty easy for Razor, and he does protect his position. However, he does lose his life. Realize they're immediately traded back.
Yeah, I mean, you just bait the bandit into the juggle when you know that you can get someone in to go and get the kill while he's juggling on the wall. And that's exactly what Relays has gone and done on the Nook. Nitrocel's nice, though. That is a really good Nitrocell from Grind. Okay, Odium. Player advantage now. By the way, minute 55, James. It feels like this round would be down like a minute left. It's actually gone by quite slowly. Outside of the juggle towards Con Wall, not really much else outside Breach. On the Repel now for Ned. These are the rounds that Odium need to start converting, though, at the Pro League level when, you know, you're up 4 versus 3. Yes, it's tertiary site cash and CCTV, but some big players off the board. Relays and ACOG have been statistically like the 2 best players for Outlast, so this should be far more winnable now for Odium.
They should know that the Buck is making his way in through bar now. There were 2 players for Odium downstairs. You can see the Castle making vertical potential to try and hold on to that position, but he's not going to be able to hold on to it with the Buck moving forward. Outlast need to make sure that they're supporting their Buck here. Yentai cannot do this alone.
Pace has certainly slowed down. Caught one in towards Garage, but Yentai loses the battle in the 1v1 with Freelo. Drop does come down pretty quickly as well, right here too. So double stack in towards Lounge now for Odium. They get the play brought back up. They're going to have to go quick now. Time starting to run out. It's elusive here for Outlast. They're struggling to really make a proper entry, just wanting to try and maybe get this wall opened up, dealing with that battery. Freelo, though, does get the kill onto Yentai eventually, and now this becomes quite difficult for Outlast.
Yeah, and there's a mirror window as well on the entry. Bailey here with his flashes tries to enable some form of an entry, but Crine's on the other side. Already found 2 big picks this game. Or this round, I should say. Ned does find his top red player, though, from that cheeky position on the breach. Here comes the entry from Bailey, and Crine will cut him down.
Nice, Crine.
Big round from him, and Hale. Odium find their first.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really say too much, but this was Hale, I imagine, in Rafters as he got the final kill. And the fact that he's just not peeking there. So big. It seems like it's a very basic instinct, but it's so easy to just maybe overpeak, sense a bit of pressure in towards site. He just has to hold his angle, trust his teammate. Cryan has the cross from Cash. And in the end, he did. And it's a big round win for Odeon. We mentioned the statistics of it. We saw it when the guys were talking on the couch. 8% defensive win rate. 2 days of gameplay. Like, that's, you know, and 0% on the attack.
Can I hit you with another percent stat?
Yeah.
Okay, Odium have just had an 100% increase in their round wins in that round. 100% on their whole stage round wins, because they'd only won one before today.
I didn't hate this necessarily in terms of the idea of playing essentially the game with the bandit and saying relays go kill him when he's going to start juggling, and then you can pop in from the con window outside CCTV. But to be fair, Odium just had numbers still around bedroom. You hadn't cleared out, you know, bedroom. So in the end, that ends up being their downfall. You lose one of your top players. Relays and ACOG have been two of their top players so far at this stage, and you are always going to make life more difficult for yourself when you don't have those guys. Again, onto the Nook. I feel like Nook in terms of Clubhouse is not something we always see all that often, so I'll be curious to see if it does work out for Relays.
Yeah, well, we've only had a couple of playdays now globally since the change, yeah. And it doesn't really force Nook back into the meta. And back when Nook was a main pick every single round, it was because she had nades and nades were so powerful. Of course, she herself received a few nerfs on top of the nades getting nerfed. Her FMG got worse. That's now been buffed with this recent patch, and most importantly, the gadget has been buffed. It only will elapse when either you sprint or while you're being observed by an observation tool. But it still isn't really an on-meta operator, and Relays has to prove that he knows the creative ways to use it. Clubhouse, yeah, I mean, with Valkyrie banned, I don't really see the point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could just be an added safety as you maybe go for a main stairs push later in the round. You're going to clearly look to open up Jacuzzi here. You bring in triple hard breach, so you're going to want to get some pressure main stairs if you do open up this part of the map. Can't imagine you're going to be putting Relays out like balcony, for example. That's something where maybe eventually an ACOG can go to.
I would like to know how our last intend to clear these mirror windows and that clash as well.
Yeah, the clash is going to be a nuisance here. Imagine clash, late round, you know, blocking off, say, Jacuzzi or main. You know, if Relays even gets into a position where you can maybe get top main control and then the clash just comes in, especially after you kind of forfeit cash.
Was that the intention from the player prone on the ground? Yeah, C4. I don't know how you missed that with the outlines. Unfortunate. However, Razor's got a really tight angle all the way from the back of Master. But the clash has gone down. Yeah, that's a question mark for me. I'm not sure if ACOG was able to use an EMP to enable that kill or perhaps just get the drop on Freelo. But out of that exchange, I got to say, it's been won by Outlast.
Yeah, I think dealing with that clash is certainly going to help facilitate later in the round. Flash dump here from Bailey pretty early. There is Relays, by the way, top main. So that push coming in now. I think Bailey wanting to help facilitate him by clearing out this hallway, deal with the mirror. They can push together. There's that player out of logistics. So in Razor down to 6 HP. This is a mini win right now for Bailey. He just even getting into this position to win. You deal with default. They still haven't spotted Relays here.
Yeah, good flank though, coming in through from Cryan. Ready to retake this top main position. Spots out the Nook. And Relays did not expect a re-aggression from that mirror. 2 players left up for Outlast. Still a bit of time to work with, but again, that diffuser has been dropped at the top of main stairs. And Ned's position has been revealed. ACOG still on the windows, and have a look at this from Hale. There's no way that he gets cleared here. Ned will have to hit the shot of his life, and it'll have to be a huge mistake from Hale.
Cryan's playing kit. So at this point now for Odeon, they don't have to do much else. ACOG and Ned aren't even really close to being able to retrieve the diffuser with so little time. That's a wonderful kill though from ACOG, and could double down. Mirror though running out in the open. Cryan does not need to be there, James.
No, he doesn't.
He had kit at top main and came back into bedroom.
And now it's a 2 versus 1. Razor is hiding in the corner. All they need to do is kill him. Ned finds it. Oh my, Razor. 6 HP the poor bandit was, and he was left all alone in a 1v2, down from the 3v2. Amazing round from ACOG, big 4K. Jumping into that window and taking out that player on the shield, saved his teammate and saved the round.
Kind of just want to wait for the replays here to emphasize with like 19 seconds left, Cryan's top main with the kit. That becomes your new win con. You don't need to go back into bedroom. You've still got Hale in a pretty good spot in con. Okay, he loses this battle, but James, look at the time. Why are you pushing back into bedroom at that point? You're not going to lose the round by him getting bedroom control when you still got kit top main. You can play time. You can actually play down main stairs at that point, even let him get the kit, and then you can push out a logistics late round to deny the plant. So much more that they could have done to win that round for Odium, but it does kind of feel like it almost got attracted to the gunfire. As ACOG was pushing into bedroom, got that really nice kill, it was just like flies to the lights, being like,
the flame, yeah.
Gotta hit here. We gotta fight, and it's like you don't need to at that point.
Yeah, Crine definitely lacked a little bit of discipline in that moment. He should have realized the win condition was playing top main, as you said. And the other one I want to highlight, sadly, is Razor. Like, he had a player walk past him, not look at him. He should have won that fight and made it a 1v1. But I think just intensity rather, when you're in that 3 versus 2 and then 2 of your teammates die and you're sitting here trapped in a corner on 6 HP, yeah, no one wants to be in that position, and it got to him a little bit. Unfortunate for Odium because they really should be 2-1 up right now. As we go back to the basement, Outlast no more fuse, but still that Ying. We do have potential for some kind of an explosive push.
What's the saying? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Yeah.
And in this case, I think the expectation is always they're going to have a bit more pressure in towards Dirt, whether it's a Banshee, Goon Mine, player presence.
Well, what's more, I mean, Outlast did that rush last time because they read that there was such a big roam from Odium. Now we have 5 defenders on site.
Yeah, and that's probably playing too much in. I don't think you needed to play 5 on site. Even just a couple of Goon Mines, you put even, Banshee, someone playing towards, back of Arsenal. In the end now, it's like you've kind of given up so much of that top floor control that you're a little bit too hemmed in. You're going to allow Outlast to play the floorboards off the buck. You've got the Ash who can go main stairs already, cut off any kind of rotates, easy drone game, no pressure. And eventually you think about, well, what are you going to get from that? Well, the buck, getting the floorboard control in towards Kitchen, coupled then with Ying, Grim, you're just going to be able to get so much pressure to those down below. I would be surprised if Outlast don't find a kill or two from being able to have this Kitchen control so early in the round, absolutely uncontested.
Absolutely agree. Outlast should be favored here.
He spots the foot. There you go.
Free kill on the Crine. The top fragger from Odium goes down early, looking for a C4 kill. He finds nothing, loses his life, and as you said, now it's time for Outlast to get to work on this floor.
Yeah, I mean, well, in theory, they had already started, and they just kind of spotted the toe of Crine, who then made himself even more readily available to get shot at. The rest from here should be formalities. The big thing for Outlast, though, is to not get kind of lulled into then this rush onto site. As long as they have multiple avenues of attack, someone coming in through blue, secret, eventually like a moto drop. We don't actually see teams really go for kitchen drops anymore, James. Half the time they barely even really care about getting the hash open if they are running low on the ability to open it up. So that's not something that, and for good reason. We've seen so many teams in the past that go for a kitchen drop and it just falls apart. So they prefer the secret, moto drops, dirt even. 45 seconds, plenty of time, player advantage. I'd be very surprised if Outlast lose this round.
They should be going for a main stairs hit here. They should be able to find
bot main.
Several players in advantage now, especially with a Candela flashing these 2 players inside a site.
I think they've opened
Noah's
up triple.
Army to protect them. Triple has been opened up indeed. Yentire finds his double. I believe that was from the bottom of main stairs. Another big one for Ned. It's all up to Ray. He's just gone. Easy as you like. Outlast dominating on the basement.
That's a wonderful shot from Ned. I mean, it's never an easy shot to hit like that when someone's expecting you. We watched it from the POV, and then like you're watching, and it just gets swung, and it's just, that's disgusting. 3 attacking rounds, by the way, and the fact that we are on Clubhouse. It all started here, though. Again, where's the pressure up above? Even some semblance of pressure in terms of, we see a lot of teams like play that kind of main stairs, poking around Kitchen, just saying, hey, we're here. Keep you honest. You can't just do this for free. And in the end, for Odium, it's just a classic case of 5 on site. Everyone's holding key positions, sure, but so much pressure happening up above. You got Grim, you've got Ying. The Candelas were so influential for that push in towards Church. You opened up triple because there's just no pressure. Where's the Nitro Cells towards bot main? Like, where are you defending? You're not defending this position. Crine dying early on the mirror. You can't then have someone playing that position. So, unfortunately for Odium, they're again getting kind of taught a lot of these lessons right now where, you're kind of doing too much of one, where it's like 5 roaming above, and then too much of the other, where you got 5 down in basement.
And the problem with the 5 in basement with this set of bans is the Kaid is out. And that means there's no way you're denying that church wall. You mentioned that they were denying that kitchen hatch, and the attack wasn't really focusing too much on it. The Tubarão is being used on both the motor hatch and the kitchen hatch. Doesn't matter. You want to try and delay and protect that church wall for as long as possible.
Yeah.
And
I
Odium,
thought that's what they were going to be using it for, and then I see triple get opened up, and I'm like, well, where's the Zoto canisters?
Yeah, I mean, no bandit.
That's what you want to protect.
No, I would have even picked a bandit here. Like, anything you could do to try and protect that triple wall. And if we see Odium go back down there later, I expect that they will make an adaptation. They really need to. But I want to credit Outlast for a second, Jake, because we had, I hate to use the word, a bit of split theory in that round. Really nice way that they pushed from the moto hatch, from bot main, and most importantly, they had a guy on the other side coming from dirt as well, which was Ned, who found the final 2 kills. Outlast know that sometimes you have to push everywhere on the map to capitalize on your advantage and expose these positions.
Yeah, I think at this point it's becoming quite basic fundamentals for Modern Siege in 2024. You've got to be able to use.
We've seen plenty of teams struggle.
Yeah, we do, absolutely, and that's what I was saying in that round. You definitely can't. Oh, by one of the obs, you can't. When you start wilding around, you're up 5-4. You got all this, first floor control. Don't then get lulled into this sense of like, let's just triple stack down main because we're just winning. And I think they did a really good job in that, and agree with you entirely. Clash again. This time we'll see if Freelo can make it work. Last time out, we did see it lose its life early and had little impact. It looks like a standard hold too, and the Clash is playing that cash presence where you've got then Hail towards top red, so pretty kind of standard split right now from Odium defensively. Again, no real pressure. Jacuzzi wall. I'd like to see a little bit more, denial there. Try and keep that closed, because actually one thing I've noticed this stage in particular, teams have done a better job at keeping Jacuzzi closed. It is actually something you can deny. The Con's opened up, Jacuzzi's opened up, CCTV's opened up. You've already fallen back. Cash, playing the Cash. Now you're playing a shield behind a shield.
Yeah, and Jaeger used some of his ADS as a top red, which means there are less to protect his shield in Con. I'm not sure if he has any to protect it in Con. I haven't managed to see any of those ADSs yet.
What about the time when we get a Scopos that's playing behind a deployable shield, that's playing behind a Clash?
Bro, don't get me started. Can't wait for Scopos to come in 2 competitive play, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that to happen. Good progress here from Outlast on this attack. Do not peek this Razor. This is the last thing you need to do. Do not get baited into giving up your life.
Yeah, I mean, have Odium overpeaked a lot in this game? Sometimes. I don't think it's been their biggest downfall, though. I think Outlast have just done a really good job of some really good entry kills. We saw it in the push as well from ACOG earlier in Bedroom, last round as well, Ned, Basement. 40 seconds, 5v5. Honestly, shaping up to be one of the better rounds for Odium simply because they haven't really done much. They've fallen back, very defensive, given up map control again, but they'll just play these close positions and hope for the best when it comes to these swings.
Drone ahead, ACOG to drop the hatch and find his kill. And relays as well. I mean, it's just a bloodbath. Easy push in, collapse on Logistic with a player out the breach.
Why are they the ones swinging? So that's the thing. I thought that, like, for the most part, in terms of the identity of that round, it's like, let's play close angles. We're going to give up that map control. We're going to force them to hit with like 30 seconds to go. 25 seconds, 20 if we're lucky. But in the end, they all just start swinging out. We got on the defense player in the hallway position with Jacuzzi opened up. One swinging out from bathroom as well. Everyone else just swinging. Yeah. Because it's almost like perceived pressure. It's like we've given... If you want to sit back and then you give them the map and then you're like, oh, they've got the map. Like they're all around us now. Now I feel like very enclosed and claustrophobic. Now I'm going to swing out and try and get aggressive. And yeah, unfortunately, just so many angles that were opened up. And again, just it's the early mini games. Where's the battle towards Jacuzzi? We've seen teams keep that closed this stage. Over towards Logistic, just so easy for Ned. You had one in Con, you had one outside Jacuzzi. It's that split theory again you were talking about last round. So much of the map controlled by Outlast because Odium just kind of fall back. You got a Clash. Get in their face.
And ironically, the Clash was the first one to die. We didn't catch on camera how she died.
Twice now.
Yeah. Very questionable, very strange from Odium. How do you let your Clash die? It's not like we're seeing Outlast bring tons of hard counter util. We're not seeing Kali Zof or anything crazy like that. This Clash seemingly getting shot in the back. And what's more, a lack of respect, as you said, on the breach. There was an Outlast player on the breach. Outlast, to their credit, did make the first move. They were the ones who pushed in through Logistic.
Yeah.
But the entire of Odium then tunnel visioned it and tried to swing it and didn't respect all the other places where the Outlast players were.
I think as well, by the way, I came into this game talking about Outlast more so than Odium, and so far they've impressed me again because of the way that they're playing. I think their fundamentals at this level for Siege is certainly a lot higher than I anticipated pre-season coming into this stage for this roster, for this team. They look like a team, to me, that right now I would label easily, if we did power rankings again, third that would be looking to contest Chiefs. That would be looking to be a bit better than an Antic, for example. So
they beat Antic. They beat Supernova.
Exactly,
like that's their next contenders.
The next step is really, can they beat Chiefs?
Yeah. Chiefs or GG, I wouldn't be surprised if Outlast are capable of really taking the fight to them. Of course, the last time Outlast played Chiefs, they were known as 5 Sharp, and Chiefs were known as Ludovica, and they got 14-0'd in the grand final of the Rex.
As Tide said, different game, different day, different map.
Sure. But who knows? I wouldn't put it past Outlast. They are looking phenomenal.
The beauty of it as well is if you do find a way to beat them, then suddenly you're actually in the conversation to go to the major, because then it comes down to, can you then beat Gaming Gladiators? That's just one step away, right? So I think they've got a really good stage ahead of them. I don't think they'll be looking at it too far ahead. It's all about that one day at a time mentality that a lot of these players instill, rightfully so. We see the Solars here now from Freelo. I need to see a bit more aggression here. Final round defense, Odin, pick up that pace. Don't go too crazy. Don't need a secret jump out. Players do watch this, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is being definitely highlighted as Ned already hearing the fact that that barricade was being messed with, and Freelo, well, his position in secret known.
He can't do it. There's a Claymore there. He's just going to fake it. You can't really shoot the Claymore when you jump out anymore, because they remove the delay from you stepping the laser to the Claymore detonating. It used to be like a 0.2 second delay or something like that. They removed that.
They
You
buffed
can't.
it.
Yeah, they buff Claymore. So you can't really shoot it anymore when you jump out. Cryin has found Yensai, though. Taking a lot of damage for it.
Jim.
It's Thatcher gone down. And I was about to say he gets away with his life, but this is why Outlast is so good. They always have a backup plan. Freelo might be able to find something here, though. If Relays keeps his Nook ability on, he will be scannable by Freelo.
Yeah, 60 seconds, though. One of the slower rounds, because finally Odium have actually spread out in terms of the map. That contest over towards Jim, forcing a clear from Outlast, along with the first floor roam as well. Up main stairs right now for Freelo. Definitely... They should have some level of awareness, though.
They know. He already took a few bullets, and Relays has found his pick on site. Now they have to decide, do we flood and ignore the Solars behind us, or do we try and kill him before we focus up on site? And they have time to make that decision. Relo's going to drop and try and play for spoils underneath the site.
Maybe he feels because it's a 4 versus 3 that he needs to get back, help out site, try and keep the numbers, but the battle out towards main breach 1 by the defense as Hale finds 2. Suddenly the numbers flip in favor of Odium.
Oh no, Bailey's the last one now. You can find Freelo, but there's quite a crossfire to walk into. Another big pick for him, but finished off in the end by that player on Rafters. A damn close round, Jake. Really solid stuff from Odium. Outlast could not quite break in. Still, a 4-2 half is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and you kind of look at the round and you say, well, why did Odium win that? And essentially, you got to bring it all the way back to the fact that it wasn't just 5 on site. They weren't just kind of sitting in anchored positions. They had to play over towards Jim on a cache and CCTV site. They had a player roaming down below, being a nuisance in secret. So you had 3 kind of players around site. Then you had 2 players off site being a bit of a pest. Something that Outlast had to go and deal with, had to go and clear with. Didn't do a horrible job of clearing it either, but the fact that Cryin gets at least 1, gets the opening kill. Yes, he does get traded as he goes for the drop, the Nook being a nuisance, but overall, then when we kind of look at the time, there's 40 seconds left when they're in con looking to hit site. That's probably one of the slower rounds we've seen from Outlast in terms of then their attention to the site itself.
And for me, the defining moment of that round was, I believe it was Ned on the breach dying. The player on breach needs to be that one that can cut the site in 2, that can keep pressure. You don't have to find kills from that position. You just have to keep that pressure up. It's like what we've said on all of these attacks so far from Outlast. There's always one player pushing the other direction, passively usually, whether that's main stairs on a basement push or dirt on a basement push. Ned is often that guy in that position. But Odium played really well. They had 2 players peek him at the same time. They won that fight, and that was the moment for me when that round flipped in Odium's favor.
Yeah, I mean, there was no pressure on Rafters, so at that point, if you're the player holding top red and you've got a Rafters play and you say, hey, can we double swing the guy breach while there's a bit of con pressure, they're not going to be able to trade it. Yeah, really well played from Odium. So one of their better rounds. Now, they've got themselves a couple of opportunities, James, to find their first attacking round win off the stage here for Play Day 3. I really do hope that they're able to find success here, but it's not going to be an easy task attacking into Clubhouse. But we'll see how aggressive Outlast want to get. I mean, they're up 4-2. They're certainly comfortable. Very easy for these teams now to kind of like let caution go to the wind and just like start peeking and being, you know, very aggressive on the roam. And we're going to play contact at breach, at CCTV, at Jacuzzi, for example. These are very aggressive positions that Outlast have been holding so far to start this round.
But if I'm Outlast, I'm looking for a fall-off roam here. Shoot as many drones as you can. Get away with your life. That's exactly what the castle enables. He does swing, but he doesn't need to find this kill. He just needs to fall back.
And Ned dies top main holding Jacuzzi.
Yeah, he overstayed his welcome, did Ned. And now I think ACOG might have done the same. He's being cut off very well. If he finds one pick here, it could change the conversation. Crying goes down.
Top red player.
Thankfully, it's just the striker. Not too bad losing that util, but now Outlast need to fall back to site.
Really nicely done for Relays to actually come and help out in that position.
What is that?
Well, I mean, Relays ends up dying because he probably should have gone secret. Instead, he went lounge.
Yeah, that was a bad call. I don't know what it was. Eventually, they find that trade back, but Razor was there in Garage the whole time.
They trolled this round.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what we saw on that defense. Like, Azami even using a keeper barrier to block off the lounge door into Garage to enable that retreat down red stairs and in through secret, but they didn't go through secret for some reason.
All they had to do is go secret, back to site, play site. They would have probably won the round, James. Instead, he cuts off and goes lounge because he wants to get aggressive, and it's just not necessary. And I was about to actually say, I think that when that player was stuck in cash, which I think was ACOG, and like, okay, I understand that the player on CC Bridge could push in, cut him off top red. You said, you know, he gets cut off here. The fact that Relays comes top red from secret, watches that, allows him to get back. He got the kill as well onto Crane. And I'm like, well, that was great teamwork. Good play, back down secret, and instead they run off to lounge.
The only thing I can assume is for some reason he thought that there was a player on secret window and he thought it wasn't safe to retreat through that position. And he might have only had one keeper barrier. He had to choose between that and Garage. Ironically, he did make the right choice in protecting against the Garage pressure, but...
Let Default get some intel there on the hallway Yentai for now. One in Moto. Try and take these 1v1s if possible. Triple still actually reinforced. Only 20 seconds. Certainly if he can win this fight here in Moto, it's alive. He's got the kid. That's the kid, James.
There's no way you win this. I mean, we were talking like the round was over, but it was far from it.
10 seconds.
A 1v3 to a 1v1. He just has to win this one engagement. Why is he peeking? He's got a shotgun, for goodness sake! Bring out the shotgun, Hyde!
He could have run main. He could have gone upstairs. He could have played above. He could have done so many things. He could have actually even gone towards main and then wrapped back around the hallway.
Bro,
come in
get out the bloody shotgun and anything. The guy has to get the diffuser.
I think the idea in that situation for Yentai is like, if I swing him, maybe he's not expecting it, James. That's like the only thing I can, if I wanted to put my head into his thought process, is like, surely he's not going to expect me to swing him here, right?
Because it's an objectively bad play.
Yeah, exactly. But like, that's maybe the only thing I can think of. And we go back to that moment there, and yeah, you could see. So one did go secret. So
and then he looked for the refract.
So if you're right, yeah, and then he's like, oh, well, my teammate just died. I'll then go lounge to see if I can get the trade. Yeah. So that idea of like, oh, maybe there's one on secret window, I think is dispelled immediately. They should have both gone down together.
Hide with the shotgun. Hide with the shotgun. Hide with the... No. Easy pre-fire. Oh man,
passion though, you can't deny it. It's there. But hey, Odium on the board. We should be celebrating their first attacking round win of the stage.
Credit to them.
Credit to them.
Credit to them.
And look, for the most part, I think that they played that well. They clearly knew there was a roam up above. Right, they didn't start rushing in. They certainly didn't try and do any shenanigans with like a site direct rush. They played into it, hit some good shots, punished mistakes, which you need to do at this level, punish mistakes, and they did that. But the fact that they almost threw a 3v1 at the end there.
They read the over-aggression. That was a good call. Like, if they had been traded there, if they hadn't had players cutting off those positions on the retreat, then they wouldn't have traded that back into a 3 versus 1. And yes, it almost slipped away, but a round win is a round win, and that's all Odium have to think about now. They're just one round behind Outlast, and Clubhouse attack is very doable, as Vinny was saying on the desk. Not quite as one-sided as it used to be, especially with these 2 shields banned. It leaves a slew of hard breach available.
Do you think you'd get that kind of casting passion in any other region, James?
Oh, certainly not.
Not in EUL?
No, I mean, you're the most passionate man
available. Not from Devon Pengu?
Oh, no, just no one can touch your passion, mate.
4-3, and you know, if Odium can just believe in themselves one round at a time, they're certainly capable. We see the Kali again, actually. I think Outlast, though, probably that might have been their one round where they troll a little bit. Ost teams love to do it, where they go up a bit and they're expecting to win, so they play a little bit more fancy and aggressive. Hopefully, for their sake, they kind of just reel it back in. Really force Odium to clear you. Don't go running at them.
There's a time and a place for aggression, and Outlast, I thought at the start of the round had a good read, but yeah, not to be, especially in that mid-round. Sometimes you have to cut your losses. You can't keep pushing for refrags. For now, it looks like they have just continued to fall back on this roam, not looking to over-contest. They've given up CCTV, Cash, even Con, and fallen back to site with all 5 players playing really solid positions on site. And this is where you really... Oh, it's actually Yentai down below, which I quite like. With this Bandit juggle and with the Azami and Castle combo, you might be able to keep these players alive. All right, the Kali finds a pick. At least we had the gadget to come in through.
Saw Leader do that last week.
Yeah, look, it was a play. Taking out the Castle barricade and managing to find a pick on that player engine. Here comes an entry, though, from Ray. Wins his fight on ACOG.
Good flick.
4v3 now, advantage Odium. Relays is pushing for that refrag, but he loses his life to it. Yentire is trapped, cut off from outside the breach, and Outlast are now struggling on their defense. Time to convert the 4 versus 1 for Odium. Can't be that hard. Quick 180 from Crying. They're fired up, and they've tied the scoreline 4 rounds apiece.
Yeah, so very quickly, tactical timeout, I think, aptly taken here because 2 very poor defensive rounds from Outlast. That last one, though, I said at the beginning of the round, don't push into them, let them push into you. You know, no disrespect, but right now, Odium have shown throughout the first couple of play days that they're the bottom team of the region. It means that they're not going to be as proficient in clearing angles, pushing, being, you know, proactive with their time management probably not going to be the greatest either. So when you start running around on site and you're like, I'm going to start swinging this and through cash and I'm going to, you know, pick this and that. I lost a teammate, so I'm going to try and, you know, overload this position. You're just giving them more potential to get free shots where they're already trying to push into site looking at you. So when you swing them, they're already looking at you. Like you're just making it free. Force them to push in and have to clear around.
Yeah.
Like it's basic fundamentals, and Outlast just need to just calm down a little bit because it's very easy when the bullets start flying around. It's a 3v3, then it's a 3v2, and then a 2v2, and everyone's like falling apart. You feel like you got to do something. Sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. Just sit, hold your position, hold the angles, let them come to you.
One thing I wouldn't mind seeing on that gym defense is a little bit more vertical pressure from the defense on that office position. Teams on both sides in this game have basically had the linchpin of their attack be into logistic office. You can C4 that from kitchen. And yeah, there's no Valkyrie, but you can just pre-place a C4. For example, the Tubarao, who was roaming downstairs, he could have chucked a C4 there, left it, waited for his teammate to be in a fight. You blow that C4 off your teammate's sound cue, and that's a free kill, sometimes 2 free kills.
I mean, look at this setup right now. So Outlast are probably going to do, in the first half where Odium had 5 above, then 5 below. It's probably going to be the same thing here now. Basement. Setup, Mirror, Mute, the Goyo, the Azami, even it literally speaks volume here that they're going to play site.
Well, the thing that's good about this setup is you've got lots of really good site util, like you were saying, with the Goyo in particular, the Mirror. But you can roam with these operators, Mute and Goyo in particular, like once you've put your util down, you're free license to roam. Even Wamai technically, if you want, though, you do get more value out of those discs if you wait for them to regen over time. He hasn't actually placed any as of yet, so perhaps he's going to try and use them on his
I think it's going to be
roam.
the basic, what we see a lot of teams do, James, tiny bit of pressure mid-main stairs around that kitchen area, and a tiny bit around secret, and then it's the easy fallback. I don't think it's going to be anything more than that. This looks like stock, standard, default basement clubhouse from Outlast. And you would hope that that should be enough for them to win this round against Odium.
Yeah, I am a little bit disappointed that we're not seeing a contest on the top floor. I think you're right. They are not going to be, they're just playing stairs. But I would have liked to see some of those mute jammers on the top floor. I would have liked to see someone hunting drones in the prep phase because this has allowed Odium to make very quick work of this map. Now, if there's anything going for Outlast, they're not going to be punished for their lack of Bandit and Kaid, of course, Kaid being banned, because there's no ace on the board. It's just that Hibana. Maybe Ying has secondary hard breach, but yeah, Ying does have secondary hard breach. So I still feel like there is a lack of hard breach, and look at that. There's there's a rat hiding in the freezer, by the way.
Yeah, Relays has pushed out from main in towards Kitchen. This is extremely aggressive position, but
if he kills
it's the only one that is aggressive. So it's not like
he's going to kill Hibana.
Oh no, he got across. I think he wants to try and get more.
They know.
Oh no, they know. Oh, okay, well he's just completely scuffed it. Wait, did he shoot at the Hibana?
He must have. He must have. They knew somehow. Well played there from Odium. They've punished what could have been the X Factor that round. Relays kills a Hibana, and that's pretty much GR.
Yeah, certainly would have made it a lot more difficult, but now it's where you kind of question the decision there for Relays. It goes back to what I was saying. Do you just play the main stairs and secret and then fall back? And they don't opt to do that. I was also going to say, you know, when you were disappointed the fact that they weren't playing mute up above, etc., and being aggressive, I was like, well, maybe the first 2 rounds has taken a bit of a dent in their confidence. This would now take a dent. If I'm Relays, like, you're about to give Odium the lead, by the way. This is where it starts to get mentally difficult for Outlast, let alone inside of the server. 45 seconds, 4v5. Odium looking for another attacking round. This is a team that had not won an attack round coming into this playday, and they're about to find multiple against Outlast. Big kill from Ned.
Yeah, he does have this good advantage with the mirror window. With the flash comes through, Bailey is able to cover him. Solid position inside, but ACOG is caught on a rotation.
Oh, Ned's got them.
Outlast spring into action. There was a big flank from Bailey, now looking for a retrade. Hale makes his way back up the stairs. And amidst the chaos, Odium have lost the diffuser and lost what should have been their 3rd attack round in a row.
Oh,
a whiff flash for Hale. He does have the momentum, but he doesn't have the positioning. Both players catch him in the crossfire. And Outlast finally stem the bleeding. That's their first defense on the board.
Whew, I'll tell you what, Bailey dropping down the moto hatch there.
Where the bloody hell did he flank from, by the way? Like, honestly. He must have gone up blue or something.
I'm pretty certain he was the player around Secret. So he must have just at one point committed and went all the way up and then for a flank. So, yeah, you can see here, stock to stage, and then eventually drops moto. He actually did get a kill on Cryin, who would have been still above the Ying, playing and throwing those Candelas, would have got caught from that flank. So even though when he does drop the hatch, he dies, but he got one before that. So in the end, flank successful, especially when, you know, if you're playing that blue position, you got to, or Secret, I guess, in that case, you got to make that decision. Do you play from blue looking in, or do you go for that flank? Not often we see a player go for that kind of flank.
Well, especially because the gridlock of Razor actually came from blue stairs. So I don't know what happened with the timing there. Maybe Azami was playing in Oil Pit, and he ended up climbing up the ladder. But, yeah, I don't know. We didn't manage to catch everything. There's a lot going on in that round. It was hard to see everything. At the end of it, Odium had a decent attack.
Could have been Scooby-Doo-like, where one just goes out and the other one goes in.
It could have been. Wouldn't have been surprised. Odium probably should have had pre-plays watching for those flanks, though, so a little bit disappointing if they managed to miss that. But amidst the chaos of a 5 versus 5, like, you don't have anyone dedicated to sitting on drones, so you can miss those little details.
Yeah, the Kali, again, is intriguing. I don't know if it's like a comfort pick for Razor, or if they've got a specific reasoning for it, but I can't say I've seen huge success, and it's not something that's typically seen all that often when it does come to Clubhouse.
Especially when Thatch is up. Kali does have her own benefits, especially when Mira is being utilized a lot by the defense. Ash and Kali, between the two of them, have 6 projectiles that will drill into those mirror windows and break that glass.
That's the thing, though. You've got the Ash, right? So wouldn't you just be better off maybe bringing the Thatcher?
Thatcher only disables the gadgets on the wall, whereas the Kali will actually destroy it. And if you're confident with that rifle, you can also get a lot of value out of it. I mean, have a look at this angle, for example. 12x zoom. He's going to have to be very quick on the fingers, though, to manage to land that. If Bailey looks to cross. Still holding on to top red and Cash as long as possible.
Relays finally just falling back and playing a bit more defensive this round. It actually gives up red and Cash a lot earlier. Keeper barriers to deny that line of sight from the Kali, looking inwards towards Con. It's actually Cryin now out in the balcony directly, and Razor more so towards that gym window. Castle barricade in towards bedroom. So back a sight holds here right now for Outlast Gaming, looking to get to that match point scenario. Freelo, last time out, did lose a Salma in this scenario, but did get Jacuzzi opened up.
Yeah, but the priority here is actually killing the Bandit. They want to bait him in. They need to time this Selma with the Kali, destroying this castle barricade. And now the angle is exposed. We can see Hale tries to contest. They've got the 2 Burrell. That's the difference this time around.
Yeah, that's not going to... I mean, it's going to delay.
He shut it off anyway.
60 seconds. Kali has been certainly a helping hand in this scenario, but so much time being put into this, and yet still haven't achieved a whole lot. Only just now we're going to get a bit of breach in towards Jacuzzi. 45 seconds coming our way in a 5v5.
What's ACOG doing? Big rotation from ACOG all the way down to the basement. This is the C4 in office I was talking about. He was all the way down in oil pit, but his teammate made that call. And now the execute has to happen on site, but Outlast are outliving Odium. Hale against 3 now. He might have taken control of this position, but it's a 1v2 on site while ACOG is still running it back.
The kid's outside.
1v1 now on site, and he spots the player. He might be able to make this possible.
Just don't peek. The kid's outside. They've left it out.
15 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's 10 seconds left. So even if he does get this kill on the player in con, it's not going to make a difference. Headshot available.
Bang.
Bang. 3 in the round. Good little stat pad for Hale. I mean, he's doing everything he possibly can. Nitrocell, I mean, Ned at this point probably anticipating a plant in towards Jim, but he doesn't have the kit.
Yeah. I was still quite well played, though, I gotta say. Credit to Hale. He made it very close. He probably needed to go for the diffuser instead of going for that player in con. He must have had info. He must have had a call on that rotation back. Overall, solid round from Odium. They're going to take their tactical timeout now, as Outlast are on the verge of victory.
Look, more competitive today from Odium, that's for sure. They've looked a hell of a lot better in this matchup against Outlast, and in some ways, even if Outlast win and get all 3 points, a tiny little dent in the momentum they've built up over the first 2 play days. Not taking too much from them, but certainly showing that they are human and they're still a new team. They're prone to mistakes. Better in that round, and even at the end, I like the fact that there's that fallback, the last player, the Nitrocell prepped, just in case he goes for that plant, it's going to be there, and if he's not there, then the round's over and you can run away. So, and even ACOG hiding in con, he doesn't move there. He just gets, eventually hunted down. But there's like 10 seconds left. So at that point, if I'm dying there as ACOG, I'm not too disappointed. 11 kills for ACOG in this game as well. He's played really well. And also for Outlast, I think Relays over the first 2 play days was like one of their better players, and he hasn't really done much in this game. So, the good news for them is if you can win when you're not playing at your best, that's a good sign of a good team. 6-4, 2 opportunities to close this out, get all 3 points, which really I think is going to be quite customary against Odium. It's just the reality of the situation. For all teams in this league, it's going to have to be, we need to get 3 points against Odium.
Yeah, and if Outlast do so, they'll actually jump above Gaming Gladiators and sit first on the standings at the end of today. The only team so far.
Yeah, I forgot that actually GG and Chiefs won each in overtime.
Exactly, and it wasn't against the greatest teams ever. I mean, Chiefs dropped points to CS, and GG dropped points to Supernova. Both of which...
Both to play after this, though, against each other.
True. You know a matchup that I'm actually really excited to see? Obviously, everyone wants to see GG Chiefs, but I reckon a sleeper surprise game will be Outlast versus Prodigy. Because Prodigy have looked really good.
I thought you were going to say Outlast Chiefs.
Yes, but I think Outlast, Prodigy both are in conversation to be battling for third, in my mind, in their current form. I mean, Prodigy have looked pretty damn good. They smashed Odium more than this. And even though Prodigy did lose out to Chiefs, that conversation changed, I think, a lot today when Prodigy gave a real fight to GG.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I think that you could probably put Prodigy in that conversation with Outlast, with Antic, all around that kind of... Like, almost those 3 teams, like, can we get to that Chiefs level, right? Yeah. Which is really good for the region, because then instead of like a top 4, it's almost like a top 5. Exactly. If Prodigy can really, make that sort of jump. This one's not over yet. Odium have already shown they've got the ability to get a couple of attacking rounds. Razor now actually onto the Thatcher, by the way. So not much of a change up. They do bring the Fuse as well. Keeping the Ash along with the Thatcher. No Carly this time around, James.
This C4 could be big. Does it land? Bang! See you later, Crine. No more Thermite. No more Hard Breach. Not even Tin Can Openers brought on the Ying. This is really, really grim now for... Odium, however, they do find a pick. Yeah, that's big from Ray. The only way that Odium win this is by fragging out. They have no breaching capability.
Oh, and they've just lost Freelo.
Nothing scarier than that Boss G coming for you. 4v3 now. Numb's disadvantage for the attack. 0 hard breach. I mean, this round really should be over. And if I'm Outlast, I'm just chilling. Like, you really don't need to over-aggress here. The only way you lose this is by losing ones.
Yeah, and that goes back to a couple of rounds ago when it was Jim Bedroom and they just started swinging everything. Good position here. Boss G again will get the kill onto Razor, who walks... unfortunately into his sight. And that's also the diffuser.
And default was up, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is just a case of Outlast Gaming probably could have played this whole match a little bit better, and then they finally improved as the game's gone on. It's good for Odium that they got, off of the duck in terms of attacking round wins. They've broken that curse. They've gotten a couple of defensive rounds. Certainly a far more competitive game, but there is clearly a gulf between these two teams. Ray taken down to 7 HP. That is so deadly. Hail will fall as well. Relays with 3 and make that 4. A bit of a quiet game from Relays, James, but hey, 4 to finish it off means job done. 7-4 as well. For Outlast, they go undefeated. They go to the top of the table.
Can't believe it, but these guys are looking like the best team in the region, at least for now on points. They haven't yet met a true test, but they've looked really solid against Antic, Supernova, and now Odium as well. Really solid for Outlast, and I think the conversation has well and truly begun. These guys are looking like a serious contender at the top half of the standings, but let's see what the guest has. Let's see what the desk has to say. The guests on the desk have to say.
Do we want to retake that? Maybe we can rewind time and give him one more shot at that one. Look, Outlast outright first, Vinny.
You still messed it up.
I got it right, thank you very much. Vincia was giving me some hosting tips behind the scenes, so I thought I'd just try one for size. Odium, much better from them today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best performance we've seen from them so far. I definitely thought it was going to be a bit more one-sided, but I think it was probably more a case of Outlast not playing to their full potential today.
Yeah, sure.
And I think they kind of fell into the trap of playing against a team that's probably a little bit worse than them and sort of coming down to their level rather than Odium putting together really great rounds.
Is it at all concerning for you guys? Kind of mentioning on the back of the comments that Vinny's just made, like kind of lowering their level to where they are. Do you find that potentially to be an issue for Outlast moving forward?
I mean, it could be, right? But typically as the stage goes on, the competition increases in terms of difficulty, and certainly if they're in contention for playoffs, they're very much so at this point in time. They probably won't have to quote-unquote stoop down to other teams' levels, so I think in that respect it's probably not all that concerning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're probably going to look back at this performance, watch the VOD, and be scratching their heads at a couple of those rounds and being like, lads, what the hell are we doing there giving freebies? But fortunately, they walk away with 3 points, so it's really no harm done. And for both teams, it really is just a learning experience.
It certainly is. We've got Bailey on the other side of the line, and we can start to have a little bit of a chin wag with him, always ever confident. That's 3 7-4s in a row, Bailey. This game, obviously, we expected. This is probably the game we expected to see a strong performance, and Odium came out swinging. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
I think we played really bad today, so I'm glad that it was against a team that we could play bad and still get away with a win. My excuse was going to be let it go 7-4 just to match it with the other games, but I feel like that's not a very good excuse for that performance.
Not anymore, it's not, Vinny? Guzzler.
Yeah, we'll get in first.
Sorry.
Bailey, in the pre-stage for this particular second stage of OS, you guys obviously did your tier lists, and you did put these guys right at the bottom. I'm pretty sure you said something along the lines of this will be a free 3-pointer. It wasn't quite the case tonight. You said yourself you didn't play that great. Is there any particular part of your game or the team's game that just wasn't really there tonight?
I just felt like a really off day for us today. Everyone was in a bit of a bad mood. I don't know. They weren't even playing that bad, to be honest. It was good to see that they were actually playing decent, getting rounds. Good to see, because they might do that against other teams, which would make it a bit more entertaining than getting 7-0'd every game.
I got a question about the Veto. Obviously, you guys went to club. Was that always the plan, or did you guys have a different map in mind?
We didn't really plan too much for this game. It's we weren't sure if we wanted to go to an actual map or just go any map and just get the win, but I don't know. I personally don't really know if club was the play. But we got the win, so it doesn't really matter.
That's all that matters, right? As long as you're taking the wins when they matter. Speaking of wins and when they matter, you take on Circular Spheres tomorrow. How are you feeling about that matchup in particular? They don't look as hot as what we've once seen them.
Honestly, I'm interested to see how they play in the coming game against Supernova. I feel like that'll be a good benchmark to get a feel for them, because when they got 7-0'd by Antic, I feel like that was just one of them bad days for that team. So it's hard to really use that game as an example. So now I'm pretty much just waiting for this next game, and however that goes will probably decide how confident I am, I'd say.
I thought you were abundantly confident. What's happened, Bailey?
I don't know. I feel like I can't be too confident after nearly going OT with Odium.
You know what? I can
snap back to reality today.
Yeah, I've got a respect from the Thanos comment to now snapping back to reality instead of taking it away. It makes a bit of sense, mate. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
ACOG was Thanos today. He was playing pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Like he won us most of our attack rounds.
Yeah.
Good to see a young fella playing good.
Hang on, did you just call him young fella?
Yeah, he's like the youngest fella in the league, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. Where does that put you
Nice
then?
to see him. I'm not the young player anymore.
No.
Bit of a veteran.
Oh, God. Mate, I can't even see a whisker on your chin. How can you be a veteran?
I got a stage under my belt.
Yeah, that's enough. That's what it takes nowadays, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck in your game against Circular Spheres tomorrow.
No worries. All right, see you tomorrow.
Jeez, the confidence. See you tomorrow. Well, we'll see him tomorrow. Whether we see him in the interview is another question altogether. But it does feel like that is just the way it's trending. Outlast are looking phenomenal.
It is, but I think this game was actually pretty important for them. He said it's a bit of a humbling experience.
Yeah.
I think after the first 2 play days, they were probably, pretty up on themselves. They thought they were unstoppable, but
Did you just call him up themselves? Wow, Vinny, you can't say that.
He called himself Thanos.
He
called his whole team Thanos.
He did actually.
And he was correct today. ACOG was Thanos. I think he had a very quick start on those attacks. When his team looked like they were out of a few of those rounds, I think he quickly got out to like a 10 and 2 scoreline, and then he slowed down a little bit on that defensive half. But put the work in early to put his team in a good spot.
Yeah, and just to kind of double down on the comments there, 11-7 for ACOG. I'm going to bring it up on your screen now, and a 73% cost across all of the rounds in which he played. That's a pretty good result, and overall a good result for Outlast, which now puts them back in that conversation, Guz. They need to make sure that they're competitive against the teams above them, and they need to make sure they put the teams below them to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking across in terms of individual performances tonight, as Bailey mentioned in the interview, another really, really good night for ACOG. He came into the night sitting at around about a 132 EPS, and so producing a 121 in a closer matchup is indicative that he's very much a player to keep our eyes on as this stage progresses.
Well, Guz, as much as I'd like to keep you on the desk, and we really appreciate that analysis, if you'll call it that, we're going to go to a break and swap some proper analysts onto the desk.
Drop the bomb. 15 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Reloading.
Into the final game of the night, and that took no time whatsoever. We've got Jake Xenox Venditti joining us back on the analyst desk. I do want to get your opinion on that match that we just saw, because Odium have a bit of bite about him.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think that whenever a team is, getting off to a poor stage, they're fresh, new to the league as well at this level.
Yep.
We saw the stats as well, 0% win rate on attack, 8% on defense. For them to be able to get something from that game, sure, no points, but certainly a little bit more respect and somewhat of a wake-up call for Outlast that it's not going to be all that easy every week, and that, hey, if you're not on your A game, even the bottom team can push you a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's completely understandable. Speaking of a team that really is struggling to get points, Circular Spheres. They're not having a good one right now. They are really struggling. They only have 1 point from their first 2 opening matches. Granted, it was an overtime against the Chiefs. We got a little bit excited for them on Playday 1, to which they got 7-0'd, Vinny, on Playday 2 by Antic.
Yeah, and it's a little surprising. I think with the 3 roster moves they ended up making, bringing in Killerman, save the Neptune, we thought maybe this extra bit of firepower might be what takes them to the next level. But if anything, it sort of brought them back a little bit. Obviously, Japer and Physics have been on this roster for quite a while. They were in stage 1, and we think that they bring a bit of that sort of stability and that IGLing to the role. But yeah, just haven't been able to click so far. And we highlighted last night the effect of Killerman and his entry. And at the moment, he's currently 5-7. And we also highlighted how when he's the opening death, almost always, I think every round so far, it's resulted in his team losing the round. So again, tonight, it's going to be really important for him to step up and just to keep his life and have an impact on rounds.
I actually think he was the opening kill, he got the opening kill 3 rounds in a row last. Actually, yeah, it was, because they lost all their rounds. So, that's 10 rounds that he's been a part of an opening kill or death, and they've gone on to lose. So there is a very big discussion point for Circular Spheres at this point. But let's start to talk about Supernova. They also haven't gotten off to a great stage either. They are only on a point. That's right. Both of these 2 rosters, which I thought were going to be relatively competitive, at least in the mid-pack, have gotten off to a stinker, Xenox. That's probably the only way I can put it without being too brutal.
I think probably we've seen a bit more from Supernova, though.
That's fair.
I think also when you take into account Playday 1, they had Pinku, who was nuts, and then but they didn't have President. And then President comes in, and he actually played quite well in his game as well yesterday. So I think there's more to this roster. I mean, without kind of beating down on Circular Spheres, we've seen a lot of CS over the last couple of years, and I feel like they've plateaued, or maybe even in this case gotten a little bit worse.
That's fair.
I think that this is a roster that can certainly continue to improve. You can get more out of Dirty. 0-2 on the entry, 38% cost would probably be almost like at the bottom in terms of this league statistically. Palarazi still kind of finding his feet at this level, and President being the one that yesterday actually kind of set the tone is really good for him as one of the more veterans, I guess, now at this point. So I've backed in Supernova. In fact, everyone's backed in Supernova except for Guz, who's doubled down on Circular Spheres after he went for them yesterday. Clearly didn't learn his lesson. But look, I will say, when I saw the talent predictions at the start of the day, at the top of the show, I was a bit surprised no one else went for CS.
Yeah.
Should be closer to 50-50. Ready to get your heads ripped off, says Palarazi.
What do you reckon about that, Xenox?
I like it. Good fighting words.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Supernova should be winning this game. If they want to be in that conversation with Prodigy, with Antic, with Outlast, and trying to fight, for a top 4 position, you got to be winning these.
Yeah. Big talk for a guy that's got a jersey photoshopped over the top of him. It's all love. Palarazi, please don't come after me. Just to double down on your comment about Dirty, 2 games, he's been okay. Obviously, last stage, we saw something that really gave us a lot of hope. Unfortunately, he is in the bottom 10. He's 35th out of 41 players, so he's the 6th worst rated player in the league at the moment. So that's just kind of emphasizing Xenox's point that if we get a bit more out of him, maybe we'll start to see Supernova grow even further. This is a matchup that, even coming into the stage, was going to be close, Vinny, but today it has to be close. Both of these teams have a lot, even just outside of the points and the worry about getting into playoffs, both of these teams have a lot on the line in terms of their own storylines.
Yeah, 100%, and I think we spoke about it a little bit last night as well, is that you have to be competitive in these games before you start moving towards playoffs and playing against your GG and your Chiefs. You need to have a bit of confidence going into those matches.
Yeah.
Like you said, I think there's still a lot to see from Supernova. Obviously, we've only seen them on Consulate so far on both play days. They've banned it out relatively early just to see something different.
Good map.
And we're going to Nighthaven, which we haven't seen, I don't think, from either team so far.
Yep.
Or that much at all this stage so far. So it'll be interesting to see sort of how the meta's shifted in the off-season, and yeah, Circular Spheres on the defense first.
We've only seen Nighthaven Labs once, in fact, out of the opening, 11 games we've had now. Xenox, you happy with Labs?
It's a great map. It's a good map to obviously get a bit of a feel for these two teams as well. And the way that they're playing their Siege at the moment, Labs, if you know how to play the map, it's going to be pretty evident. If you don't know how to play it, it's going to be pretty evident as well.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Playday 1, we were talking about it, and Vinny hasn't had the chance to play much Labs, for example, retiring a little bit around the time it came in. So I think this is going to be a really good showing from these two teams that are essentially at a point now. This is the crazy nature of our league. We're Playday 3 out of 7. Yeah. It goes quick. You know, it goes quick. But you blink and you miss it. It's about a month of real hardcore action and then it's done. So, you know, you're at this point now where if CS lose this game, you can basically say goodbye to any kind of top finish, right?
Oh,
you
yeah,
must win. Must win this game.
Absolutely.
And for Supernova, it's must win in the sense of wanting to be regarded as a team that can challenge.
Well, not only that, but then it starts to put into question even playoffs. Because Prodigy are playing well. Outlast are at the top of the league right now. So, Vinny, I mean, like, if you lose this game in regulation, is there a question mark about making playoffs?
Well, yeah, and the other thing is that since it's a Super Week, you're playing 3 back-to-back games. There's no room to go home tonight and be like, let's go scrim and practice and fix some stuff. They have to come back tomorrow again, and if they lose 3 games in a row, I don't know, you've got 2 left over 2 weeks, and I don't know, you've got to find points somewhere, and it only gets trickier from there.
It certainly does. It's a bit of a brutal league at the moment, and if you're not on top of your form, well, you're going to be punished. It is time to see 2 teams that we thought coming into this were going to be mid-pack. They've only got 1 point between them. We go to Guz and DevMother.
2 teams that were meant to be mid-pack. I thought he was going to say, I'm taking you through it. It's 2 casters that are meant to be mid-pack.
I mean, he could have done that, but that would have been very rude, and Rob's not known for that.
But usually Rob thinks up something spicy when he introduces you and Guz. I feel left out. Like, where's my hype intro? Like, oh, we're going to Guz and who let this guy in the building? Like, come on, Rob, get a bit more creative with it. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. And I'm begging these teams to finally get some bloody wins on the board. Both of them winless, even though they do each have 1 point on the board from losing to the best teams in the league.
Look, I think CS have caught some flack heading into this particular game.
Watch out, guys. Sorry. Guz is talking about Circular Spheres. Sorry, yeah, please.
I am the only person that predicted them heading into this particular matchup, including production, who often go for the underdog. So I feel like I'm on my own little island here. And look, I think there's plenty of cases to be made that Circular Spheres could well get smashed in this game, let's be real. Last play day was pretty disastrous for them, but I am of the impression that it was an off day and they can be competitive tonight.
Yeah, and let's remember what happened in Stage 1, right? We saw them get 7-0'd by Bliss and Odium, and then we saw them 7-0 6 targets. So Circular Spheres are nothing if not inconsistent, and we know that. Sometimes their inconsistency leads them to incredible heights. Supernova, though, they've also been going through a bit of a rough patch. Even back when they were known as Odium in the off-season, they bailed out so early from that off-season tournament. Everyone was really disappointed because we did have such high expectations of the old Odium roster that these guys did represent. Now, on Nighthaven Labs, we find out which of these 2 find their first win and which of them stays down at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm happy that we're not at Clubhouse. I feel like I've finally escaped that map.
Yeah.
Big fan of Nighthaven Labs. And very much a fan of the versatility that can be brought to the table in terms of operator bans. So we'll see exactly who gets taken out on the attacking side to kick things off, and it is the Monty as anticipated. Seen a couple of games so far this stage in OS, and certainly numerous globally, where both the Monty and the Blitz have been taken out simultaneously. And it could be the case where we see that once more, especially with Dockerby nerfed. It's become less of a prevalent ban. Supernova take the Thinker off the board, and I can only assume that's in response to Saved, who has been crutching the Finker LMG quite a bit in the first couple of play days here for OS. Seen a couple of players in the league dabble in the Finker, but won't see playtime in this particular matchup. Goyo off the board as well, so a bit of a shake-up defensively. We'll see if the Azami follows up.
Listen to him, this guy. Most feared player in the region.
I told you it was a target to him.
But he also plays the Goyo, like that's the double save ban.
True.
I made you, says President. Okay, bro. This is Saved against his former team. That's something we didn't really talk about. Of course, Saved has now made his move over to Circular Spheres, and in a way it does seem befitting. This roster is known for a certain kind of reputation, and Saved definitely fills that personality. Even though he did used to hang with the boys over on Supernova. But you mentioned that castle ban. That seems like a real surprise to me. Not one we very often see banned out. Usually, teams have quite an inkling on exactly what the opponents do when they're banning out that castle.
Can only assume they've got some intel behind the scenes, maybe some scrim data, maybe a couple of setups they've seen that they don't particularly want to play into. Now, apologies for the delay. We do have some form of tech pause. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but
players requested it. I'm sure we'll be back into it before you know it.
Something related to Moss. Someone's computer's probably blown up.
Moss. You know what? It occurs to me that a lot of people watching probably would be like, Moss? What's that? What is Moss, guys?
Ask Shiko.
4. Jinx. Yeah, you got to run your third-party anti-cheats, guys. You got to run them third-party anti-cheats.
Back to Save, though, I was actually intrigued to see how he's been performing in respect to the rest of the league, because I felt like so far in the first couple of play days, his performance has been quiet by his own standard. And I think to an extent that is true. He was ranked 21st in the league heading into the night. But he's still the top performing player for Circular Spheres. So I think a reflection of where that team is at right now as we get into the action. Circular Spheres, again, last play day was unfortunately a little bit of a disaster for them. Unable to win a single round against Antic. That match taking place over on Club. So we'll see if they can bounce back today.
And on the flip side, Supernova, they've had a funny little situation with their roster where they keep having subs come in and fill in for this team. Funnily enough, the top-rated player on Supernova in this league is Pinku, their super sub, who's not even playing today. You know, that's the silly cat enjoyer. He was the guy that absolutely farmed Gaming Gladiators in their opening game, back when President was over in New Zealand or something on some holiday. And now they're back with their full roster, and Supernova have looked progressively worse with every game that they've played with that original roster.
Whoa, where's that from? Is that from below?
I think it might be. Quixie's actually running the shotgun on Ying, by the way, not something we see every day. This is a very greedy peek here from Bappen. Oh, sorry, from Nep. He needs to not overstay his welcome.
Yeah, open mirror strat there on the IT breach. Brave to hold down that line and missed, albeit a very brief opportunity to find the opening kill in this round. With that pressure now subverted by the attack, able to range hard breach. A little bit messy on the wall. And so just a prone entry for now, I believe. In terms of wall denial, it is just the mute in play from physics. And so hard breach is not really going to be the determining factor for this particular round. It's going to come down to the mirror and the Azami clear on site, more than likely. Good information over towards top blue here for Bappen to potentially play off.
Bappen running my favorite skin, by the way. Throwback to
I
Red
never
Crow.
bought that one back in the day.
Oh, mate,
he's also running the SA 2017 Charm, which costs many credits, so I don't know how he's got that. I've seen a couple of players with it, actually.
Oh, he actually just missed the timing there as Killerman crossed the line of sight. Killerman's going for the aggressive peek and wins that fight. No amount of money you spend on skins and charms will save you from that one, Bappen. 4v4, Killerman looking for another one. Very narrow angle. Takes down Palarazi. 4v3 advantage. CS on the defense.
Dirty clearing the camera, jumping back outside, maybe trying to bait this push.
It should be free. He's got a ping. You're going to lose this fight. This crosshair placement is not there, and he does lose it in the end to Physics. Triple kill in the round for Killerman. Quixie, shotgun and pistol to try and make a 1v4 work. I think Killerman's going to hunt for him. This ain't working for him.
Yeah, it's all for Candelas as well. Not being allowed to activate in this round.
There comes that shotgun though, but a C4 from Physics from below closes the round. Circular Spheres not getting 7-0 today, no siree. Maybe they will indeed hold a candle to Supernova, Guz.
Oh, they're going to win the game.
All right, mate.
I can't wait to look like a genius in 30 minutes. It's going to feel real good.
That'll be the first time in a few years you've looked like a genius.
Maybe the first time ever in my very long career. Actually, it's getting quite long now. I feel very old.
Bit of an old man.
All these 2006 players running
Yeah,
around.
bro. When when Bailey was like, yeah, I'm a veteran now. I'm like, bro.
One stage, mate.
Bro. This guy right here.
I think I might have calculated it before this stage. I think for me, it's like stage 20 something. Oh, actually, no, does that make sense?
Depends, because we obviously
used to have
used to have 3 a year. So it's kind of...
Maybe it was 12. I can't remember. It was something crazy there.
What was your first debut on the casting microphone?
Last week of Pro League Season 10.
And before that, it was
didn't
just
do the LAN, then did Season 11, and then COVID came. Yeah, so I didn't do a LAN for quite some time.
Good times. Hey, you did SI 21 from home? Yeah. The COVID Paris SI? Good times.
Look, Paris is kind of overrated. I'm not going to lie. I've been there.
Big call.
Probably angered quite a few people. Ubisoft are a French company, so actually
Yeah.
I take that back. France was amazing. It was incredible.
France.
I loved it.
Best country in the world.
The Eiffel Tower, man. Oh, wow.
Yves Guillemot, please don't fire me.
Honestly, I only say that because our compatriot in Raven did move there. So I'd like to make fun of him.
Of course, we got to do that. So on the defense now, Circular Spheres, they've won the top floor, they go to the bottom floor. Pretty normal site rotation. What's not so normal is seeing things like the Doc come on through, but unsurprising for Saved. He has got a bit of a reputation for being that magnified scope crutch player, and his Goyo's been banned out. Goyo's the perfect operator for a guy like Saved, because he can roam on it. It's a 2-speed. He's got that magnified scope, but he's also got a hell of a lot of util that he can just leave on site and then go and play his life elsewhere. The Doc, not so much. 1-speed operator. The util is extremely selfish. He doesn't bring much to the table for the rest of the team like a Goyo does. But he does have that magnified scope. So I expect big things from Saved.
Yeah, over towards Cargo, currently just lurking around, chipping away a drone utility and maybe looking for a contact fight. There are 4 drones down, but no gunfights really to ensue just yet. Working that exterior hard breach in towards Warehouse is the old Prez. Probably still a little bit disappointed as to how him and the boys performed over on Concert. I think it's a map that they need to really go back on and workshop a little bit more and refine.
Oh, that's the kill you're meant to find. Saved. On the repeak, will he get it? He's looking to fall back. Another drone shot. A lot of time burnt this round, which is nice for Circular Spheres, but still they want more than that. They want to kill. They're also trying to bait someone into that pre-placed C4 they had just in the hallway to Save's left, but the IQ spotted that a long time ago. It still hasn't been taken out. Still chance that it could find a kill. I think Dirty's just run straight over it. Is that C4 taken out or not?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, the IQ is still up, so it may get spotted out.
Well, they already spotted it.
Well, confirm that it's still there. I should clarify.
Oh, well, there's a pick. Exactly what Supernova need.
So 35 seconds then. Still going to be a challenge for the attack to break this one down. Neptune forced back, and the Bees will spot his position. Needs to be a little bit careful in towards Exo. Potential vert pressure from up above, but able to survive and get back towards site. 20 seconds then on the clock. Save does find one back, so a 4 versus 4 in the dying stages of the second round.
And the slowest round in the history of Rainbow Six Siege begins to come to a close here, with President being completely uncovered and Physics getting a free plant denial. In goes Dirty. Big double kill here with the Commando. Last one left, and Jape has got him dead to rights. A very strange round that Circular Spheres can lock in, but I don't really know what Supernova were doing in that mid-round. That was way too much time just slipping through their fingers.
I think they were trying to do their best. Like Doug Zero with Canadian impression, where it's a really slow wind-up, but the difference being that a team of that caliber actually uses that time effectively to set up perfect positioning and timing. And the fact that there was no plant coverage there, those up above had very little impact. And the round only looks remotely close on paper because of a exit double from Dirty. That was very much quite a one-sided round.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably safe to say at this point in time, I don't think it's too early to say this, but yesterday very much now looks like an off day for Circular Spheres, and they are playing far better today.
Yeah, but I guess we can say, like, how much do you take out of the How much do you take out of that first game? Like, what did you think CS were like against Chiefs? They got 6 rounds off them on this map. Maybe it's also just a Veto thing. Maybe CS just kind of suck at Clubhouse. Maybe Nighthaven is a better map for them, which is funny because they've played a lot of Nighthaven, but they usually lose it. Like, they lost it to Chiefs. They lost it in a close match to 5 Sharp, which is now Outlast. And they lost it to Lycus Empire in the Rivals as well. Another 6-8. CS do love this map. They keep playing it.
It is defense.
Keep losing it.
Don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Tertiary side up next as well. So a real tester for Circular Spheres to see if they can get the perfect first rotation. Pop out from Japer. Over towards Electrical. Doesn't land. They seem to be heavily reliant on Saved as well, roaming around on the dock. He's had somewhat of an impact thus far. And the roam clear hasn't been the greatest from Supernova, where, especially on Consulate, I thought it was more so their late round on attacks that was letting them down in terms of some of the positioning and timing, and that lack of synergy. Whereas early map control actually was a little bit better.
Plant? Hello? Anybody home? Circular Spheres! 5 versus 5, the plant goes down very early into the round, indeed. And now it's just about covering. Really, Supernova can win this round from outside the building. All they have to do is get safe. Bapanova stays as welcome. Neptune wants to go for this counter defuse now, but he needs to wait for the rest of his team to come and support.
Azami.
That is it! The Azami keep a barrier right now. It needs to be taken down. Body block time, the killer man, but the diffuser cannot be confirmed. And this post plan is pretty easy here for Supernova. I don't know what was going on there for Circular Spheres, but they let Supernova in the building. And the round was over before it even began.
Well, as I was trying to say, Supernova are good at identifying pockets of weakness, but on console it didn't show the best of the abilities to capitalize upon that. In round 3, they have identified that site is free and they've been able to take that space. Late Azami keep a barrier there, almost gave an opportunity for Circular Spheres to go for the counter defuse, but the body block wasn't quite there. And even more importantly so for Supernova, they had control up above, so it was never really going to be a possibility. Anyway, bit of an underwhelming tertiary defense from Circular Spheres. However, if they show proficiency again on the primary sites, at least 4 rounds and a half is more than okay.
Yeah, 4-2 split on the cards if they can hack it on the 2 sites they've already won. Do it again, but...
Oh, hack. Who's hacking?
We talked about Moss before. I think they got their Moss up, didn't they? Yeah, I don't know. Supernova looked really weird in those first 2 rounds. I want to know what the deal is with this Ying shotgun. I have a feeling Quixie is going to play it again. Is it to play connector, like electrical? Why is Bappen calling for help?
I would assume electrical, right? That's the closest fight you would typically be taking. Maybe top blue push, potentially, but...
He's still running that shotgun. I mean, Ying's pistol's pretty good.
Well, last time he was last player alive with 4 Candelas, so the loadout had no difference.
And he's trying to pre-fire the bandit, or at least the batteries, through the floor with the pistol. Again, he's done that twice now, hasn't really found anything. Again, a very confusing start to this round from Supernova. I guess they are just looking for main breaches, and that's very fast. Now, there's a Valkyrie on the board and a camera here in IT, which we just saw through the outlines for a brief second. Last time around it was Killerman that found a big 3K in the round. There's that Valkyrie camera we were talking about in the corner of IT.
Yeah, not a fight that Killman really wants to be taking from that low ground position. Unlikely to win that one out, so makes the calculated play of forfeiting that position for now. Opening kill goes the way of Japer, though. Clean Nitro, I believe. I was going to say
Breach? Is it the one that you toss out towards the breach? I think it might have been.
Through con, yeah, over the half wall. Thought initially it may have been electrical, but certainly not. Here is the Ying shotgun.
The flash has pushed the player back, and he was really hoping that someone would re-aggress, but you can see now CS are happy to just fall for that position completely, and funnily enough, Quixie not really able to do much with this shotgun unless if someone gets up close and personal with him. So he's basically got the pistol for any real engagements. Neptune's found his. And both the hard breaches are down. Thankfully, no hard breach needed. Soft breach would be nice on this wall, actually, to try and open up a way to walk into sight. Here comes some Ying Candelas from Quixie, though. Not shot in time. Quixie doesn't make his entry as of yet. But the players on the other side do. And once again, Quixie is the last alive with this shotgun. 2 Candelas in pocket. Man, you can't be missing that. Eventually kill confirmed. So it won't be a flawless round for Circular Spheres. Yeah, Lamau from Neptune in the old chat. Unsurprising. Time to bully him out of the server, boys. Neptune's very happy with that one. What is this strat from Quixie?
Supernova are doing some strange strats this stage. I don't know who's cooking them up or what the calls are, but they're overworking it. Am I liking?
What you don't like, Ying shotgun?
I mean, the disappointing thing is we actually have not, outside of the electrical clear being clean, which was actually a positive, we didn't really get to see the next stage of the strat because Crixie gets stranded there. It's a 3 versus 5. Tries to use their Candelas to facilitate the push through Con. That also got shot down from deep angles because they didn't have like a blue threat presence because they were so far down in the man count. We didn't really see the strat really come into play, so maybe it was a bit harsh to call it bad, but it's just that conversion, that conviction from Supernova that's lacking again here. I'm pretty confident in reaffirming my prediction that a 4-2 is looming.
Damn. CS are really getting all about it in the all chat as well. Bappen, I expected more from you, says Saved. Currently 0-4. Once upon a time, Bappen, especially around the time he debuted, he was one of the hottest players in the league, especially for being on a mid-tier team. He was really fragging out. He had comparable stats to some of the best players in the region. Quixie is currently top fragging for Supernova, but I don't know how much stake we can put in that when has been a couple of exit frags for him. Same can be said for Dirty, unfortunately. Supernova's one round that they won was really just thanks to the 5v5 plant and then pretty much winning an unlosable post plant. In these rounds on the primary and secondary sides, we've seen very little from them. And this is where it needs to change.
Yeah, Bappen bang average heading into this particular play day, 100 EPS. For other players around a similar stat line, though, he's cost quite low at only 46%. So consistency in terms of his impact in these rounds has been limited. And unfortunately, his performance so far tonight has probably only seen that number decrease. So hopefully he can get himself back into the game. On the Dockerby for this particular round, and an operator who provided you were able to stay alive and get value. Now with util being regenerative, going to be the hardest of operators to play. Post up in safe positions and use the logic bomb to assist either on the roam clear or use it late round as a good counter into the Valkyrie and denying information. Probably doesn't need to be used on the roam clear as it's been pretty smooth sailing for the attack so far. That being said, a couple of players lurking in towards the first floor, over towards vending, save the Neptune.
That was Japer picking his C4 back up off the roof by shooting it to fall down after he lost his camera. Okay, big swing from Physics through the floor, and the buck is taken down before he's able to make any vert above the site. Thankfully, we do have breaching charges from Dirty to try and assist with that. But yeah, this is not a great start here for Supernova. Thankfully, they have dodged one of these C4s. Ooh, another narrow angle. And Palarazi doesn't respect that he's going to lose that to Japer. He keeps trying to find the return angle instead of just falling back. He loses his life. Circular Spheres poised to hit their 4th round. As you predicted, Guz, Supernova are not out of this yet.
So exterior breach being worked currently by Prez. 45 seconds on the clock for the attack to formulate something as these primary sites continue to look strong for Circular Spheres. It'll take an almighty effort for the attack to wrangle this one back. 30 seconds on the clock and still nothing found. Circular Spheres pretty content in playing safe positions.
If Bappen had committed to that pick, he would have found it. We know he would have won that timing battle. Even if he doesn't, here comes the logic bomb, the Dokkaebi's call. And Saved continues to find heads with his magnified scopes. Present and Dirty left, looking for an exit frag. And I don't think they're going to find much. There's one. Had the KD a little bit. What a shot there from Neptune, though. Dirty again in position where he can't really achieve anything. Saved will mop him up. Too easy for CS. 1 round left to play in the half, but it feels like this momentum is just continuing to build for Circular Spheres.
4-2.
Well, that relies on Supernova winning this next one, which...
That's like, I'm okay with that. They can win around.
Yeah, look, I know you're just on the CS grind set, but I'm just disappointed in Supernova, man. Like, if they don't get a free plant like they did on the 1 round they've won so far, maybe this isn't a 4-2, maybe this is a 5-1.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Certainly sets the stage, I think, for the most exciting round of the match so far here. And it's not actually going to be storage for this final round of the half. Over towards Kitchen we go.
This is not a good bomb site.
No, it's not. But perhaps Circular Sphere is lacking confidence after getting stomped on the previous tertiary site.
Yeah, I mean, they just lost control of above there. No info on plant. No. One thing I will say that I am liking for Supernova is this IQ. They've managed to always have information on where the info gathering is on Circular Spheres, and they managed to starve it out by taking out those Valkyrie cameras. I wouldn't put it past Killerman, though, to have a big round with the Boss G here on that Vigil. Physics also getting very cheeky with those frost mats. 2 of them here on the kitchen window jump in.
What is this?
A double spawn pick. Save down below. Killerman on a boost up above. Oh, saw him for a
Never
sec.
read on that.
He's about to get droned.
Killman, position known. I'm pretty sure he activated the cloak too late.
Oh, man. Narrow angle. Don't keep re-peeking this, man. Doesn't matter if you've got a one-shot Boss G.
Oh,
Thankfully, Saved is going to be able to res him with a dock, and I believe Supernova will have heard that as well.
Look, to be fair, I guess if there's any time to overpeak that, it's with a dock down the corridor. Able to bring Killman back up to full health. And another fight up above.
I think I had way too much faith in Killerman with the Boss G. That was really rough, man. Opening kill for Supernova. They haven't had a lot of those so far. But on the tertiary sites, maybe that is where that they finally find some more attack wins.
Japer droned over towards Electrical. Needs to be mindful, it doesn't get cut off from Con. Able to escape just narrowly. A little bit scary. And that is the biggest weakness of this site. Trying to hold up above over towards Conference, very challenging. And once Supernova are able to get that control, Buck and Ram can get to work. They haven't even had to contest that position just yet, and they've already found 2 picks off site.
Yeah, this save gone down. He's been really good in these gunfights, but he dies early on the other side of the map without having much impact. Barely any damage done here to Supernova. Really any util having to be utilized so far as we see the Ram Mars Rovers roll out on the site and tear up that floorboard. There we go. Finally, something back for CS. Perhaps on the back of that Valkyrie camera that Saved has been watching. Big C4 there for Japer.
Supernova have to be mindful here that they convert this control in a smart fashion, or the round could unravel. Pressure over towards Vending. Japer holds down the line.
Ooh,
Good
man.
cross though. Bappen catches him off guard. Neptune, 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, this one's over. It was the 4-2 after all. Oracle goes. Neptune in a bit of an awkward spot now. They know exactly where he is, trapped in kitchen. They got Vert. He's got one shot, but Bappen comes in for that refrag. Time to fire up Supernova. Their second round has been found. Both of the tertiary sites on this map locked in. And let's see how they go now on their defense, if they're able to bring it back here.
Couple of interesting moments in this round. Killerman not finding success on the ACOG, rest of the team then forced into acts of desperation, but Bappen especially stepping up in the late round there with good support onto his other teammates. And this could be quite a long drawn-out game if Supernova also struggled to defend those tertiary sites.
Yeah, or if Circular Spheres struggle to attack the 2 primaries as well. I mean, Circular Spheres could run away with this one. Could be looking at like 7-3 or something similar if they're able to have good attacks. I'm surprised we haven't actually seen the Blitz even brought out once. Monty's banned. Fuse is being teased here. I don't know if this is a Fuse shield pick, but yeah, very few games we've seen this stage have had no shield presence whatsoever. And I'm a little bit surprised that yeah, we haven't seen anything in this game so far.
Yeah, Fuse shield over Blitz is interesting.
5 seconds left.
Maybe it's not even Fuse shield. Maybe he's running AK.
Or LMG. I mean, he did get target banned.
Yeah, there you go. LMG.
Okay.
This guy is such a crutch, bro. He needs his magnified scope on defense, and he needs this LMG on attack.
I don't know if he's going to get value from util, though. A bit concerned by that. It's not a basement, for instance, or a first floor where you can vert from the high ground and flush out utility or players.
And there's no Thatcher.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite intrigued to see how this plays out. Mav on the board, so that should support hard breach efforts.
There we go. That was very quick from Physics and J-Par to open up this main wall on IT.
That was quick.
Yeah, 45 seconds into the round. Dokkaebi wouldn't even have a logic bomb by this point, but that was very fast. And now they're feeling the pressure here on the external wall of Con. Bappen wants to try and land a very cheeky C4. Here comes the toss. And Physics is cautious enough to back out. The wall now fully open. Big kill from Bappen. Lucky timing on that pre-fire. Just a wall bang. He wouldn't have had much of an inkling that Killerman was on the other side. Killerman, what a fall from grace, by the way. This guy was unreal on Antic. Now he's really struggling here on his new team of Circular Spheres. Oh, you're dead, saved. No! How? That is disgusting.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Not again. Come on.
Not another one.
Not with the shield, please.
He's put the fear of God into Quixie here. Quixie should really win this fight. Over goes the goo mine, and he peeks on the back of it. Oh, that's feral. Couple of bullets in the body as well to tell him what he thinks about that. 4v3 now for Supernova. And Circular Spheres starting to flounder a bit after losing that player at top blue.
It'll be tricky now for Circular Spheres to break down these crossfires in towards the objective. Deployable shield still standing. Mirror windows likely available to play behind as well. Physics needs to go big over towards top blue, and he does initially, but in the meantime, it is the Mirror of Bappen to activate. So Physics and Neptune need to try and work together, but Bappen over towards that pillar position. Too good, too strong, and Dirty with the pistol to close out the first defensive effort from Supernova.
Yeah, Bappen big in that round with the Vector. Oh, top floor on lock for both teams, it seems. Nobody can seem to crack it. Even that was just disgusting from Bappen. I don't know if he had an inkling or if he had some kind of information.
Sit down, Prez.
Yeah, Prez got absolutely deleted here. But then saved? Destroyed by Quixie. What a good bait.
Yeah, that's crazy. Pretty much just like throw a decoy.
Yeah. I love that. Well, this is where we test Circular Spheres.
I'm telling you, it's going to be 6-6 OT.
Man,
because neither team...
Please don't.
Neither team can attack into the primaries.
If neither team can attack in the primaries and neither team can defend the tertiaries, I am going to be very disappointed. This is going to be the most stale game of Nighthaven I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there is a curveball thrown into the mix basement. We go for round number 8. Sentry in play from the defense. So that's a secondary shotgun and a nitro cell available to Palarazi, who hasn't had a massive impact on the scoreboard so far tonight. President struggling a little bit as well, despite, from memory, having actually quite a good game yesterday. So still looking to try and find some form this evening. I think that's probably the storyline for this week for many of the teams. Trying to find that form and then keep it, because as Vinny said, with there being 3 games, 3 nights in a row, if you have a bit of an off night or an off moment, recovering from that can be tough.
Yeah, no time to scrim between these play days. No time for Circular Spheres to get any practice in realistically after getting 7-0'd yesterday by Antic. Well, they are leading now, but only just barely, and we haven't seen much on their attacks as of yet to give us confidence that they can continue to keep this lead. They've got both the Jackal and the Dokkaebi to try and contest this roam game. Bappen overstays his welcome and save cuts him down there from Connector. Big opening kill now for Circular Spheres. And the Dokkaebi called a ring out immediately after to prevent any re-aggression to push for a refrag.
Yep, I like that from Saved. A far more effective pick than the Fuse and bringing valuable utility to the board. This roam game now weakened for Supernova. Will we finally see the attack breakdown? A primary site. Looking likely as Neptune finds one, saved as well. President and Dirty, the last 2 standing momentarily. And it's now Dirty all alone. Half the round remains for Circular Spheres.
I mean, this round is pretty much done. Spotted. And Circular Spheres can now hunt him down. If Saved is able to get into position to scan those footprints as well, it's so GG for him. Japer will find him on the vertical angle. Circular Spheres, they buck the trend, quite literally.
GG.
It's not GG yet, guys. But
close enough for my liking.
A 5-3 scoreline is nothing to scoff at for a group of guys that got 7-0'd yesterday. I see Quixie saying wow in the all chat right after he dies. I bet you he just got shit on.
I mean, there are a couple of moments like that in that particular round for Supernova. Effective usage of the Jackal and the Dokkaebi combo to aid in the roam clear. A lot of pressure early on towards that defense. Circular Sphere is able to pretty methodically cut it down. And a repeat effort here from Supernova. I cheekily called GG after that round. I tell you what, Circular Spheres go back to back on basement attack. It effectively would be GG.
I mean, if you're Supernova, what do you change this round? Because we haven't really seen any operator changes. Did they run that Valk last time? They did not, apparently. They had that Legion instead.
10 seconds to insertion.
But aside from that, everything here is the same. Perhaps the Valkyrie, the intention is just to assist Bappen to try and stay alive a little bit longer on this roam. Because he had an opportunity to fall back. He stayed for an extra 2 seconds and he died. You know what else is different this round is we've actually lost the Dokkaebi, but guess what? IQ, the direct counter to that Valk pick. I think Circular Spheres might have read this well.
Yep, I think a lot of it is going to center again around the Jackal of Saved, looking to counter this roam game being employed again by Supernova.
It's been tracked.
And almost immediately dies.
Well, he immediately almost dies. He looks to try and retreat. Thankfully, the Electroclaw has protected there from being an entry hole on Garage. He's just going to fall back. He's trying to bait the attack into pushing President, who's actually sneaking around downstairs in storage. Quixie's still on this roam as well, even Palarazzi. This is essentially a 4-player roam still from Supernova. And Bappen could even continue roaming now. The Jackal tracks have stopped hunting him down.
Timing.
Oh, this is awkward.
Quixie heard that. Was drone though. I'm liking these positions from Supernova at the moment, and Bappen rewarded.
Hasn't been traded as of yet. Oh, the crossfire. Finally, Palarazzi does finish off saved. That Jackal not coming into power. Almost a kill, but not as of yet from Physics. Circular Spheres struggling, but Neptune finds one. Oh, and it's a drop straight down from Neptune. He says, to hell with the roamers. I'm going to hit the site.
Just dirty over towards Assembly. Not even watching that position.
They have
now
no
being
idea.
pressured by Vert. This should be a freebie for Neptune, but Dirty prepping a Nitro. Neptune needs to go now, but he baits his teammate. Does eventually trade.
Now he's deep inside. Another big one for Neptune. Palarazzi in a 1v2. And Physics starts that plant, but I don't think Palarazzi's got the information. Yet all these Valkyrie cameras are off site. He doesn't know the plant's gone down. To his surprise, the timer is now against him, and Neptune's good for another one. Unbelievable round for Neptune. He put the team on his back, and he's put CS on match point.
And put your predictions in the bin. Let's go, lads. Fantastic performance from the lads. Bring it home. Bring it home.
No bias, guys. No bias.
It looked a little bit sketchy. Neptune, though, went for that solo play down below. I labeled it a little bit of a bait. As we look back.
This was a gnarly second kill. Have a look at the way
But
you
it's okay. If you bait and then you go on and get a nasty 2K, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really baiting. He didn't know where the player was.
Surely he heard the rip of the Nitro.
Yeah, he could have
and played an ultra
That's
save.
true.
Maybe he didn't.
I do like the fact that he dropped with the breaching charge. So the sound of his drop was likely masked. And then he didn't move. Didn't make any sound. He was just waiting for Supernova to try and fall back to site and likely expose himself. Exactly what happened. He got a bit lucky on that second kill, but he was just the sharper player in that moment. Now 3 match points for Circular Spheres to find their first win of the stage. For Supernova, things are looking very disappointing. So much talent on this roster. We know what they're capable of. We've seen it in the past, but losing player in Cairo to now join the Chiefs seems to have been their worst nightmare.
I'm fairly certain this drops Supernova out. Well, certainly Gate keeps them out of the top 6 as well, right? So
I mean, for now at least, there's a chance they could sneak in it. Yeah. But I mean, it would be kind of crazy to think that Supernova don't make top 6, considering they were, what, top 4 last stage?
Wants to become a real possibility, though. I'm not really clutching at straws when we make that statement. Sure, only played a 3, and this game not even over yet, but can't help but shake the feeling Circular Spheres are going to walk away with all 3 points in this match. IT Breach on the Mav and Quixie up close.
This is very, very daring. Quixie's just waiting for the wall to become soft, and he's going to pre-fire through the wall and hope to kill that Maverick. Surely he dies here. He should get traded from the upside down rappel. Couple of bullets go his way. Physics needs to be careful. He can't afford to die here on that Maverick. Continuing to peek it here.
Freebie.
Japer finally gets Quixie. Far too daring for Supernova. Throwing bodies at the problem is not going to solve it.
Oh, Neptune got a good timing as well, I think, in towards Warehouse.
Oh, he's so lucky. So very lucky. Neptune almost had that kill onto, I believe it was Dirty or Palarazi, who managed to sneak into sight. Here comes that blitz for the very first time. He goes down.
Straight into a cross, no trade.
Yeah, very strange there from CS. Killerman.
Yeah, he's having an off stage.
Really not looking so good at the moment for CS.
When you think about how powerful the blitz is at the moment, throwing that tool away is probably going to prove quite costly towards the late round here. Sure, a 4 versus 4, but physics low and power positions now to be held by the defense.
Don't swing this Prez.
Well, peeks it for a bit of info. Probably not the worst play. Knows there's nobody out there now, or at least didn't see anybody outside.
Here comes the fuse. We get to see if Saved's pick was just for the gun or might have a little bit of impact. Japer's going to go ahead with his secondary hard breach as well. 2 of them. That's 2 entry holes onto the site now for Circular Spheres. Very aggressive peek from Physics. He doesn't find it. No trade. It's not time with his teammates at all. Supernova just happy to hold on to that position. Dirty's got the shotgun in this close range, and now he's got the diffuser as well.
Yeah, looking to maybe Death Bolt. Rotation over towards Blue, but President still locking down that position. Japer needs to win this swing for Circular Spheres to have any chance in the round, but unfortunately he dies. So 2 will Neptune. Saved is in Warehouse, but needs to find 3 more.
Yeah, and he still doesn't have that diffuser as well. Palarazi on the long angle from the bomb. Supernova are not quite out of this yet, but neither are they out of the woods. Still 2 match points available for Circular Spheres.
Their timing that round was just completely off.
What was that swing from Physics, bro?
And they got rewarded with an absolute freebie to kick off the round.
This swing here, I don't know what that was, man.
And it was also the Killerman push to Con with no support into an immediate cross. So some strange acts of desperation that round for Circular Spheres. They weren't in a position where they had to make plays like that. Their risk management in that particular round was really off.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Look at this for Supernova. They're actually not going to go back down to the basement. They've tried it twice, and they've looked a bit silly both times. They're going to go to the tertiary site. CS on their defense didn't win a single tertiary bomb site. But they did also just let Supernova jump in the window and plant here on storage and control. And I don't expect Supernova to make the same mistake.
Yeah, Solace in play for the 11th round. We've seen very limited Solace play so far this stage, and that was the expectation. On the newest patch, Solace once again has, by some metrics, been nerfed. I understand that the gadget time is now longer, but
it's a nerf. Like,
having to overdrive and to identify what gadgets actually now are, and you still can't use it during the preparation phase as well.
She was already nerfed into the ground, and now they've just like put her in the bin completely. Like, let's be real. There is one funny potential interaction though. Since Nook might be coming more into the meta, and Blitz is in the meta, Solace actually can see both of those operators while they're using their gadget, or in Blitz's case, while he's just holding his shield. She essentially has walls on them that whole time. So might get to see that interaction this round between Killerman and Bappen.
Yeah, Nook play hasn't quite met my expectation in Oath so far either. Seen a little bit of it. The impact hasn't necessarily been amazing, and I think it's going to take a little bit of time for teams to readjust to Nook, and certainly the changes to that particular operator, as they now need to be static in order for the gadget's ability to not drain. Whereas moving now, we'll see it tick down. Over towards IT Breach, again we'll see the Maverick played here. It's been well utilized by Circular Spheres. Palarazi does indeed go bang. Killman dies first once more, and the Nitro Cell will confirm the map.
All right, maybe the game is still going then.
Yeah, maybe it is. I'm getting a bit nervous now.
You called GG at 5-2, Guz.
I should have just called GG and left the lobby.
Oh, that's becoming a trend these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I think losing Killerman, like, that's not great, but it's not the worst. I mean, he's barely having an impact anyway. Losing Physics before the wall's properly open, that's not great. And now Circular Spheres just need to find a couple of picks back, need to try and take this control above. Quixie, though, is playing a good angle here, and he does have Dirty to crossfire with him, as well as Bappin. I think he just heard that angle. Bait out a swing from Quixie, but bit of damage exchange, no kill.
Yeah, nice try, J-Bob. You are dead in 3, 2,
Almost had the read there, Guz.
But he's going to walk into the line of sight. Neptune to sneak forward, though.
No, bro. Looking the wrong way. Oh, unlucky Neptune. He gets a bit of a bag as well from Bappin.
I love it.
Japrin saved both of them, just pushing in, ADSing, looking for something to try and bring this one back. 2v5. You can't really ask for much else. The round is essentially over.
Yeah, still 3 scans available for saves, but never really in a position to use it. Japer falls on a flawless round. On the cards here for Supernova, a 5-6 scoreline certainly will be the case in a moment's time.
There we go. 13 seconds to try and ace up. Japer's on the ground. He's got the diffuser with him as well. And Supernova not going to move at all. They don't need to move at all. They might get a bit greedy and try and kill him. Nice little vert angle. Means a crossfire. Saved is going to pad the KD. And it means absolutely nothing. Supernova just 1 round away from pushing overtime.
Without looking at your stats, if you had to guess what Killerman's entry stat is right now.
In the whole league or in this game?
For this game, what would you say?
0-3. Or 0-4.
0-5.
No way, really?
Yeah. So it might sound like we're ragging on him,
that
but
is actually
the numbers
filthy,
do not lie.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's so disappointing, and I mean that like sincerely. This guy was so good in stage 1.
And
so
3 out of the 5 have been converted into round wins, so it's been impactful.
So the most important thing for his team to win the round is him not to die first. Is that what you're telling me?
I think at this point in time, it could certainly help them out, yeah.
That is wild.
But it's a massive round to lose in terms of the context of the rotation now, because primary is going to be back available. That being said, it is basement and not second floor because of said rotation unlocking, and their basement hasn't actually been that good. So in some respect, it might actually bode pretty well here for Circular Spheres. We did see back-to-back attempts, rounds 8 and 9 from Supernova on this objective. Both were unsuccessful.
In stage 1, Killerman was 30 and 20 in opening engagements. 30 and 20. That is a hell of a lot of opening engagements. And at plus 10 is insane. Like, that's
clean.
Let me have a look. That is pretty much the best in the league in stage 1. He was the second best in the league after, funnily enough, Goofed. Strangely. I know, never would have thought that. It was Goofed, Killerman, Brendo, Cairo. Killerman, one of the best entry players in the league, but he did have a pretty terrible cost, interestingly enough. Only 48%. He really got hyped up at the end of last year, got a big pickup at the start of this year. Now, he's gone on to Circular Spheres, whatever that may mean for the future. I mean, there's a lot of talent on this roster. It's the funny thing. You look at the CS squad and you're like, well, Japer and Physics were already pretty good. They were already on this roster. Saved was a big hitter in the past. A real fragger. Same for Killerman, up-and-coming fragger. Neptune, an old guard, but always been a consistent fragger. This should be a serious firepower roster, and yet they just have looked not great.
So we are going to see the Jackal brought out again here from Circular Spheres. It actually has been a rather effective counter onto the Vigil of Bappin, currently over towards CC Stairs. In the past, we've seen him roaming up above on the second floor, but that was proving to be quite risky. Having troubles in repositioning and getting back towards the objective and wasting a little bit more time. Saved for the first engagement. Opportunity goes begging onto Palarazi. Forced back outside.
Palarazi doesn't know that he's free to move now. Thankfully, he does have that secondary shotgun, so if he wanted to go back into pantry from kitchen, he could go and make a rotate.
Good Valkyrie camera inside of warehouse, feeding information to those off-site.
A real standstill. Saved is so close. He's got a yellow ping here on a Quixie. Oh, he loses the fight. Never should you be losing that fight. Very deadly here. Bappin, why are you peeking him?
Killman's back.
Yeah, we ragged on him, but he's back and killing men again.
Sure is. So 4 versus 3 then, in favor of Circular Spheres. Looking to snatch all 3 points in this matchup.
Freebie. No, not a freebie apparently.
Well, Palarazi still doesn't know what's free. He's cut off on this part of the map. Circular Spheres drone to confirm his position.
He's so dead.
This is do or die for the round.
Don't peek him yet, Killer Man. You got to wait for your teammates to come and support your 7 HP. Circular Spheres are throwing away the round, and it's going to lead to overtime if they're not careful. Desperate now, they push onto site. Dirty's waiting to receive. He's found one. Big double for Dirty to push Supernova into overtime. The 3 rounds in a row that they needed to keep this game going. How are you feeling about your predictions now, Guzzle?
What are the OT sides?
5 seconds left before...
Guess we'll find out in a moment. How did Quixie win that first fight? If I'm saved, I'm...
Look at this from Bappin, bro. Who re-swings that, man?
That's crazy.
The ego.
We saw so many overpeaks in that round. Almost half the kills we saw. In fact, probably more than half were overpeaks.
Yeah.
Circular Spheres attack OT. Okay. Oh, shit.
GG?
I call it GG, but what I meant was GG for my prediction. In a bad way.
Yeah, well, he's been 4-2 halves here for defense, so yeah.
Do I get half a point for my prediction if they lose an OT?
I don't think that's how it works.
I feel like I should. I think we need to introduce that rule.
Well, we already give Circular Spheres a pity point for going to OT. Should we give you one as well?
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
I mean, game's not done yet. To be honest, I've been disappointed by both teams. I know that sounds really harsh, but we just know what they're capable of, and it's so much more than this.
10 seconds to insertion. It'll sting a lot. 5 seconds remaining.
Top floor defense then.
Sorry, I just had to cough
number
there for
13.
a second. I started choking a little bit like Circular Spheres.
Yeah. You're back now.
I'm back now. Okay.
Hopefully.
On the cope again, Guz.
I'm not giving up.
Oh my god, now I got the hiccups as well.
I don't think I've ever gotten the hiccups on Class C. That is
Well, it's because I've just had this
terrible.
delicious carbonated beverage to try and keep me going, give me a little bit of a sugar hit, and now I've got the hiccups and I'm coughing and choking.
Might be the worst job in the world to get hiccups.
Yeah.
So Dirty unsuccessful on the Bandit.
Maybe
Juggle.
doing open heart surgery. That would be pretty bad to get hiccups doing open heart surgery.
Don't think the patient can hear you though. They'd probably be
No, but you've got like your scalpel on someone's heart.
Nah, doesn't matter.
We definitely have a harder job than that.
There's margin for error, not for us there isn't. If we say something bad, you're straight on Reddit front page.
Come on, saved. Let's see you fire up on this Ash. No more fuse for him.
Killman, he's in.
He's hungry.
He's good for 3 here. He's good for 3.
Oh, mate, you are hyping him up so much.
No, he walked into a good mine. No, I take that back.
ARX, I've not a lot of bullets in this gun. He's getting close. He needs his teammate to support him from IT breach so that he can move up rafters here. If someone's watching, oh, he's been spotted.
Oh, he might be dead now.
They know where he is. They could swing him from multiple angles. No one wants to peek him from IT because they're worried about someone outside the breach. Jape is going to rotate over, and that does allow Killerman some freedom now. Right up and close on that mirror window. He punches it. Now he can threaten a peek here into sight, but...
He's actually in a good spot now to apply a lot of perceived pressure. With the mirror punch, they don't have a read on him anymore.
Well, that C4 misses as well. Just a bit of damage under save. Maybe there could be decent positions here. Oh, this is a narrow angle. Look at him!
Doesn't even need the sight!
Oh, Bappin! You've done him so dirty there. Looking for more here with the Vector. He's hot on his shot. He's got a fall-off route as well. He's about to get peeked. Can't quite find the kill. Confirms it. Dirty's also held on with the shotty. Another one for Bappin! Oh, Guz! It's all ogre! Circular Spheres They're going to need to do some nuclear physics here to bring it back in the 1v5. Well, the poor Thermite, he's been spotted, and Bappen is hungry for more. There's a consolation frag on a Quixie, another consolation frag, and the NS comes out in chat. 1v3 now, and he does have 30 seconds to play with, but look at how careful Supernova are being. A good flash. He might find another one here. 1v5 to a 1v2 here for Physics. But he's running low on util. He's got no more flashes to play, and he's got no more time to waste. The swing from Prez. Match point Supernova. How's that prediction looking, Guz? How's that prediction looking, Guz? You smartass?
Oh, gee, that's... gee, whoa. Holy.
This was gnarly.
No sight, by the way. That is genuinely very
You're right,
impressive.
the EMP got rid of his reticle.
Oh, boy.
That is the definition of threading the needle right there.
All I will say is if they weather the storm next round, Supernova still have a difficult site choice because Basement still, over the course of this game, has not been a positive win rate for them. That is my absolute last milligram of hope that I found at the bottom of the barrel for CS to still have a win con in this match.
I know, I'm going to devil's advocate you there on this, Guz. Supernova won Basement both times they played it. However, Circular Spheres didn't. The Circular Spheres have gone back to Basement. They've lost on all 3 of the bomb sites that they want to go to, Circular Spheres have. Remember, Supernova won 3 defenses in a row. I don't know, man. I am...
this round, I have no idea what's going to happen. They probably will lose it here. But if it somehow goes to 15...
Yeah, I guess CS did have 2 wins on Basement.
Yeah, exactly.
But that were the only wins that they had on their attacking side.
That's all that matters.
I mean, Supernova could go storage for all I care. Probably win it there.
Bold choice.
Fortune favors the brave, Guz.
Well, not for my prediction.
Not for your prediction, though.
There's still time.
Which Killer Man are we going to see in this round, I wonder?
Hopefully not a dead Killer Man. Aggressive roam here from the defense in the early portion. Doc will be on the board for the roam clear, and Nook as well for the lurk. Palarazi pretty eager to get top floor control down. Get to work with the skeleton key. Physics needs to be so careful here.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, get down that staircase.
Quixie, bro. He's so scared. Might have a chance here. Saved. Overextends. I just hope that Supernova hunt him together instead of giving him ones. Saved is so good with these magnified scopes on these off angles.
He's playing this smart, very safe position here over towards Kitchen. It will take a big investment from Supernova if they wish to clear out that position, and time will be at a premium. Only 1:40 on the clock. Dirty shot calling outside on the west side of Warehouse.
I want to see some of these flashes and nades used to try and pinch out these roamers. Nice job on the vert there. But Save still pops Quixie's head.
They deserve that kill.
I mean, Circular Spheres have ripped that one away. Supernova did everything right, more or less. And now the Dokkaebi Logic Bomb rings on out. Supernova going to keep on hunting him. Saved is hungry for more. Another player, pop your head around that corner, and Saved will be ready for it. What a shot! What a shot from Bappen with the SMG-12 at that range. Brings it back into a possible scenario now for Supernova to end this game right here.
Surely play time there. Either way, information still available inside of Lounge. Japer can give a call here for a Nitro if he so dares.
Oh!
In fact, he solos it himself. Good play. Circular Spheres once again find themselves with the man advantage. A 4 versus 3, 40 seconds on the clock as they look to push this game to a 15th round.
And Physics yet to be addressed as well on his staircase. Bappen doesn't land the bullets he needs to. He knows about that player on the staircase. There's the C4 from Physics. Palarazzi and Prez now. Finally, you spot that camera. Far too late, mate. 2v4 now, 15 seconds time for desperation. I don't know what you're doing, Killer Man. Seriously,
no.
bro.
Not like this.
Seriously. Shadow spotted, though, on that player in the back of sight, going for the
Not
kill.
Like this.
No, J-Bar! How does he get that? Flashbanged, but no worries. Circular Spheres keep the ball rolling.
Come on, lads. This is good. Circular Spheres back in the match. 15th round beckons. And a difficult site choice ahead for Supernova. Do they go to basement, James? They lost it twice. Back to back. Or do they go to storage? The tertiary site. It looks like it will be the latter.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I'm a bit nervous there now, James. What's happened?
Mate, I don't give a shit. I just went with everyone else. I just want to see you proved wrong. I just want to see you looking glum. You were so cheeky.
I think
when
this may
you
be the
thought
most
CS
invested.
winning this.
This may be the most invested I've been in an OS game for quite some time. I'm loving it.
Oh my. Oh, this is the game that keeps us guessing. That Valkyrie camera was worth so much, by the way. It took them so long. And they got one, maybe two C4s out of it. Here was that second one.
That one was an absolute nuke, by the way. I'm pretty sure it was on the concrete at that point.
I can't believe Jacob got away with
even
that.
seeing anything there.
Okay, CS. How are you going to attack this bomb site? Struggled to do so last time around, and it was not pretty. I mean, they just got picked off piece by piece. Killerman was the first one to fall in that round, and the rest of his team followed quite quickly.
It all comes down to him. The K-Man.
I hate how much we're talking about him because I don't want to just like beat a dead horse, but every round he dies, I am scratching
He wins
my
the
head.
opening duel here and they win the map.
Yeah,
that is my prediction.
Killerman is going to ace this round.
No, I think they might be pushing it a little bit.
What was he doing last round, prone in the middle of sight and dying to press on the hatch?
Well, he's in a low position at the moment, I think, to enter over towards top blue.
I'd love to see it.
Perfect place for him to maybe find something. Solo drone. Oh, if there's any time for Killerman to show up, it's during this push.
Oh,
he has a window of opportunity here, surely.
There's a player snuck around the corner, is there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I thought there was someone he misdroned.
You're seeing things.
I am.
Oh, he doesn't commit just yet.
He's second guessing himself. There's a Banshee to watch.
The nerves
Quixie knows.
The nerves are palpable.
Who wins it? Killerman! No! Not again! Not like this, Killerman! Bro, time and time again, man.
I'm going to cry.
Time and time again. That's 0-7 on entry. What has gone wrong for this poor guy? Supernova up 2 players. Quixie low HP after his fight, but doesn't matter if you take them down to 8 HP, Killerman. You got to win that fight.
Oh, things looking tough now for Circular Spheres. Supernova can look to consolidate on site, and they still have the roam commitment up above. 3-2 split. Inox scan. That's President. I mean, they can maybe sneak forward and force the defensive retake, but this is a really rough position for CS.
Jaber's going to get a breach on into sight. Problem is, Supernova still have control above. They can deny this plant. They can retake. They've got Bappin as well to spot where that plant may eventually go down using the Solus's gadget. And still players on site. President awkward spot, Neptune. Oh, he's had his fair share of big moments in this round, in this game. Japer forcing that plant down amidst the smoke. Looking for the denial. Solus! Bappin, you had one job!
They could be on here, James.
Circular Spheres indeed could be on. Comes down to whether Supernova are allowed to retake here.
No.
But they do have the vert. They have the advantage. Neptune now in a 1v4. They try and protect this diffuser. He spots one player. Gets the kill. Traded on back. The game is over. Circular Spheres may have teased us for a brief moment, but they were played, as were we. Guz, you can eat your heart out for all I care. Supernova have broken yours. The game is done, and Supernova have their first win of the stage.
Half a point, James. That's all I asked from that. That was an emotional roller coaster. And even then in the post, I was thinking, shit, they might actually win it. But no, they fell short. And that kids is why you don't call GG in chat too early.
No, you literally cursed it. Yeah. Bro, CS are going to watch this back and be like, Guz, this is all on you, man.
Hey, at least I had some faith, lads, because no one else did.
True. But perhaps our faith was not misplaced in Supernova. Big win for them, finally on the scoreboard, as I'm sure the guys on the desk will be very happy about.
Nice subtle cable throw there, Michael. We all saw it. You don't get away from that one too easy, mate. It is the number one thing. It is broadcast etiquette 101. But it was an impressive shot. There's no doubt about it, Vinny. Overtime is what was required for it. I don't want to say is it defense labs diff, but it definitely felt very, very much like that was the way it trended in the last 6 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that game, it ended up going all the way, but really, I don't think a single attack was super convincing from either team. It looked like, as you mentioned before, if you don't know labs that well, both on attack and defense, it definitely shows. And it looked like both teams weren't really well drilled on their attacks.
It's not very good.
No.
You're not happy?
I was saying during the game, actually, like, when it comes to this league, bottom 2 are out.
Yep.
One of them's going to be Odium, unfortunately. It's just the nature of it, unless something changes in the second half. But it's the other one, I think, going to be one of these two. Which now seems like it could be Circular Spheres.
Yeah.
Because they've lost this game. Admittedly, because it did go to OT, they still got 1 point. Their opponent only got 2. So it's still a bit dicey.
Yep.
But it means that for CS, they're going to have to pull a win out later in this coming week or 2 or whatever to get themselves out of that bottom 2.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from President for the first time this stage. Feels a bit strange to say. I feel like I've seen you way too often. Hang on, let me just move back here for you. It's lovely to see you again, mate. How was your trip? Was it New Zealand?
Yeah, it was. It was unreal.
Yeah,
had a great time. Bit of bungee jumping, bit of snowboarding.
Oh, it's
good.
I'm gonna pop
Took
a
Oh, no,
took a toll on the RGLing, though, I think.
That could be bad for the
Yeah,
hammy.
look, I think obviously since you've come back, very interesting game yesterday, by the way. Obviously 7-4 loss is not ideal, but at the very least you still make it work. Coming back into today, a very close game. How's it feeling inside of the server?
Obviously, it's pretty scrappy. I'm going to put it down to the 2 weeks of no scrims, which is my fault, but what can you do?
That's tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It is tough, but we're slowly grinding through it. We're getting back into the rhythm of things. We had a pretty disruptive off season as well, but we're feeling confident and got a win on the board now. So hopefully it's just up from here.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah, you were talking about your off season. Obviously, you played in the Oceanic Rivals tournament, and it was a bit disappointing the way that kind of panned out. What were like the main messages coming off that tournament to sort of start bringing into stage 2?
The main thing was just to kind of keep our confidence. We obviously didn't perform to how we expected during that off-season period. We knew what we needed to work on, we knew what needed to improve, and it was just a matter of putting our heads down and working really hard. And we're getting there slowly but surely, and I have no doubt by the end of the stage we'll be having really good performances for playoffs.
Prez, firstly, happy that you were able to keep your place in the team. Of course, for this region, it's, a bad strike rate. Bad strike rate. If you go on holiday and you come back, you might not be in the roster. Obviously, for you guys, it's been a bit of a, I would say, almost up and down start to the first 3 playdowns. Seen some really good moments. I think the first 2 playdays I thought were actually maybe better than today. I think today was actually on the lower side from you guys. Yet you still got the win, despite that being in OT. It must be a good sign that you got pushed to the edge, but you're able to come out over the top in this game against a team that has got some quality. We all know CS probably aren't like, an actual bottom 2 team by any means, yet you guys still were able to get the job done.
Yeah, I think, obviously going down, was it 3-6, 4-6, so it was a really good testament to how we handled that mentally.
Yeah.
And I think we're confident with our defenses, and we've shown that throughout the stage. It's just a matter of fixing up our attacks, which primarily comes down to me as the IGL. I really need to start controlling that end round, which is where we're really struggling a bit. So I think once we sort that out, then our defenses will always shine. It's just a matter of getting those attacks sorted, really.
Sorting them out. No more questions from you boys, just to confirm? No, all good. All right, look, obviously not the start to the stage that we would have wanted, especially given last stage was such a prominent finish, but at the very end of the day, you still have a lot more games to go, and we've got playoffs, so all of those discussions could mean absolutely nothing if you come into playoffs and you're prepared to play, which is all that matters. I'll give you the floor here, Prez. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Just big thanks to Supernova.
Yep.
Really, really loving the support from them. It's been a huge boost for us. And they're working tirelessly behind the scenes to making sure that we have the support we need to succeed. So it's just a matter of us putting the work in now and getting the job done.
I have no doubt it'll come, mate. Look, best of luck with your game tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you afterwards.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
A good night I will definitely have, I can tell you that much. It's, look, it's not a convincing performance, Vinny, but it's still the performance that, that we were talking about earlier, right? If you cast your minds back to the start of the day, Gaming Gladiators were 5-2 down on Border, and they brought it back, and we praised them. We should definitely look at this game in the same light for Supernova. Obviously not the performance they wanted, 6-3 down, whatever it may have been. They came back, they got the points.
Yeah, and it was the same story as the GG game. Obviously, they were attacking second on Border and were able to get it done. And then today, obviously, Supernova. Supernova.
Yeah.
Unable to. Got the defense as well, and then got it again in OT for 2 rounds.
Important.
So it was very important, and it's what got them the win. Obviously, I think the big elephant in the room, Killerman 0-6 on entry. Again, something we spoke about before the game. And, it might seem like it's not that big of an impact, but playing every round 4v5 can take a big impact on the team as well. So, I think something that he's really going to need to focus on coming into tomorrow.
Big thing for me in this game is the plants, 2-1. Everything it really highlights, of course, the defensive-sided nature of Nighthaven Labs and even just being able to get the plant down. That's something that team's got to work on. Also, no clutches. I feel like in general, clutches today just weren't really a thing. And, typically in this era of Siege, 2v4s aren't impossible to kind of bring back in these rounds.
Yep.
You mentioned, of course, Killerman, 0-6
Wild.
on the entry is just bizarre. Had an awful game. I think that right now, in terms of the way we look at him as a player, he's got the credits in the bank because he really kicked off when he came into the scene. Talented player. His best is good. Fortunately, we haven't seen his best for a little while now, so he needs to obviously go back to the drawing board. His team needs to go back to the drawing board because circular spheres are circling down the drain.
Yeah, and look, not to... You just can't help yourself, can you? Not to double down on the conversation by any means, but 6 losing opening engagements. Of those, there were only 2 rounds they were able to bring back. It also means that Killerman is 5 from 18 attempts on the entry throughout this entire league right now. So, that gives you the broader spectrum. If you weren't watching at the start of the show when we were talking about it, that was something we highlighted a lot. It's just not looking that great for him, but obviously there's still plenty of time to improve upon, as we were talking about. Let's go ahead and just talk about how things have panned out for tonight. A little bit of a recap for those that weren't watching at the start. It was a very close affair for Gaming Gladiators. Once they got on their preferred side on Border, things started to change a little bit, Vinny.
Yeah, they looked pretty weak on those defenses. We mentioned before the game that maybe they might have had something cooked up to be more aggressive on those defenses, but really Prodigy with the Monty were able to put so much pressure on them and just basically force their way into sight to win those rounds. So definitely came prepared for that GG game. And
Chiefs, obviously a big win here, Xenox. That's a must-win game for them.
Yeah, it certainly was. And also looking across the board, stark contrast to yesterday where it was just filled with 7-0s and 7-1s to see essentially all 4 games be competitive because they were. Even Odium, getting off the canvas and able to be competitive against Outlast and got some rounds, got on the board, can certainly take some momentum from that. And of course, the last game really was a genuine 50-50 for 2 teams battling to get, their first win for the stage. So, what it sets us up for in terms of now, I guess what you could say theoretically, the back half of the stage now sort of starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Because you go into play day 4, we're now halfway through. And yet when you kind of look at who's on top right now, Outlast Gaming out on top. I mean, my goodness. And, we kind of talk about this proverbial sort of top 4, of course, top 6 for playoffs. And when you do look at that top 6, it's wide open. Absolutely wide open.
Yeah, it is really 4th till 7th is just an absolute... that's a dog pile right there. It is going to be a really tough end to this stage, especially if Odium can start to perform like they did tonight. If they start pushing these teams, this whole discussion changes completely. One thing I really want to point out, obviously, yes, Outlast, 9 points, fantastic. First 3 games, they've got it done. They're only 1 or 2 round differential difference from Chiefs and Gaming. That just shows you where this league is at right now. The entire scene, I think, has, for whatever reason, it has risen in its competitiveness over this break, over the preseason. It has looked really good, Vinny. And now it's about shaping and forming these discussions as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, as much as of the drama that came from the Oda move, this is sort of what the region needed.
Yep.
We need to sort of disperse the talent around amongst the teams because for the longest time, we've had 5 of the best players on one team.
Yep.
They're only really coaching and teaching each other. But then you get someone like Oda who now can take that experience and can guide 4 other guys that definitely need it as well to get to that next level. And I think this is actually a good thing for the region as a whole.
It's good for the region regionally. It's not good for the region internationally. That's the one caveat, right? If you want to put an asterisk to that. And I know that you would agree because you go back to that old era, Wildcard, Chiefs, Knights. We had good teams, but we didn't have a super team that went overseas and actually did good things until Bliss kind of came along, got put together, and then they started to do well internationally. So that's the one caveat it's going to be. You know, if the Chiefs were to somehow go overseas, how would they actually perform? We don't actually know. This Gaming Gladiators roster is a whole new roster according to Titan.
Yeah, the whole dynamic has shifted. If you haven't watched that interview, just pencil out an hour in your day and you can go
essentially
back and
it's Tuhan and 4 new players.
Basically, that's how it's worked. They've kept Tuhan and they've just completely replaced the rest of the roster. Look, obviously, very interesting end toward the day. There's one big point before we leave this show. Outlast don't play GG or Chiefs until the last 2 play days, which will completely shape up the entire top region or top of the ladder as we head into playoffs. But that's all we've got. We're back tomorrow night. That's right, Super Week. 1, 2, 3, back to back to back.
And what's on tomorrow? Which game?
Oh, isn't it the most important grudge match we've ever had in Oceania history?
It's a big one.
It's a big one. Gaming Gladiators and Chiefs go head-to-head tomorrow night. We'll see you there.
Breakdown.